Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of it. And it's not, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States boosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain.
Well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom. And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know
I'm Stanley, bitch.
Remarkable life of civil rights pioneer W.E.B. Du Bois, a scholar, journalist, and activist, famously the first black man to get a PhD from Harvard in 1895. He's now the subject of a new documentary, W.E.B. Du Bois, Rebel with a Cause. Here's a snippet from the trailer.
I very early got the idea
that I was going to prove to the world that Negroes
were just like other people.
Michelle Martin sits down with the film's award-winning director, Rita Coburn. They discuss Du Bois's groundbreaking work and his legacy today.
Rita Coburn, thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you for having me. This is an honor, and it's an honor to talk about W.E.B. Du Bois.
Well, such a seminal figure of political activism, of the academy, of sociology, of so many disciplines, as a patron of the arts. So just give us the short version. He was born in this small town in Western Massachusetts in 1868, after the Emancipation Proclamation, which ended slavery for 3.5 million black men and women.
Absolutely.
But his family was never enslaved. So tell me that story. How did he end up there, and what were they doing there, and what was his early life?
He was born in 1868. So that's 3 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. However, because he was in Great Barrington, Massachusetts, there had not been enslavement for several generations there. So his family was solidly placed there. And as a result of that, not to say that there wasn't any racism, but whites and blacks have been living with one another for at least a century by that time. What he did was, he was such a student that his mother in particular sewed into him that was the hope. The hope was education. So Du Bois had a prep school education, and education was far more classical in that time period and pretty much based on European education at the time. And what they found was, as much as they poured in, he was able to receive. And so I think his intellect and the fact that he was not in the Jim Crow South gave him that expanse. He became the valedictorian of his class. He just was exceptional.
He goes to Fisk for his undergraduate education. He then eventually does get to Harvard for his graduate studies. They make him start over again, even though he's the top of his class at Fisk, because they decided that, a black school wasn't, at the same level. So How does he go? How does he do at Harvard?
So you're exactly right. He goes to Fisk and he loves Fisk. He finds himself as a person there, as a Black person. He's with other people that are like himself, and he hasn't been in a group of educated Blacks before. He also becomes very entrenched in the spirituals from the Fisk Jubilee Singers. He feels something about and coins it the sorrow songs, and he really comes to his own at Fisk. He wants still to go to Harvard. And by the time he's able to get the money and to get to Harvard, he is in undergrad and he likes Harvard. He loves the Massachusetts social group of Blacks that he's met, but he doesn't really feel that much a part of them academically. It's still a very racist place for him. Mm-hmm. So he is able to petition to go to Berlin, which is where sociology is really starting to begin. And as he gets there, he's able to find what he wants to do from a scientific perspective. And once he does that, unfortunately, he's not able to graduate there because his residency was for 2 years, and it would be 3 years for him to get his PhD there. So he comes back to Harvard, and that's where he gets his PhD.
But he's the first, do I have this right? Is he the first African-American to get a PhD from Harvard?
He is the first African-American to get a PhD from Harvard.
He then took those techniques to Philadelphia, his first kind of job, I guess, after he finished his studies, where he was hired to do a study of the Black population of Philadelphia. So would you just describe a little bit about why that was such a unique analysis at the time?
Well, the Philadelphia Negro is cited as the first empirical study in sociology of a class and a group. And so he goes to the 7th Ward and he decides he's going to live in the 7th Ward. So he and Nina Gomer, he's married, his first job was actually at Wilberforce. But although he was doing math and science, he wanted to do sociology. So when this study comes up, he goes. He's not given a professorship. He's just there to do the research and to do this study. And basically what Philadelphia is saying is that we're a border city pretty much. Mm-hmm. We're getting so many Black people here, and these people are basically ruining our economy. They're living in slum conditions. It must be something wrong with them. There's something wrong with these people. And he does the study and turns that on its head and says it's not them. It's the way that they're being treated in the society. If they have to walk these many miles to go to school, they're not going to be able to go to school. If Black women can't get jobs, then they're not going to be able to help their families. So what you have is a system that is fighting against people as opposed to people that are fighting you. They are doing the best that they can. If they have to live in cramped housing, they're going to come out in the summer and hang out on the street. If they can't make money, they're going to do things that they wouldn't normally do if they had a fair chance. And he does that all with data, charts, and graphs. And at this point, he's still bent on the science of the matter, that if I can show you scientifically what is wrong, you as a society, you as a community will accept us. And that doesn't happen.
He moves from Philadelphia to Atlanta to become a professor at a university there. And this is a seminal moment. He quickly gets a reality check about what it's like to be a Black man in the South. Will you tell us what it was?
You know, when Du Bois goes into the Deep South and goes into Atlanta, he's at Atlanta University, and that campus kind of sits on a hill away from some of the racism in the town, but it's also an integrated university. Most of these universities at the time had a lot of whites that had gone to Dartmouth and Princeton, and they were teaching there, and they were teaching alongside Blacks. And so he is in Atlanta, and at the same time, he doesn't understand how bad the South really is until in 1899, Sam Hose is murdered, lynched in a brutal way. And this is his first reckoning with lynching. That's not something that he's seen. That's not something he's been a part of. And the horror of that moment, they burned Sam Hose's body. They cut off his fingers and genitals. It's a horrific moment for him. And it speaks to something that is happening in this country at that time. And he's so appalled by it. He's thinking, I'm going to take a letter to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. And en route, he's told that Sam Hose's fingers and toes are in the window of the meat market. And at that point, he turns around and he decides scientific research is not going to work. I must now tell people what Black people are suffering. And he decides that what he's really going to do is become a journalist. That's what he decides he's going to do. He is going to eventually be a person who's the editor of the Crisis magazine. He is going to begin to do studies, and he is going to write.
The title was extremely important. The crisis of the color line was the crisis of America.
Not only is he going to become a social activist, but he understands the power of the press.
He insisted that I have all editorial privilege and power. Nobody will dictate to me what I can say.
And I think what is beautiful about this is that we had Frederick Douglass being the great orator, but you could only reach so many people at a time. We have to remember that it's at this point in this country that print takes off, and it is the internet of that time period.
Tell us about the souls of Black folk. This is the one piece that a lot of Du Bois.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. Sorry I'm late, but I kept long hours yesterday. She forgot to mention that Frederick Douglass also ran or owned at least one newspaper. So he wasn't just an orator.
Bois is that I think a lot of people know. Tell us about where the idea for this book came from and what's the core of it for people who aren't familiar with it.
So in 1899, Sam Hose gets lynched. It changes him to a person who's now going to fight for his people, using words, using journalism, making sure people know what is happening. That's 1899. 1900, he goes to Paris, to the Paris Exposition. He takes a group of photographs that shows that Black people are living lives beyond digging their way out of Jim Crow. They're living lives that have purpose, meaning they have businesses, they're studying the arts. He wants people to see a broader scope of Black people. He comes back during that same time period. His son, Burkhart, dies. He's less than 2 years old. And he dies because no white doctors will treat him. So he's seen Sam Hose die in 1899. He's seen his son die. And at that point, he comes back and he sits down and he wants to write a book that tells people that we are human beings, that we have souls, that we hurt, that we do art, that we have pleasures, that we're people. So the Souls of Black Folks is part of the international and national letters of this country. It's taught in universities and has been since its publication in 1903.
He opens up with this concept that has three parts: double consciousness.
It's a peculiar sensation, this double consciousness, the sense of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others, of measuring one's soul by the tape of a world that looks on in amused contempt and pity.
Two-ness.
One ever feels his two-ness. An American, a Negro. Two souls, two thoughts, two unreconciled strivings. Two warring ideals in one dark body, whose dogged strength alone keeps it from being torn asunder.
And then he says, we live behind the veil. I am blood and bone of those who live behind the veil. At some point, will you let me out? Can I be free?
Well, what's so fascinating to me, though, is that I think people get this hearing you describe it, how contemporary it remains. This idea of being at once your own person, but being the object of the gaze of the other and constantly being seen as the other. These are thoughts that people are having today.
As I worked on this documentary, there were times when I would read something that he wrote and I would get right up from my desk and walk out the front door and walk around the block. I had no place to put it. And yet what I couldn't understand was, why is this still happening? When were we going to learn the lesson as a country to come together? I think it's very disconcerting that what his work for the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, the idea that we needed the right to vote. And where are we now? We look at Memphis, we look at what's happening right now, and we see that he's still speaking, and we're still dealing with a very difficult problem of being accepted fully in this society.
Two more things we have to sort of talk about. The fact that he had beef with Booker T. Washington. I mean, this is something that I think some people may know about, that the two of them kind of represent different perspectives of the kind of the path forward that was ideal for Black folks. Could you just, as briefly as you can?
W.E.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington, it's a story in which you have the up and coming and the current person that it has kind of been grandfathered into the society. Booker T. Washington was the most powerful Black man in America during that time period. And what happens is, W.E.B. Du Bois is a different sort. He didn't grow up in slavery. Booker T. Washington was a slave until he was 6 years old. He had a very limited view of what we could possibly do, that maybe we could gain the rights to be good workers, and maybe we would find our way that way. W.E.B. Du Bois said, no, we need the right to vote. We need women's rights. We need to have an agency about ourselves. And so his sandpaper relationship with Booker T. Washington started with him respecting him and then saying, I'm sorry, I have to part company because this is what Black people need at this point. That's why I call him a rebel. He took on 7 presidents. He took on Booker T. Washington. He took on Marcus Garvey. If he did not agree, he did not agree. And he did not agree with Booker T. Washington saying we would be the workers of the South. He really felt that it was time to have the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment realized.
His life came to a close in Accra in Ghana because he had toward the end of his life really did become discouraged, really did start to feel that Black people would never be fully accepted in the United States, would never have a full sort of flourishing. And moved to Ghana, and that's where he died. Of course, his passport was revoked at one point. I mean, he was kind of persona non grata, in part because he became more and more attracted to the socialist movement and to the Communist Party because he felt that they were actually more embracing of full human rights. But just before we let you go, just tell us about that. Like, why did he move to Ghana at the end of his life?
He looks at this world that he's fought for inside of the U.S. Both of his children have now died. Mm-hmm. He's 90 some years old, and Kwame, and he's been arrested, handcuffed, and accused of being against America, of being a communist. I think it's a flick of the nose when he decides to join the Communist Party on the same day that he decides to take decides to take a flight to Ghana. And Kwame Nkrumah is now building a country. And that idea of freedom for an African country from being colonized is very attractive to him. And they roll out the red carpet for him. They give him a wonderful home, and he lives 3 years there before he passes.
Rita Coburn, thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you.
Fascinating. The documentary will be premiering tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern on PBS American Masters.
Yeah, I guess I'll watch. So again, welcome to Stanley versus the World. Everyone, please make sure that you hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe. Check us out. We may be what you're looking for, or maybe not. Support the show by supporting the host. Sovereign Beer Fund will be open tomorrow. So think about plans for the weekend. Still kind of up in the air about Saturday. I thought I was going to go one way, but still an open book. Let's see. What do we have here? Well, let's start off with this. San Diego Islamic Center suspects were self-radicalized, left manifesto behind. So let's hear about this. It's longish, but who knows?
San Diego Islamic Center suspects were self-radicalized, left manifesto behind, officials say, by Richard Winton, Hannah Fry, Salvador Hernandez, and Clara Harder. This article is read by an automated voice. San Diego. The two gunmen who opened fire at a San Diego mosque on Monday, killing 3 people, had met online, where they were radicalized and left behind a hate-filled manifesto, authorities revealed Tuesday. According to a witness, the pair were fully armored and rushed toward the entrance with handguns and rifles before a security guard shot at and struck one of them. Now, authorities are investigating if the attack was live-streamed after receiving reports that their self-inflicted demise was shown online. At a news conference Tuesday afternoon, authorities revealed more details they'd learned about Monday's violent attack on the Islamic Center of San Diego by 2 teenagers, who were then found dead by police in a vehicle some distance away. The 2 suspects met and were radicalized online, said Mark Remley, FBI special agent in charge of the San Diego office. They left behind a manifesto, as well as other writings outlining religious and racial beliefs about how the world they envision should look like. But officials didn't provide any details about the writings or ideology, adding that they were still going through electronic devices and examining the teens' online presence to determine how they were radicalized. These suspects did not discriminate on who they hated, Remley said. San Diego Police Chief Scott Wall said the actions of the security guard, as well as the 2 other victims who were killed in the parking lot of the center, distracted and delayed the 2 suspects, who scoured the mosque only to find empty rooms. During the gunfight, Wall said, the security guard had called out on his walkie-talkie for the school to be locked down, giving teachers, workers, and more than 140 kids inside a chance to seek shelter. I had no idea how heroic those actions were, Wall said Tuesday, noting that officials had viewed security footage of the attack. You can see the security guard reach for his radio and put out the lockdown protocol. The security guard then continued to engage in a gun battle with these 2 suspects. In the exchange of gunfire, one of the gunmen who was shot by the security guard appeared unfazed, and continued to charge toward the mosque, a witness and member of the mosque said in an Instagram post. He heroically shot one of the victims, but they were fully armored, so it did little to stop them, said the man, identified by Mosque Imam Taha Hassan as Brother Os. In the video, the man identified as Brother Os described how the gunman rushed toward the mosque as soon as they parked their car. That's when they exchanged gunfire with the security guard and sent the two other victims scrambling in the parking lot. At one point, Wall said, the suspects came within 15 feet of children at the center but, seeing nobody, instead went into the parking lot to attack the two other victims. In the parking lot, the two victims were taking cover behind vehicles, calling police when they were chased and killed by the gunman. All three of our victims did not die in vain, Wall said. Without distracting the attention, without delaying the actions of these two individuals, without a question there would have been many more fatalities yesterday. On Tuesday, the entrance of the Islamic Center of San Diego was blocked with police tape, and a man stood outside the black iron gate, cradling his head in his hands while he wept. The security guard to the building, one of the victims in the shooting, was his friend. He was a good man, the man screamed toward the entrance, but at no one in particular. He declined to provide his name. An early focus has been on one of the assailants, a San Diego high school student whose mother reported that he was suicidal and potentially armed soon before the shooting occurred. The student, 17, and a second person, 18, opened fire at the center Monday morning around 11:30 a.m., authorities said. They were found minutes later at a location not far from the center, dead of self-inflicted gunshot wounds, according to authorities. One of the guns had hate speech written on it, law enforcement sources told The Times, and anti-Islamic writings were found in a vehicle. At least one of the suspects took a firearm from their parents' home and left a suicide note, writing about racial pride, sources said. In terms of how the radicalization occurred, we're still digging into all of that, Remley said. Law enforcement officials said they were conducting extensive interviews of the suspect's family, friends, and acquaintances. Federal officials also executed 3 search warrants, which resulted in the discovery of more than 30 firearms and a crossbow at 2 of the locations, Remley said. Officials seized several pistols, rifles, shotguns, ammunition, tactical gear, as well as electronics, he said. But the weapons were not registered to the 2 gunmen, Wall said, but to one of their parents. He said investigators were looking into how the weapons were obtained. According to law enforcement sources, the FBI is investigating a live stream feed of the attack or the aftermath from inside the BMW that captures the teens in combat outfits that include Nazi symbols with guns visible. Wow. When asked about the live stream, Wall declined to provide details and said we are actively going through their electronics. Monday afternoon, FBI agents were searching the suspect's home on Laird Drive, according to law enforcement sources. The house is around 2 miles from the Islamic Center, which is in the Claremont Mesa neighborhood. The suspect was enrolled in a virtual learning academy at the San Diego Unified School District and was on track to graduate high school this semester, according to district spokesperson James Canning. He previously participated in wrestling at Madison High School, but did not take part in any on-campus activities this school year, said Canning. It's important for people to understand this person wasn't there on Friday and then all of a sudden Monday this is the situation, Canning said. They were in their virtual classroom. Although authorities have not named the first suspect, 3 sources identified him as Kane Clark. 2 law enforcement sources identified the second suspect as Caleb Vasquez. Wall said Monday that his department got a call from the suspect's mother about a runaway juvenile. He said the mother said guns were missing and that her son left with a companion wearing camouflage outfits. Police were interviewing her when the first calls of the active shooter came in, he said. Wall did not specify the threats connected to the suspects. There was no specific threat, especially no specific threat to the Islamic Center. It was just general hate kind of speech that I think covered a wide gamut, Wall said. Again, we are still actively investigating this as we speak, but it was more generalized. Authorities said that, when they arrived at the center at about 11:45 a.m., they found 3 adults dead in front of the building. Police then received additional calls about gunfire several blocks away. A landscaper was shot at but not injured in the 7100 block of Salerno Street. Minutes later, police also responded to the 3800 block of Salerno Street where, inside, officers found the 2 suspects dead. Little is known about the second suspect. Clark attended an elementary and a middle school in person at the district, but following the pandemic, his family enrolled him in online schooling full-time, Canning said. During the shooting, 5 of the district schools close to the Islamic Center were placed on lockdown. San Diego Unified Superintendent Fabi Bagula said in a statement Monday that hate has no place in our community or schools, and that every student, family, and community member deserves to feel safe, valued, and able to worship and gather without fear. The district is making counselors available to all students and families affected by the tragedy. Officials have not spoken of a specific motive, but San Diego Mayor Todd Gloria said, "Hate has no home in San Diego. Islamophobia has no home in San Diego. An attack on any one of our communities, on any San Diegan because of who they are, what they believe, or how they pray, is an attack on all of us." Thanks for listening to this story, brought to you by the Los Angeles Times.
Wow. That was actually interesting. Hey, in a BMW? Wow. Interesting. All right. Well, we're going to move on here. Senate advances resolution to limit Trump's Iran war powers for first time after 4 Republicans defect. Well, one of those Republicans was Bill Cassidy, who basically had his term ended because he was primaried, and Trump basically engineered that loss in Louisiana. But on Tuesday, the Senate advanced a resolution to limit President Donald Trump's war powers in Iran, discharging it from committee in a 50-47 vote after 7 failed attempts. Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy switched sides to join Democrats, marking his first time supporting such a measure after Republicans had previously blocked similar Iran war powers resolutions. Led by Democratic Senator Tim Kaine, resolution gained support from Republicans Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, and Rand Paul. No surprises there. Trump said he would not follow through with scheduled attacks on Iran. So we all know where that's going to go. The House will never pass that. I think it has to go to the House. So Trump saying he's holding off on new Iran attack for only a limited period of time. Yeah, right. So Trump said he was an hour away from making the decision to launch new strikes on Iran before he postponed an attack yesterday at the request of 3 Arab states in the Persian Gulf. J.D. Vance said Iran's negotiating position is unclear. I think their negotiating position is fuck you. I'm pretty sure that's their negotiating. That's their negotiating position. You know, Trump is a fucking embarrassment. He is just the worst commander in chief ever. It's amazing that people are still supporting this guy, and proudly. And I'm going to tell you why. So Trump world's presidential gold rush. This motherfucker is corrupt as hell, and nakedly so. So IRS blocked from pursuing past tax investigations, audits of Trump or his family. The president's unusual settlement of his lawsuit against the IRS also creates a $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. Dude, and Trump is gonna basically be taking this because he was like the chief target, if you will. He's basically created this fund to pay for his lawyer fees. And I just don't understand why people are still supporting this guy. If you are MAGA, you have basically voted for corruption. So, what can I say? Let's play this.
And look, it's just extraordinary. $35 million, okay, in a primary election.
Yeah, this motherfucker spent $35 million on to unseat Republicans who pretty much have been voting with him, mainly because, you know, he just didn't like them. Representative Massey, I will look in on that, the progress of that election, but what I've seen, Massey's probably going to win.
This you'd ordinarily spend zero because the guy votes with the president. It's the president. It's extraordinary. It's incredible. And everyone's here with me, Lulu. I mean, and to the extent that you bring the Secretary of Defense, who, by the way, calls himself the Secretary of War, Thomas Massey calls him Secretary of War, just to make the point that he is with the president in many ways. In the middle of a war, he goes to Kentucky to stump on the eve of the primary.
Yeah, and he didn't only stump on the eve of the primary. He first went to bestow medals. He participated in a ceremony where people re-enlisted. It was all the pomp and ceremony of the Secretary of Defense. And then he uses that as a backdrop to go and then campaign against Thomas Massey. I mean, this is unprecedented. You know, we keep our civilian heads of the DOD that way for a reason. They are supposed to be in their capacity as nonpartisan as they possibly can, because being the head of the military is a sacred trust. It is not supposed to be political. So the very idea that he is doing this in the middle of a war, but doing this at all, is really another norm that has been completely broken.
You know, and Bakari, you had those awards, those Purple Hearts that were awarded, but it is in the context of the fact that Trump, when it comes to his base, that's where Jeff Zeleny said, right? People are choosing between a congressman they like and a president that they like. You look at Tennessee, look at Cassidy, right? When it comes to these primary Republican on Republican violence, Trump is winning.
And that's okay. And I think many Democrats say continue this because it's apparent that the Republican Party is still very much Donald Trump's party. Mm-hmm. What Republicans in Washington, D.C. understand, however, is that his numbers are underwater. His approval rating is as low as it's ever been. The economy is not where he promised it would be. The cost of eggs, the cost of gas, all of those things, inflation rising. People are seeing that. People were talking about America first, and we're at war on many different fronts. They're not understanding the reason why. You have slush funds. You have a lack of ethics. And the irony in this is that Thomas Massey is light years more conservative than Donald Trump. This isn't a question of whether or not there is a conservative member, a Reagan-type conservative, a George W. Bush-type conservative. This isn't that anymore. This is a conversation about someone who had a modicum of dignity and respect in Thomas Massey, somebody who had ethics and morals in Thomas Massey, and Donald Trump, who runs a operation of retribution.
So, Gretchen, when Thomas Massey tells Jeff Zeleny they're fighting against him because they're panicked in the final hours, do you see that as sort of bluster and what you would say before an election? Or do you think he says that sort of bolstered by data and a feel?
Well, I think both sides are panicked. Let's be clear, Pete Hegseth, unless Kentucky polling show that suddenly he's like this important popular figure in the Republican side of things, I'm not sure why you would send him there other than Donald Trump believes that he looks telegenic. So he thinks that maybe voters will come out simply because of that. And that's what Donald Trump likes. That's the first thing. Second of all, I think Pete Hegseth is going to run for president. So I think that's the other reason that he's there. Number three, one of the most important things that's not being discussed here is that these primaries that Donald Trump has been victorious in over the last few weeks have been primary voters. Mm-hmm. These are diehard MAGA supporters. In many cases where independents are not allowed to vote in these primaries, where you have the majority of the American public sitting somewhere in the middle. But I do believe this is the most important election that we've seen over the last couple of weeks, because Massey has been the biggest fighter against Trump. And I think that whoever wins this one, that's going to be a sign of what may be to come.
I mean, can we just... $35 million on something that ordinarily would have had a zero next to it?
I mean, the amount of money that is being dropped into these races is completely crazy. I mean, I have to tell you, if there is one thing that people tell me over and over again, regular people, is that they would like to see changed, is the amount of money that is being dropped in. And also by just dark money, people who, we're seeing that APAC dropping in money, all these different interest groups coming into these races and trying to influence them. And a lot of people look at this and say, is that democracy? Is that really what we are actually barreling towards when we have all this money coming into these races like that?
AIPAC, of course, is Israeli, American Israeli PAC. So, okay, you mentioned the slush fund. So just in the context of this, the fund that came out today, while Pete Hegseth is in Kentucky, is a $1.776 billion fund. Somehow, 250th anniversary. I just wanted to put all the decimals there because I feel like it's important. Okay, so it's going to be going to people, January 6 rioters who were pardoned, even people like Trump, right? People that Trump says were just unfairly politically prosecuted by Biden. He could be in that list. And then he said this about it.
It's been very well received. I have to tell you, I know very little about it. I wasn't involved in the whole creation of it and the negotiation. But this is reimbursing people that were horribly treated. It's anti-weaponization. They've been weaponized. They've been, in some cases, imprisoned wrongly. They paid legal fees that they didn't have. They've gone bankrupt. Their lives have been destroyed. And they turn out to be right.
I mean, for someone who doesn't know much about it, he seems to have a pretty good read on where that money's going and to whom.
The problem is that this is taxpayer dollars. This is going to people who we witnessed assault police officers, who we witnessed run through the halls of the United States Congress with Confederate flags, who we witnessed put their feet up on Nancy Pelosi's desk while they were rummaging through it. I mean, even our new Homeland Security chief was hiding. They were chanting, "Kill the Vice President of the United States of America." These are the people that, and the illegality of it is just, it makes your head hurt, because Donald Trump and others knew they could not go through a normal legal process. They knew a judge would laugh them out of the courtroom. And so the party of law and order and justice had to circumvent justice so that they could create this, insurrection, white supremacy, reparations fund, which is a fascinating thing that people are going to sit back and be like, those are
the
dollars.
1776 fund. I mean, that's the whole point, right? Is that's what patriotism is that what they did on that day. I mean, I think that lesson is.
And so many of those J6ers have been accused and convicted of other crimes since they were pardoned. That's number one. Number two, Donald Trump is avenging all of this anger against his own enemies. So will there be now a slush fund for all of those people coming down the pike? And number three, the judge was going to rule on this lawsuit that he had against the IRS this week. And that's why you suddenly have now this settlement of sorts that comes out, because they probably knew that the judge was not going to allow this case to go forward.
But the real issue is we actually don't know who is entitled to this money, because this is a completely made up thing.
Totally.
This is something that has been completely invented because Donald Trump, had this lawsuit for billions of dollars, unbelievable, unprecedented taxpayer money that was supposed to go into his pocket. And now this money is going to go to we don't know whom, and who is going to oversee it, and who has a say for that. I mean, it is in every single way something that is absolutely egregious.
And yet, when the evangelical radio host, okay, it's hard to believe it would take 2 centuries for the Lord to raise up a great man to bring that ballroom finally to stand where it needs to stand. That was said in seriousness at the National Mall to MAGA supporters. Obviously, you're diehard if you're going to the National Mall, who cheered him.
I've been at events with Eric Metaxas before over the years.
Who was the speaker there?
As a Christian, there's probably a lot that we agree upon. However, there's nothing about building a ballroom that has anything to do with being a Christian. I mean, so we've seen this with this administration, especially in the second term of this administration, where they are confounding what religion really is with what the goals are. And the ballroom has nothing to do with being a Christian.
And you just hit the nail on the head. I was going to chime in and say that what we're seeing right now is this collision between true Christianity and this Christian nationalism, which are not the same thing. And when you get people who are idolizing and espousing these views about $1 billion ballroom that has these gold emblems all on it, while you have people who are black, white, Democrat, Republican, and others who have to make decisions about whether or not they get their prescription drugs or pay their utility bills, who are really suffering, and you turn a blind eye to that, then you are seeing what Christian nationalism is. Franklin Graham was talking about the fact that this country is morally declining, and I would agree with him. However, those calls are coming from inside the house. I mean, you have, to tie it back into what we just chatted about, you have the president going after Thomas Massie because he wanted to release the Epstein files. This isn't Christianity. This is an abomination. This is Christian nationalism. And more Christian folks need to get out of church on Sundays and start talking about this on Monday through Saturday.
All right. Thank you all very much. Yes, days I didn't think would happen where you'd have to be saying that building the ballroom doesn't
have anything
to do
with
with being Christian, but okay. Thank you all very much. And next.
Yep, that pretty much says it all. Dude is corrupt. And speaking of endorsements, Trump endorses Ken Paxton over John Cornyn ahead of Texas Republican Senate runoff. This actually is going to give the Democrats a chance. President Donald Trump issued a highly anticipated endorsement of Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton on Tuesday, dealing a substantial political blow to incumbent Senator John Cornyn just 1 week before the primary runoff election. In a social media announcement, of course, Trump hailed Paxton as a true MAGA warrior while rebuking Cornyn for being slow to support his previous presidential campaigns when times were difficult. The endorsement directly follows months of intense lobbying from both campaigns and concludes a fierce $25 million advertising battle that saw the candidates trade highly personal attacks on the airways. The high-stakes May 26th runoff election comes after Cornyn narrowly edged past Paxton by just 1 percentage point in the initial multi-candidate March primary. Excellent news. Ken Paxton has baggage that's thanks, Trump. You may have just allowed Tallarico to win. We need it. So growing tribe of jobless techies stuck in Silicon Valley's new reality. Wow. Wild techies on the loose and unemployed.
Battered by years of mass layoffs, California tech workers were hoping the job market would rebound this year. But things are getting worse. Now, many are redrawing their career paths. Artificial intelligence has triggered fierce competition for top talent and is also fueling tens of thousands of layoffs this year. The class divide is widening in Silicon Valley as a tiny group of employees are landing unprecedented packages for their AI skills, while many others struggle to find work. The have-nots are doing everything that used to guarantee great jobs, refreshing resumes, optimizing LinkedIn profiles, and doing interviews, but companies are much more picky these days. The tech jobless are rethinking their lives. Some are taking pay cuts, others are leaving tech. Some are going back to study or launch startups. Some have retired. Bassem Istanbuli was laid off by Google more than a year ago, but hasn't landed a new job in the San Francisco Bay Area, despite a strong resume with years of experience as an account manager at the search giant. The job search has been brutal, he said. Even though I get a lot of interviews and I make it to final rounds very often, I've just not been in the position to receive an offer. To bolster his chances of finding a job and to socialize with others stuck in the same struggle, the 33-year-old created a community and hiking group called PTO for People in Career Transition. Since 2022, more than 815,500 tech workers have been laid off, according to layoffs.fyi, a website that tracks job cuts. The tsunami of pink slips surged in 2023.
We kind of get the message here from AI is a bitch. So this is interesting, and I am on board with this piece of legislation. Millions of salaried workers would get paid under new bill. So millions of salaried workers would see bigger paychecks under a new bill that aims to dramatically expand overtime eligibility for Americans earning middle-class wages. Independent Senator Bernie Sanders and Democratic Representative Mark Takano have introduced the Restoring Overtime Pay Act of 2026, a bill that would raise the salary threshold for overtime pay and extend protections to millions of workers currently excluded. The proposal highlights a broader debate about how to address wage stagnation and rising costs for millions of workers that the proposed law would determine whether working longer hours results in meaningfully higher pay. The new bill would gradually increase the salary level required to qualify for overtime from $35,568 today to more than $89,000 by 2030, potentially boosting wages for up to 29.3 million workers. Basically, I guess it's raising the threshold for exempt workers. And, having spent an inordinate amount of time as a salaried employee, sometimes if you actually added up the amount of hours to your pay, sometimes you actually wind up making less than minimum wage. So I will hopefully keep up with this. President Trump is denying overtime pay to millions of workers who desperately need it to keep up with the outrageously high cost of living, Sanders said in a statement. So let's hope this bill gets some traction. So Minnesota and the corruption thing. Minnesota fraud mastermind to face sentencing for $250 million scheme. This has not gotten a whole lot of news. I'm impressed that Fox News is on top of this.
Now to the Trump administration's war on fraud, which could also come up in today's press briefing with the vice president and fraud czar, J.D. Vance. The convicted mastermind behind Minnesota's Feeding Our Future $250 million fraud scheme is set to be sentenced this week. The Justice Department wants Amy Bach to spend 50 years behind bars, saying this, that she, quote, took advantage of a once-in-a-century global pandemic. Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Emily Compagno, here with my co-host, Kaylee McEnany, and also joining us today, Cheryl Casoni, Fox Business anchor and host of American Dream Home, Kennedy, the host of the Kennedy Saves the World podcast, and John Yoo, former law clerk for Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, former Deputy Assistant Attorney General and UC Berkeley law professor. Now, the mastermind's defense team says that she should get credit for handing over documents that helped convict her co-conspirators. They're hoping for about 3 years in jail. Before she was convicted, Amy Bach told Fox News that state officials like Governor...
This is the reason I'm showing this. She doesn't look like she is Somali. Interesting.
Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison probably knew what was going on the whole time.
I have to believe that the governor's office and Keith Ellison's office were aware of this. They've said they were involved in helping the FBI. They've said they were made aware, but apparently I'm scary, so they couldn't do anything. I don't know. I have to believe they were aware. And again, if they weren't, shame on them for having a system that their lower level staff don't bring something of this level to their attention.
Now, Bach has also implicated Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, whose name appeared in emails and texts during her trial. Bach tells the New York Post that she, quote, struggles to believe that Omar didn't know what was happening in her district. She told Fox something similar.
I don't know what she knew. I don't know. I know that I was duped by a number of people.
I don't know what she knew, but I know she's black.
Also have seen videos of Safari Restaurant giving out thousands of meals, pallets and pallets of food being distributed. Was there fraud? According to the DOJ and the FBI, yes. According to the jury verdict, yes. But how much? And why don't we know that? There's just so many holes and gaps in these cases. Ilhan Omar visited those sites. Why didn't the FBI?
John, I feel like rarely do we get so many statements coming out of a defendant's mouth, right? And this is really interesting that she's essentially saying the part of the prosecution's case against the whole institution writ large, which is new or should have known. But here it seems like there's a lot of known. What is your take on both sides of this issue here that she faces in court?
For sure, she's trying to get a lower sentence. So she's trying to cooperate with the government. And the prosecutor should be taking advantage of this to see if this is a broader conspiracy. It seems hard to believe that $250 million were stolen by the federal government and no one else knew about it in Minneapolis. That's one. Second, as I learned on Kaylee's show last weekend, some of this money has possibly ended up in the hands of terrorist groups in Somalia. If that's true, this is not just Medicare, Medicaid fraud. This is a counterterrorism investigation with much higher sentences and much longer, much more money involved, much greater powers on the part of the government to investigate and surveil. But the last and I think most important thing is people like the governor of Minnesota and the attorney general who are elected to protect us don't have immunity from this kind of prosecution. So I think the Justice Department should be investigating Governor Walz and the attorney general to see how many times did they meet with these people? How much money did they receive in campaign donations? Did they lay off this conspiracy to allow it to move forward and benefit politically, which would make them potentially co-conspirators in a counterterrorism investigation? And they need to be held accountable, I think, not just them saying, oh, we eventually cooperated with the federal government when we investigated this. Were they involved in it from the beginning?
Such great questions, because the money flow, Kaylee, indeed, it went even to Somaliland. I mean, the ability for the government thus far to trace the funds has been robust and substantial and totally illustrates potential culpability. We've been talking about, or I've been saying that I was hoping for some type of criminal liability here, because this exceeds the standard of negligence so greatly. And there is zero immunity that they can enjoy in their offices, because none of this was within the bounds of official duty capacities. This is all fraud and misconduct and breach of duties. There is nothing about this that has to do with policy.
Yes, and it's bigger than Feeding Our Futures. In fact, it goes back to 2019. That's before Feeding Our Futures, with a whistleblower report, an investigator. That investigator sounded the alarm. It was his job to investigate things like this. His entire unit sounded the alarm, saying it's a near certainty that at least a percentage of the fraud proceeds in Minnesota go overseas and are being siphoned off to one or more designated terrorist organizations. So to the point that Professor Yu's making, if I'm Tim Walz and an investigator in my government, who, by the way, his unit ended up being shut down, why? I would listen to that. I would pull him into my office. I would find out about that money and ask, why and how is this going overseas to terrorists? I agree with Professor Yu, and he presented this theory to me for the first time. If you're aiding and abetting terrorists, this could be terrorism charge. This is a big deal. But state actors is where I'm looking at for prosecutions at this point. These fraudsters, it's like playing whack-a-mole. You hit one fraudster, another one pops up. You hit one, another pops up. You need to look at what state actors knew. And that's something immediately when I presented John Yu's legal theory to the vice president, he said, I'm going to go to DOJ. I'm going to take that there. They should be looking at this. Of course, the facts match the law. That's DOJ's call, not the executive branch's call. Nevertheless, we need to look at it. And finally, I would just say this, Gavin Newsom, too. I mean, going back to 2022, he was warned about hospice fraud. What did he do? He put a moratorium on hospice. He shut down 287 hospices, but that was over 4 years. J.D. Vance has shut down 800 hospices in 2 months. So what was Newsom doing? Why were they sitting on this information? Why were governors enabling fraud? And I would just note, Newsom hit back at J.D. Vance this weekend saying, J.D.'s lying in the fight against fraud. We've walked the walk. You've walked the walk? Then why'd you do a fourth of the work that the Trump administration has done over a 4-year period, they have done in 60 days? You're not walking the walk, you're playing catch up.
And there have been zero complaints or resistance from those 800 organizations shut down because indeed they were fraudulent. Now, you talked about Gavin Newsom's always over chatty response, but Governor Walz hasn't responded to JD Vance. Now, the vice president said he hasn't heard from him at all about the fraud probe. And remember, though, the governor took credit somehow for the fraud probe and the results that were uncovered. Let's watch.
No, Tim Walz has not contacted me. I did see that he took credit when we did those 22 subpoenas that I mentioned, that the investigations that we're doing for the anti-fraud stuff in Minneapolis. Tim Walz did take credit for it, even though Tim Walz has not helped us at all. We've gotten some cooperation from local authorities, but from the governor's office, we really haven't gotten that cooperation.
So he takes credit, by the way, after he calls the journalist, however, a white supremacist. Your thoughts?
Yeah, so Tim Walz and Gavin Newsom both personally attacked Nick Shirley and doxed him and tried to do whatever they could to get their unhinged supporters to go after him, putting his safety at risk. But what I'm most curious about, I can't stand slimy politicians. And I put Governors Walz and Newsom in that category because it's only when it has to do with self-preservation and further ascending the political ladder do they actually jump into action. Like, they're not public servants. They're personally serving their own needs and ambitions. And, Tim Walz, and we've heard this from whistleblowers, he and his office were shutting down anyone who was bringing the fraud to the attention of the state government. And there were plenty of people who were like, this is not right. There were those of us covering some of the PPP loans in real time during COVID saying, this is ripe for corruption. There are plenty of people out here because these are vetted so flimsily that they're going to take advantage of this. And it's very interesting that Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, she was the one who authored and pushed the Meals Act in 2020, which allowed for a way lower threshold of, trying to figure out and codify who was getting the money from the federal government to give out meals to kids and families in need. So they didn't have to have any verification after her federal legislation. So it's like, I would also like to know from her, when did this become your pet project?
I was on this show in the middle of the pandemic from my home studio when we were all at home, when I got the alert that my identity had been stolen for a PPP loan fraud. It was absolutely rampant. Now, Cheryl Kennedy talked about Ilhan Omar, and let's talk about her disclosure forms, her financial disclosure forms for a second. We're going to pull up that information so that we can get from you the analysis of her economics. Here's the breakdown of her 2024 financial disclosure. It went from an estimate between $6 and $30 million, way down somewhere between $18,000 and $95,000 when a lot of eyebrows were raised about how much she had. And look, you have to wonder, we're just alleging here, we're just brainstorming, but the nexus between changing her mind about the threshold of the financial disclosure and all of a sudden being a multi-millionaire, I guess you have to get to Congress first before you can get rich.
Yeah, you mean they shouldn't be trading stocks? That's a whole nother conversation. But, a couple of things here. One of the things that I love that J.D. Vance said, the vice president, he said, look, he goes, my family back in the day, we needed these programs. These programs, there are people in need that actually need food through SNAP. They need hospice care. They need funding through Medicaid. They're getting lost in all this, and I think that's heartbreaking. At the same time, John, you mentioned the $250 million. It's looking like it's in the billions. You need a forensic accountant to go through to try to trace all the money. There are ways to do it. Some of the things that they have found, and this is first from Feeding Our Future, okay, you inflate attendance sheets for meal distribution, fake invoices, fake food purchase receipts, multiple businesses. You talked about that with the vice president. You shut those down. That's one thing. The autism services, there are people that do need autism services, but this is money that's taken right out of Medicaid, fake signatures, therapy never delivered, kickbacks that were being given out to certain families. The fraud, but you can use technology and you can't, again, use forensic accounting to get to that money. The problem with it, and we've been asked this on the Business Network, can we get the money back? Can the American taxpayer recover a clawback of what has been lost in Minnesota? Likely no, because most of that money, if it wasn't put on in bags of cash on planes back to Somalia, which there is, of course, reporting on that, unfortunately, it's been moved over to crypto and property. African property. So that money likely is gone. And I think that's the biggest heartbreak of all of this. Going back to the COVID pandemic, the PPP loans.
So she has to specify it's African property.
And now the next step of this is going to be California. And the California fraud is likely just as large as what we found in Minnesota, financially speaking, anyway.
The second gut punch to me for this is that not only is there not recompense to the taxpayer, as you're saying, but we've already absorbed higher taxes to cover all of those budgets to begin with. So the American taxpayer is essentially being penalized twice. Once when they paid for all the fraud to begin with, and then again when they don't get the money back. Final thoughts, Professor?
Well, I think that this is an example of why we have a huge budget deficit like you're talking about. We had rampant spending because of COVID, as Kennedy's talking about, a lot of fraud built in, but they were throwing money at helicopters, but they never brought the budget deficit back down. And we haven't devoted enough resources to enforcement. And so what this all shows is that, yes, maybe we allowed things to get loose, but we've got to crack down now and get the people who stole money from the taxpayer. I mean, this is what's happening. This is one city, Minneapolis, $250 million were stolen. Why don't we have J.D. Vance's task force go to California, New York, Illinois, places where I hate to say it, but I bet the fraud was even larger there than in this one city in Minneapolis. And we're the taxpayers. This is our money, and now it's ending up in terrorist groups in Somalia. So I think that we should be spending more, I hate to say it, but more money for Justice Department lawyers and FBI agents to get to the bottom of this.
One quick point, we do have a ballpark estimate of how big this could be because one program, Medi-Cal, in California over a several-year period, 3 to 4 years, they estimate it could have lost $146 billion. One program, one state. This could be $1 trillion fraud epidemic, trillion.
Oh, all on Gavin Newsom's
Fun.
shoulders and people like that, exactly.
Wow. That's an abrupt end.
I want to ask you about the anti.
All right. So that's an update on what's going on in Minnesota fraud-wise. Apparently, it wasn't just Somalians. Or Somalis, sorry. Let's see. What have we next? Just a quick update. Looks like Thomas Massey might actually be beaten. I don't understand how Trump still carries this much weight. Trump derangement syndrome is actually a MAGA disease. I don't get it. But anyway, let's move on to the video that inspired the name of this show. Why are Americans so bloody stupid? How could I possibly resist? And thank you to Fred. He's the one who sent me this video in a Discord. So let's see what this lady has to say.
Regulated capitalism and you're bought legislator. Your country starts all these bloody wars, often just for shits and giggles. The village idiot is president and it is landing on us. Our farmers cannot afford to run their equipment. We are paying in real money for an education system that was broken on purpose hundreds of years ago that is not ours. You are exhausting. You are genuinely, relentlessly, completely exhausting. We did not choose to become experts on American politics, American shootings, American culture wars, and American grief. Yeah, let's go back a few hundred years and let me explain how we got to this. For our regular viewers, this video is going to be a departure from our usual death-related content, but as you will have noticed, critical thinking is something we strongly advocate on this channel, and that is exactly what this video is about. It is for everyone who has ever asked themselves, does the US even have an education system? Is it optional? It is for everyone who sees the brain rot coming out of the US day after day and genuinely wondering why. It is for everyone asking how a nation of 335 million people ended up with the biggest village idiot on the planet as president. Since that brain rot is now affecting our kids and that village idiot is actively affecting our lives, many of us outside the US are demanding an explanation. I too wanted an answer to these questions, and since I love to research anything and everything, this became the rabbit hole that I went down over the past few months. What I found is too important not to share. and it's a 250-year-old story. The first half of this video explains to the international community how America got itself into this mess. And the second half explains to Americans why the international community is done being diplomatic about how we feel about it. Buckle up, it's going to be a long, bumpy ride. Part 1. What is critical?
Sorry about that.
Vote against their own interests. They trust the people who are harming them. They distrust the people who are trying to help them. And they can be convinced that all of the above is actually freedom. Every single thing this video covers, the school system, the media, the exported dysfunction, the slide towards authoritarianism, is what happens without this skill as part of your culture. Keep that in mind as we go forward. One more thing before we go further, because someone will make the comment if we don't bring it up. This video is not arguing that Americans are stupid. 335 million people have the same range of intelligence as any other population on Earth, the same distribution of IQ, the same capacity for brilliance, the same capacity for analytical thought. Some of the most rigorous thinkers, scientists, journalists, and critics in the world are American. What this video is arguing is that a system was deliberately built to prevent a very, very large portion of the population from developing and using the skills of critical thinking, self-awareness, and emotional intelligence, and that is a very different claim. And if you genuinely think all Americans are stupid, you are clearly deficient in critical thinking skills yourself, so you might not want to throw stones. Part 2, the founding. Let's start with a statement that sounds provocative, but is, on examination, simply accurate. The United States of America is the only known country in the world throughout history that was deliberately, structurally, ideologically, from the ground up, founded on anti-intellectualism. Not a country that tried to revoke knowledge, a country that had anti-intellectualism written into its foundational cultural DNA before the ink on its constitution was dry. That is genuinely batshit crazy, but it does answer a lot of questions. Anti-intellectualism, if you want a formal definition, is a hostility towards or distrust of intellectuals, intellectual pursuits, and expertise. The idea...
I was hoping she'd bring up some of the shows that some of us like to frequent, like Gospel of Bob, CT, a bunch of anti-intellectual, anti-black blacks.
That knowledge is suspicious, that educated people are probably up to something, that gut feeling and common sense are more trustworthy than evidence and analysis, that the person who has spent 30 years studying a subject has less credibility than the person who read about it on their phone on Tuesday. Most countries have pockets of anti-intellectualism. It exists everywhere to some degree. What makes America categorically different is that anti-intellectualism was not a reaction to its founding institutions. It was part of them. It was present at its creation, and it was useful to the people doing the creating. You are uniquely special, just not in the way you thought you were. The dominant story America tells itself is the story of the self-made man, the rugged individualist who didn't need schooling, didn't need experts, didn't need anyone's help, just grit, faith, and common sense. This archetype goes back to the very earliest European settlers, many of whom were religious communities that left Europe specifically because they found it too tolerant, enlightened, and intellectually opened. They were not fleeing oppression so they could build a society of free inquiry. They were fleeing because they wanted to build a society where the truth was already settled by God, by scripture, by community elders, and it was not up for debate. Now, yes, the founding fathers, some of them were genuinely brilliant. Jefferson, Madison, Franklin, Hamilton, educated, widely read, deeply influenced by European Enlightenment thought. But here's what the mythology leaves out. Those men were the elite, wealthy, traveled, multilingual, and they were mistrusted for it almost immediately by a large portions of the population they were supposedly leading. The first great...
I'll be honest, I have some problems with the framing. I think what she's missing is they were, these elites were pretty much willing to turn factions against each other in order, that's kind of the way the checks and balances worked. They would pit ignorance against ignorance and let them kind of duke it out, all the while making money watching it. That's pretty much what MAGA is. MAGA is a bunch of elites like Trump and Howard Lutnick and all these guys. They are willing to let, MAGA duke it out. What is, what happened to, or what's happening to Thomas Massie or what happened to Bill Cassidy, but, basically letting the masses duke it out while Trump creates a $1.8 billion slush fund.
Organized expression of anti-intellectualism as a political force arose with the rise of populist democracy in the early 19th century. The idea that any ordinary man was just as qualified to govern as a trained statesman. That book learning was a form of corruption, that educated people were probably up to something. Andrew Jackson, America's 7th president, built his entire political identity on contempt for educated elites. He was celebrated for it. He is still on the $20 note. Wow, that is fucked up. Jesus Christ. Okay, so the soil was prepared early.
Shit, his picture's hanging in the Oval Office, isn't it? Andrew Jackson.
In it over the next 2 centuries was a culture where intelligence became something you apologized for. Expertise became something you treated with suspicion, and common sense came to mean whatever you already believed before you heard the evidence. A population that distrusts expertise is a population that won't question the factory owner, the landlord, the preacher, or the politician. It is, in the most literal sense, easier to manage. Every single thing we are about to cover in this video, the school system, the media, the gun debate, the military worship, the exported dysfunction, all of it flows directly from this founding fact. Once you understand that anti-intellectualism is not a flaw of the American feature, but a feature of it, the rest stops being confusing really quickly. The school system. How to engineer a population that cannot think critically, a documented, time-stamped history. The American...
By the way, I forgot to mention at the start of the show, we're kind of going to be looking at education. I've got a couple videos lined up. Basically being critical of the education system and the products that it turns out, which is readily available. Just pick a show. Just pick a show and you will see products of the American education system. Angry Man, fucking Sharon, all products of the American education system.
The school system does not accidentally fail to teach critical thinking. It was structurally designed that way through a series of deliberate policy decisions spanning 2 centuries to produce something other than critical thinkers. What it was designed to produce changes slightly depending on era, but the output has been remarkably consistent. Compliant, testable, manageable people who know how to follow instructions but are not particularly equipped to question them. That's not a conspiracy theory, that's a paper trail. So let's go through it. The Prussian system, mid-1800s. In the mid-19th century, American education reformers, most prominently Horace Mann, traveled to Prussia and came back enormously impressed by what they found. The Prussian system was efficient, standardized, and produced highly disciplined graduates. American industrialists and politicians adopted it enthusiastically. What they did not advertise was what the Prussian system was actually designed to do. Not to produce curious, independent thinkers, but obedient soldiers and compliant factory workers. Children sat in rows, faced forward, memorized what the teacher said, and did not question. They received, retained, and repeated. The teacher was the authority, and the authority was never to be questioned. This model suited American industrialists perfectly. The country was industrializing rapidly. It needed workers who would show up, follow instructions, operate machinery safely, and did not organize. It did not need workers who asked why. The Prussian system delivered exactly what was required, and it became the foundational architecture of the American public education system. Much of it remains intact today. Let that sink in. The model that still shapes how millions of American children are educated was imported from 19th century Prussia specifically because it was good at producing people who follow orders. That's it. P.S. The Nazis loved that system when they inherited it. IQ testing and the eugenics agenda. 1917 to the 1930s. During the First World War, the US Army developed mass intelligence testing to produce recruits, and afterwards, psychologists led by Lewis Terman at Stanford adopted those tests to use in schools. What the history books tend to gloss over is that the IQ testing movement was explicitly and openly linked to eugenics. The point was not to identify who needed more support, it was to sort the population, to identify who was worth educating and who was not. The tests were designed by white upper-class academics saturated with cultural assumptions that made them almost impossible to perform well on if you were poor, immigrant, or black. And the results were used to track children as young as 8 into academic or vocational streams that they almost never left. By the 1930s, America had built a school system that formally sorted children by race and class, called it meritocracy, and ensured that the children who needed the analytical education the most were precisely the ones to least receive it. The eugenics movement was eventually discredited. The world saw where it led Nazi Germany, but the tracking system survived. Ability groupings remain widespread in American schools. The populations in lower tracts remain disproportionately poor and non-white. The mechanisms changed, but the outcome did not. The Red Scare, critical thinking as communism, 1950s. In the 1950s, a new threat to critical thinking arrived from a rather unexpected direction: anti-communism. The McCarthy era produced a cultural climate in which teaching children to question authority, examine evidence from multiple perspectives, or consider ideas that challenged the status quo was treated as potentially subversive, potentially un-American, potentially communist. School curricula was scrutinized for anything that looked like it might produce a child who asked inconvenient questions. Progressive education, which emphasized inquiry, debate, or independent thinking, was attacked as a vehicle of communist indoctrination. Teachers were investigated, textbooks were changed. The message delivered clearly and consistently was that the proper role of education was to transmit American values, not interrogate them. What the fuck was wrong with these people? The long-term effect of this period on American education is difficult to overstate. It created a cultural norm still present today in which teaching children to think critically about their own country, its history, and its institutions is treated as an act of disloyalty rather than an act of education. This is the direct ancestor of the current battles over what can and cannot be taught in American classrooms. No Child Left Behind, 2001. Fast forward to 2001, George W. Bush signs the No Child Left Behind Act at the most significant federal intervention in American education in decades. The stated goal was admirable: close the achievement gap, hold schools accountable, ensure every child reached a basic proficiency in reading and maths. The mechanism was standardized testing. Schools were required to test students annually, and those that failed to meet the benchmarks faced reduced funding, restructuring, or closure, with teacher performance, school performance, and funding all contingent on the same scores. The result was entirely predictable to anyone who thought about the incentive structure for more than 30 seconds. Schools stopped teaching what was not tested. Critical thinking is not easily tested on a standardized exam. Neither is creativity, civic reasoning, ethical analysis, media literacy, philosophical inquiry, or the ability to construct and evaluate an argument. Art, music, and drama, subjects that develop lateral thinking and imaginative capacity, were cut to make room for test preparation. Schools in poor areas, already under-resourced and under pressure, became almost entirely focused on drilling students for the specific questions that they would face on the specific test that determined whether the school survived. No Child Left Behind did not close the achievement gap. What it did do, comprehensively and measurably, was to narrow the curriculum, reward repetition and memorization, punish open-ended inquiry, and produce a generation of students who were very good at answering preset questions and very poorly equipped to ask new ones. It was education restructured around compliance and measurement, which is, if you've been paying attention, exactly what the Prussian system was designed to do 150 years earlier. The law was eventually replaced by the Every Student Succeeds Act in 2015, but the standardized testing culture it embedded remains. The damage to curriculum breadth, to teacher autonomy, to the place of critical thinking in American classrooms was not undone by changing the legislation. You cannot cut a decade of analytical education from a generation and fix it with a new bill. And for Australians who are about to jump in the comments, yes, we have NAPLAN, and yes, it is standardized testing, but it is administered across only 4 years of schooling, not 12. The stakes are significantly lower. It does not get teachers fired. It does not get entire schools shut down by a school board, and it has never resulted in schools spending an entire decade drilling children on test answers at the expense of everything else. It is not the same thing. It is not even close to the same thing. The structural result. The single most important structural fact about the American education today is this: there is no national curriculum. Education is controlled at the local level by elected school boards across roughly 13,000 school districts. What a child learns depends almost entirely on where they were born. A child in Texas may be taught that the Civil War was primarily about states' rights. A child in Massachusetts may be taught it was about slavery. And when they grow up and disagree, they are not being irrational. They were trained to disagree. It was built in. School funding is tied to local property taxes, meaning schools in wealthy areas are extraordinarily well-resourced and schools in poorer areas are not. And the children in most need of a decent external education are the ones the system is least likely to provide it to. The United States spends more per student than almost any other country on earth, but it consistently ranks in the middle of the pack on international assessments of actual student understanding. The money is there, the outcomes really aren't. And when you understand the history we have just covered, the anti-intellectualism, the Prussian compliance model, the eugenics tracking system, the anti-communist suppression of inquiry, the No Child Left Behind testing regime, that gap stops being a mystery. It becomes the entirely predictable result of a system that was never, at any point of its history, primarily designed to produce critical thinking. It was designed to produce people who would follow instructions. And on that matter, it has been extraordinarily successful. Part 4, adulthood. You leave school, the machinery follows you. You graduate, you know the Pledge of Allegiance by heart, but you have almost no critical thinking skills to ask why that is the case. You are now an adult. The indoctrination infrastructure of your school years is behind you. Surely now you can think for yourself. Nope. The ritual continues, it just gets bigger. The Pledge of Allegiance that you did every morning, every single morning, well, what replaces that is something more ambient and more powerful, a total saturation of national symbolism in everyday civilian life. The flag is everywhere, on porches, on bumper stickers, on clothing, on shop windows, outside car dealerships. The national anthem plays before every sporting event, from NFL games to minor league baseball and high school athletics on a Tuesday night. Military flyovers at stadiums, veteran tributes on every occasion. Thank you for your service, that's said like bless you after someone sneezes. The conditioning continues and you don't have the skills to question it. That's not a mistake. The function is identical to the pledge. It is a daily prompt, many times a day often, in many different contexts, to feel something about your country before you think anything about it. Emotion precedes analysis. Loyalty is assumed. Questioning is socially costly. The childhood ritual of compulsory patriotism becomes the adult environment of ambient patriotism, and the effect on critical thinking is the same. It makes certain questions feel like personal attacks before they've even been asked. But these rituals are not merely ambient, they are enforced. Participation is technically voluntary, but refusal is punished. And that distinction between technically voluntary and functionarily compelled is exactly how authoritarian cultures operate inside a democratic framework. Koperniak and Landmesser, you participate or you pay. Consider this. There is a famous photograph from 1936. A ship launched in Hamburg, hundreds of people giving the Nazi salute, and in the middle of that crowd is one man standing with his arms crossed instead. His name is believed to be August Landmesser. He refused the ritual and he was later identified, convicted, and eventually killed in a penal battalion. In 2016, Colin Kaepernick, NFL player, knelt during the national anthem at a game to protest police brutality against Black Americans. He didn't burn anything. He did not shout. He knelt quietly during a song. The response was career-ending. He was called a traitor. Death threats followed. Every NFL team declined to sign him despite his obvious ability. The President of the United States called him a son of a bitch at a political rally to cheering crowds. Now, America is not Nazi Germany. That's not the argument. The argument is this: compelled loyalty ritual and the punishment of those who refuse them are a structural feature of authoritarian culture, regardless of which flag they are performed under. Such a small stepping out of line results with such proportionate punishment. Landmesser was destroyed by the state. Koperniak was destroyed by the market, the league, and the political establishment. Different mechanisms, identical message. You participate or you pay. And when a ritual makes you a traitor rather than a dissenter, the ritual is no longer a symbol. The country where symbols cannot be questioned has confused loyalty with thought and made them enemies. The entertainment complex. America is always the hero. Hollywood is not a neutral storytelling machine. It is the most powerful cultural export in human history, and for decades it has operated under a consistent set of assumptions. America is fundamentally good. American foreign policy, however messy, is ultimately motivated by the right values. American soldiers are noble. American institutions are, in the end, trustworthy. The villain is foreign or domestic and unusual, never systemic, never the country itself. This is not an accident. The Pentagon's Entertainment Liaison Office has co-produced hundreds of films and television series in exchange for access to equipment and locations, with script approval as a condition. Movies that portray the US military critically do not get the aircraft carriers. Movies that portray it heroically do. The result is a cinematic landscape that has spent 70 years telling Americans and the rest of the world a particular story about who Americans are and what their country stands for. When you have absorbed that story since childhood across thousands of hours of film and television, it becomes the emotional baseline against all the other information it's measured. Facts that fit the story feel true. Facts that are contradicting feel like propaganda. This is not a conscious process. It is what happens when entertainment is used at scale over time to shape a culture's understanding of itself. Social media, the American product, American political choice, and American problem exported globally. Before we talk about what social media has done to a population, let's be clear about what it is. Social media was created by American tech giants. It was allowed to grow without restriction by the American government, who chose repeatedly and deliberately not to regulate it. The largest English-speaking user base is the American population. The algorithms that determine what billions of
Look, the main reason I'm even watching this, it is interesting to see the view of America outside looking in. And I don't agree with all of her assessments, but by and large, she gets a lot of things right. And Americans have this weird, introspective, right along with the anti-intellectualism. There's also this weird, Americans are not very introspective and they don't take criticism very well.
people around the world see every day were built in California, optimized by American engagement patterns, and reflect the American cultural assumptions about what content should be amplified and what should be suppressed. This is not a neutral global utility. It is an American product shaped by American political choices run on American values, or more accurately, on the absence of them. Information overload as a suppressor of critical thinking. Here's a mechanism that doesn't get nearly enough attention. In an environment of information abundance, hundreds of cable channels, millions of websites, social media feeds that never end, the instinctive assumption is that more information produces better informed citizens. But the opposite is closer to true. When you are bombarded with more information than you can possibly process from more sources than you can possibly evaluate, the cognitively rational response is to outsource your judgment. You cannot verify everything, you cannot assess all the sources, so you fall back on a shortcut. You trust the sources that your tribe trusts. You distrust the sources that your tribe distrusts. Information overload does not produce skepticism, it produces surrender of individual judgment to collective tribal authority. This is why the explosion of available information in the internet age has not produced more informed American public. It has produced a more confidently misinformed one. The volume of competing claims is itself a suppressor of critical thinking, because critical thinking requires time, cognitive resources, and a framework for evaluation that most Americans were never given. It is the absence of that framework. More information just means more noise, and more noise means more to retreat from to whatever your team says is right, which is why a Fox News viewer is less accurately informed on facts than someone who watches no news at all. Let that sink in. The defunding of civic and adult education. Let us say generously that someone makes it through the American school system with their curiosity intact somehow. They are now an adult and they want to learn. They want to develop the analytical skills that they were not given in school. What infrastructure exists for them? Less than there used to be, unfortunately, and far less than comparable countries. Public library funding has been cut in real terms across most of the country over the past 3 decades. Community college, the primary route to affordable further education for working adults, has been defunded in most states with costs shifted to students. Adult literacy and continuing education programs have been cut. Civic education programs, which once existed to give adults the tools to participate meaningfully in democratic life, have largely disappeared. The message delivered by this defunding is not subtle. The infrastructure that might allow American adults to compensate for the poor school education, to develop critical thinking after the fact, to become a more informed citizen, has been systematically dismantled at the same time that the information environment has become more complex and more manipulative. Epistemic tribalism, the end state. All of the above produces reliably and predictably a condition that researchers call epistemic tribalism. Your tribe determines what is true. Evidence that supports your tribe's position is real, credible, and important. Evidence that challenges that is fake, biased, politically motivated.
It is amazing how hearing brutal truth is a show killer.
On you personally. The source of the information matters more than the content. The team that produces it matters more than what is actually accurate. This is not stupidity necessarily, but an entirely rational adaptation of the mind that was never given the tools to evaluate evidence independently, has been trained since childhood to feel loyalty before thinking critically, and is now drowning in more information than it could possibly ever handle in an environment optimized to exploit tribal instincts. Given those conditions, epistemic tribalism is not a failure of intelligence, it's a survival strategy. The big problem, though, is that democracy cannot function on epistemic tribalism. A democracy requires citizens who can, at minimum, evaluate the basic factual claims, recognize when they are being misled, and update their positions to response to evidence. Epistemic tribalism makes all three of those things not just unlikely, but actively threatening to the individual's sense of identity and community belonging. Changing your mind in a tribally divided information environment means betraying your team. And most people, given the choice between truth and belonging, will choose belonging every time. Because belonging kept humans alive for hundreds of thousands of years before critical thinking was even a concept. Who benefits and why there's no conspiracy required? At this point, a reasonable person asks, who actually wants this? Who benefits from a population of adults that cannot think critically? And the honest answer is that the beneficiaries are many, which makes it so much more durable. Large tech companies profit from engagement over accuracy. Outrage keeps people on the platform, and it doesn't matter to the algorithm whether the outrage is justified or not. Political parties on both sides benefit from loyal, unquestioning bases rather than genuinely independent voters who might defect on any given issue. Corporations benefit from consumers who do not scrutinize their products, their labor practices, or their environmental record. Politicians do better when fewer people vote, and the ones who do are angry and loyal. Wealthy donors benefit from tax and regulatory environment that a critical thinking majority would never have voted for. Oh yeah, and one more. Who else benefits? The church. Religious organizations are among the most direct and least discussed beneficiaries of a population that was never taught to examine claims critically. Prosperity gospel is the clearest example. God rewards faith with wealth. Your poverty is a spiritual failing. Your pastor's private jet is evidence of divine favor. This collapses under 30 seconds of scrutiny. It contradicts the foundational text it claims to represent and is transparently self-serving for the person asking for the money. It survives only because critical thinking was never taught to the population at large. And then there is the individual level. In a population with strong critical thinking, a charismatic person who wants wealth and power has to compete in arenas where their claims get tested. In a population without it, pastoral ministry is one of the most efficient routes available. No qualifications required, tax-free income, a congregation preconditioned to follow authority and socially punish anyone who questions the leadership. To question the pastor is to question God. It is a near-perfect environment for narcissistic exploitation. The flock was prepared by the school system. The shepherd arrived and took advantage of it. This isn't an attack on people with faith. You do not need a naive population to have a healthy religious community. But you do need one to run a televangelical empire. The full picture. Technology companies, political parties, corporations, incumbent politicians, wealthy donors, predatory financial institutions, religious empires. None of them conspire together. All of them benefit from the same outcome, though. The school system was not designed by a conspiracy. It was shaped by industrialists, eugenicists, Cold War politicians, and standardized testing lobbyists, each pursuing their own agenda. The adult information environment was not designed by conspiracy. It was shaped by cable news executives, social media engineers, and political operatives, each pursuing their own agenda. The conspiracy theory version of this story is actually less frightening than the truth. The truth is that you do not need a conspiracy when you have aligned incentives. The machine runs itself. Part 5. What this has done to the American people and why they should be livid. This was done to you, and you deserve to be furious about it. The American people are not the villains in this story, they are the victims. And the people who did this to them did it deliberately for profit over generations. The theft of intellectual competence. Tens of millions of Americans who are perfectly capable of sophisticated thought were taught that thinking is not for them. That gut feeling is just as valid as expertise, that the person with the library card is the suspicious one. That is not freedom. That is a con that takes your own intelligence and turns it against you. Working class Americans were told that incuriosity was their identity. The people who told them that got very, very rich. The health cost. The US has the worst health outcomes of any wealthy nation while paying more for healthcare than anywhere else on earth. A population taught to distrust medical expertise delays treatment, refuses vaccines, follows misinformation, and dies earlier than it should because it was deliberately taught to distrust the people who could have helped it. Every comparable country has universal health care, and every comparable country has better outcomes. That is not a coincidence. The financial cost. Payday lenders, for-profit colleges, predatory mortgages, multi-level marketing. These industries thrive on America specifically because critical thinking was withheld from their people they target. Young Americans were handed decades of debt for degrees whose value has already collapsed by institutions that knew this and said nothing. The political cost. Americans vote against their own interests with a consistency that baffles the rest of the world because the emotional framing was always more powerful than the policy analysis that they were never taught to do. The cruelest part is that the people most shaped by that conditioning are usually the ones defending it the hardest because admitting that was done to them means admitting that the identity they built and the community they found was constructed by people who never had their interests at heart. The social cost. When truth is determined by what team you're on, the fracturing moves into families, friendships, and communities until the social fabric tears completely. Americans report higher rates of loneliness than citizens in comparable countries. Americans did not choose to hate each other. They were put in conditions designed by people who found their divisions profitable. Why the rage is justified and where it should be directed. The rage is legitimate. It is the correct response to what has been done, but it is aimed with the extraordinary precision by people who benefit from its misdirection at immigrants, academics, journalists, and other tribes, rather than the architects of conditioning producing it. If you are an American watching this and you are angry, you should be. You were robbed. And the people who robbed you have been very careful to make sure you send that anger somewhere else. Part 6, consequences and authoritarianism. Where it lands. Everything in this video has a logical endpoint, and we're at it. Democracy hollows out before it falls. The institutions remain, the elections continue, the flag still flies, but the substance drains away when the population no longer has the tools to protect it from someone who wanted to exploit it. Authoritarianism arrives as a series of individually survivable moments. A norm broken here, an institution undermined here. Each step is absorbed, and each step makes the next one easier. And a population that was never taught to recognize the pattern will dismiss warnings as partisan hysteria until it's too late. Since taking office, Trump has attacked the independence of the judiciary, defunded and dismantled federal agencies, purged the civil service of anyone not personally loyal to him, including the heads of the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, the senior military leadership. You know, the thing that you're so proud of and maybe the only way to get you out of this mess. The Attorney General, the senior Justice Department officials, Inspector Generals across multiple departments, and the list goes on. Declared the press the enemy of the people and used the power of executive to punish political opponents and reward allies. He has withdrawn from international institutions, torn up alliances, and openly expressed admiration for authoritarian leaders while treating democratic ones as contempt. That is not normal disagreement. This is the systematic removal of the checks and balances that prevent one person from having unchecked power. And the population that was supposed to resist this, the informed citizenry that democracy requires, was never built. Part 7. So let's be specific about why the international community is done. Your dysfunction doesn't stay at home, it travels, and we are done being polite about it. So, now we know how the US got itself into this mess that it is currently in, and many Americans, finding themselves in this most difficult of moments, are looking to the international community for the support and finding precious little of it. assuming, because critical thinking was never your strong suit, that we are simply unsympathetic, that we don't care, that we've abandoned you. And if you had been taught to think critically, you might have worked out why the support has dried up. We have spent this entire video being measured and fair. We have explained the structural causes, acknowledged the systemic failures, and been careful to separate the American people from the American system. We're going to set all that aside now, because the international community has a few things that it wants to tell your narcissistic personality of a country. And it's about time that you heard the truth in a manner that a majority of you can process. Emotional, at volume, with no nuance. Buckle up, buttercup, we got a few things that we need to get off our chest. You manufacture your own crises, perform victimhood about them, and call it everyone else's problems. The manosphere, the red pill crew, the climate denial industry, cancel culture, the incel movement, hustle culture and the self-made myth, the anti-vaccine pipeline, the do-your-own-research movement, the privilege framework weaponizing so your identity determines the validity of everything you say, the self-diagnosis culture, QAnon, academic postmodernism, the idea that objective truth is power construct, the everything is racist framework, the purity test culture where ideological perfection matters more than the actual outcome, the prosperity gospel, performance activism, changing your profile picture instead of changing anything at all, the stolen election industry, the crisis actor conspiracy, the sovereign citizen movement, the prepper and doomsday movement, the outrage economy, flat earth, the I'm being persecuted because I identify as every letter under the fucking alphabet, the wellness and radicalization pipeline. Every single one created in America by Americans serving the same damn purpose, to play the victim so the individual never has to look in the mirror, never has to take accountability or to have any responsibility. And we know you love playing the victim because from the outside it looks like a sexual compulsion. You genuinely cannot help yourself. It's like playing the victim makes you fucking horny, which makes sense coming from a nation that manages to wriggle its way out of every fucking swarm of accountability from everything that it has ever done, including every fucking war crime, which is a very long list. That is the whole video in and of itself. Your children have been getting shot for decades at schools. Over 400 school shootings since Columbine, and you have done nothing about it. And after all of that, a bunch of your people and your politicians actually had the balls to tell Australians that we were pathetic for giving up our guns to save our people, when you morons can't even pick up a damn book about how another country solved its problem, because that might make you less of a man. Now your billionaires are sniffing around our politics trying to undo the gun laws that saved our children. Maybe you should pull all those school shooters into your military, because they seem to love the victim mentality and the bloodlust, so they fit fucking right in. Speaking of which, our service people have dying in your wars. Here is something the international community has understood for a very long time that America doesn't seem to recognize. You are the typical cliche of a schoolyard bully. When everything is chaotic and painful at home, rather than deal with it, you go out and throw your weight around the playground. You start fights that aren't yours to start. You blow shit up. You make yourself impossible to ignore. And then when the playground hits back, and September 11 was the playground hitting back, Americans are genuinely shocked, genuinely could not understand why anyone would want to do that, because bullies never see themselves as bullies, do they? Your country starts all these bloody wars, often just for shits and giggles or for profit or for geopolitical vanity, rarely out of any genuine necessity, even though that's what they tell you, and then pressures our government into sending our troops, many of whom come home in boxes. Then your government turns around and says that our dead soldiers meant nothing, but yours were war heroes. And yes, why the public didn't start the wars, you are constantly kissing the asses of those who signed up to be part of it, even though they knew that your government always does this, and it's never about defense, so you can't blame the just bullying orders. Meanwhile, the military worship continues, no one asks questions, there's no pressure on the government to stop it, meaning that more of your people die, more of our people die, more innocent people die. That is on you as individuals. Stop kissing asses and start asking questions. Or do you honestly love the murder? Because from the outside, that's exactly what it looks like. You exported your dysfunctional national religion. The prosperity gospel, God rewards faith with wealth, and your poverty is your spiritual failing, and your pastor's jet is divine favor, is an American theological export now bleeding communities dry around Africa, South America, and parts of Southeast Asia. People who cannot afford medicine are giving away money because the American train operator told them that God was keeping score. This is not Christianity. This is monetized exploitation model developed in America, franchised globally, running on the same absence of critical thinking that made it work back home. Pastors flying private jets over communities that cannot afford to eat. Made in America, exported it worldwide. You export your dysfunction to our children. Our children are collateral damage of your unregulated capitalism and your bought legislator. The individual Americans who share this content day after day are not victims of the algorithm. They are choosing to click the post. Our kids did not go looking for this. It was pushed on them. The 13-year-old girl in Melbourne did not search content telling her that she was worthless. It found her. A 15-year-old boy in Lee did not seek out the pipeline to loneliness, to misogyny. It was recommended to him step by step because that is what the engagement metric rewarded. A 12-year-old in Lagos did not choose anti-vaccine conspiracy theories. They arrived in his language, targeted to his age group, because the algorithm optimized in California decided that his attention was worth more than his health. And then there's the therapeutic language export, and this really fucking gets me. America took genuine clinical concepts about trauma and mental health and exported them via social media, stripped of every bit of clinical context, and now they are being used by teenagers every year as a weapon against accountability. A teenager in Brisbane is triggered about being asked to clean their room. A teenager in Dublin is traumatized by a deadline. A teenager in Johannesburg has declared that their best friend is toxic for disagreeing with them one fucking time. Valid concepts developed to help people process genuine suffering turned into a shield against every conversation and every consequence. And it has made a generation harder to reach, easier to manipulate, and completely unprepared for adult life. That arrived through their phone from America, pushed by American content creators. Andrew Tate, Alex Jones, Josh Rogan, and behind them, thousands of smaller American creators yelling into their phones like unhinged robots desperate to seek validation from strangers, who in turn pile into their comments and start screaming, also arguing about that they are absolutely right. Shocking update to all of you. No one has ever changed their mind from an argument in the comments section. Not once. What it does is keep everyone furious, keep the algorithm fed, and keep the content coming. By the way, that 48 hours that US got kicked off TikTok was the best 48 hours our feeds have seen in years. We still talk fondly about it. And now those same tech giants want to do it all again with AI. The same companies that built the platform, suppressed the research, and thought every regulation has handed our children's mental health over to the engagement algorithm. They are now racing to build artificial intelligence with zero meaningful oversight. And your government, rather than regulating them, has just forced those AI companies to produce AI military weapons and build an entire surveillance network to spy on the American people. Good job. Not every American, but always an American. And it's not just online. The international community has developed a fairly reliable instinct. When someone does something genuinely unhinged or deeply offensive in public in another country, in a place where it's not theirs, it gets filmed, it goes on social media, the international community takes one look and says, definitely an American.
By the way, folks, all the links that I'm using today are posted in the show notes. But I dropped the link of this video in the chat for Dirty Dude.
And we are right most of the time. The loud one demanding a manager at a restaurant in Paris, the one desecrating a site in Bali, the one screaming about their rights as a public servant in a country where those rights were never promised, caught on camera, exported globally, filed under why we have complicated feelings about this particular nation. Those are just the ones that got filmed. Not to mention the American screaming at a sales assistant in Japan for not speaking English, the American tourist telling someone in Stonehenge how everything is better in the US. Not every American, but almost always an American. You are inescapable and you have no idea. We did not choose to become experts on American politics and American shootings, American culture wars, and American grief. The algorithm and the news cycle chose that for us. We know about your city names, your political figures, your school districts. We know more about your daily life than we do about our own neighboring countries, because the American content is in every feed, every platform, every single day without a break. Your police shootings, your elections, your poverty, your outrage, relentless and inescapable, and we had never signed up for it. And here's what makes it genuinely infuriating: and a significant chunk of the American population has no idea the countries that are watching this video even exist. You are everywhere in our lives and we are nowhere in yours, and still the people point the cameras at us from countries that they cannot locate on a fucking map to explain how we should handle our gun laws and run our democracies. That is not an algorithm. That is a choice, and that is a choice made with the confidence that only comes from never having been told, not once in your life, that your opinion is worthless. And it does not stop at politics. You correct someone's spelling without realizing that they're speaking British English because they're from the fucking UK, and of course you simply can't be wrong. You assume that the temperature that everyone mentions is Fahrenheit. You say what state you're in when someone asks what country you're from. You call out a photo of a summer Christmas and call it fake without even realizing that that's what happens on the southern hemisphere for half the fucking world. Your mind is the reference point for all human experience on Earth. You are exhausting. You are genuinely, relentlessly, completely exhausting, and you have no idea. And now we are paying for your mess with our economies. The village idiot is president and it is landing on us. Our farmers cannot afford to run their equipment. Our workers cannot afford to drive to work. Our businesses are eating the cost for decisions made by Washington, by people elected by a population that was deliberately, systemically stripped of all thinking skills that might have stopped it. We are paying in real money for an education system that was broken on purpose hundreds of years ago that is not ours. The system produced the voter, yes, but the voter still voted, or who couldn't even be fucking bothered to turn up. And either way, that bill came to us. Do you understand now? That is why we are furious. That is why the international community has no sympathy for you in your current situation. Your country has shown again and again that it has no desire to fix its own problems and does not give a shit about anyone else but itself. One last thing, and this one's personal. To our American viewers, this video was not made to kick you while you're down. If you are here, you probably already have the critical thinking skills that we've been talking about. People without them don't tend to go looking for this content. You're likely just as furious about all this as we are, and I see you. But the international community is exhausted, and what's happening now is affecting our economies, our alliances, our daily lives. This stopped being your problem a long while ago. The rest of the world doesn't hate the US. It is looking the way a family looks at a loved one who has been destroying themselves with drugs for years. You warned them, they told you to mind your own business. You tried to help, they took that help and kept destroying themselves. At some point, you stop waiting for things to change. You grieve what you thought they were going to be, you protect your own household, and you hope distantly that one day they will find their way back. But you have stopped betting on it. Please try to understand that. Go talk death.
Well, I wish I could say she's wrong. Don't agree with everything, but for the most part, how can you argue with what she said? So this video is interesting and something I never really thought about before. As far as the soft skills, you know, being basically a class culture clash, but I think she makes a pretty solid argument. And we may not listen to all of this, but this is going to lead into the next video I'm going to show.
Good news, y'all. The billionaires have told us how everything's going to be okay with more life-changing career advice. Billionaire Reed Hastings has recently come out and said if he were to have a young child today, he would focus on developing soft skills because in this age of AI, that is what's going to matter the most. Soft skills and emotional skills, not computer skills, not coding, focus on people, history, how the world works. This is reminiscent of when Mark Cuban said in 2017 that liberal arts degrees are the way to go. And as I've pointed out on here several times, several of the billionaires have liberal arts degrees, like Peter Thiel and his history degree. Mark Cuban said liberal arts will be in more demand in 10 years, which from 2017 will be next year, as opposed to computer programming degrees, which was very incendiary to say in 2017, even now. They're not wrong, and I've made several videos about how liberal arts have been scammed to the working class, and honestly, in this day and age, I think a lot of people just hear liberal arts and think liberals as in politics. But even so, what the billionaires are describing, I already made a video last week talking about how Jamie Dimon said emotional intelligence is the skill to develop moving forward. A lot of what these solutions miss, that it only works if you're already them. At least in the way they see it. There are still class cultural codes here that are going to interplay. And that is what I research. So if you're new to my channel, I'm Dr. Anna Kalschmidt. I research the unwritten rules of work for the working class and neurodivergence. I've been doing this for 10 years, so I'm going to talk in this video about not necessarily disagreeing with what the billionaires are telling you. I have been posting for years that as AI can do more hard skills, the focus is going to be on soft skills. But the thing is, certain groups of people have always been expected to do emotional labor and soft skills. And then there have always been soft skill gaps that are never explicitly called class cultures. That's what they are. That's where the gap is. So let's talk about the scam liberal arts and soft skills, what these skills and educations actually teach, what's useful and what's still missing, and where these unwritten rules can be learned. Spoiler, there are a few playlists on my page that will help you get started. They're on the homepage of my YouTube channel. I'm also going to talk about the organizational cost of these unwritten rules, how it's relevant in the age of AI, and what this looks like in practice. Okay, so the scam. We have seen a lot. I'm a millennial, so I've heard this a lot. We were told to go to school, told to get those advanced degrees. We're the most educated generation in the US. And we have a ton of debt, and we were the first to not do better than the previous generations in America. And a lot of what we were told in response to that was, well, when we said get degrees, we didn't say get some useless liberal arts degree. Go get a STEM degree. Those are the only useful ones. And yes, I'll acknowledge I have 3 technically liberal arts degrees, 3 degrees in psychology. And so I just want to disclose that as I could have a defense mechanism here. And also the degree, the facet of psychology I chose has had under 2% unemployment. I don't know what it is right now in the age of AI, but it was still a very high demand field. So admitting that I may have personal feelings about this, and also there was no shortage of demand for my field. So that argument kind of always fell flat to me, and it never applied to me personally. But to continue on, there's been this idea of, especially with talking about student loan forgiveness, and we got really close under the Biden administration, how expensive tuition is, etc. People being like, well, you shouldn't have gotten a liberal arts degree. Well, I shouldn't have to pay for useless degrees, etc. We shouldn't be funding degrees you can't get a job in. And these have kernels of truth in the realities for the working class. Because the wealthy have always known that liberal arts degrees are useful and their skills are irreplaceable and hard to replace with automation and machinery. But what the wealthy have not acknowledged and what the working class resent is that these degrees have a much higher barrier to entry to have the same success or income level that is seen almost immediately in some STEM fields until that field becomes obsolete. In my research, where I have surveyed and interviewed hundreds of people who have experienced social class mobility, moving from a lower class to a higher one, I frequently hear people say, yeah, I'm doing so well. I am only 1 generation away from having an art major as a kid. And specifically, they bring up the art major over and over and over again. Or because of my hard work, my kids are probably going to go to art school. And that confuses people from the working class. And me initially included, because I was like, what is with this art degree goal? Because it's not actually about the paint. Because, from the working class perspective, it's like, you want your kids to paint, go to Walmart, get some watercolors. Like, what's the deal? But it's not about the paint. It's about having the social capital at elite levels where your kids have the network to people who buy art, where they can go to events that are high status and are going to have economic and cultural barriers to who is allowed to get in the door. It's about having the leisure time that your kids aren't working at McDonald's while they're going to high school and college to take care of themselves and maybe the family, that they have time to come home and have a hobby and go to art lessons and shake the hands and connections. Because there are many fabulous artists who do not have access to the art selling world at a level that is going to make you a high income and bring the recognition and connections that come to having a lucrative art career. Because it's not the degree necessarily that makes the money, though it helps. It is having the access. And art degrees teach you a lot, often about art history. Art is always a reflection of what is going on in that culture at that time that it was made. I have made several videos on media literacy. They're almost all Catholic because that's my background, and that's where I say a lot of my art and media literacy came from, is all of the meanings that were drawn in Catholic churches or painted, because when the Mass was in Latin, not everyone understood, and when literacy rates were low, not everyone could read. So they wanted you to look around the church and still understand the beliefs and values. So art always has an underlying message. And when you get degrees in that, you start picking up on these things, on the context, on the history, on the power dynamics, on human behavior. It's not just, all right, hold your paintbrush this way, or mix your paints that way, or let's talk about this medium versus that medium. I'm sure that's in there. I don't have an art degree, but it's not just about the tangible medium that you are expressing art through. Art majors, feel free to explain more or elaborate or correct in the comments. Like I said, don't have an art degree, but there is value in an art degree that isn't instantly monetizable in the way our current systems are set up. And to be clear, there are plenty of artists who do it for the love of it and don't care if they have to live in a camper van, may even prefer living in a camper van. And I'm pretty close to one of those people. I don't live in a camper van, but I travel a lot because I would rather see the world than have expensive designer stuff. I'm just not a stuff person. I'm an experienced person. So there are people I know who are successful, who choose to still live a different lifestyle because you'd rather have your time, your autonomy, etc. I'm with you. The part of why working class parents advise their kids to not go into one of these liberal arts degrees is because there are class cultural barriers, and there is usually a quicker payoff to getting something like a computer programming degree. So again, millennial, growing up during that shift into the phase of the internet, into what has now become the age of AI, we were all encouraged to get software engineering, computer programming, etc. degrees, told those are going to be what you have forever, like skills that you're always going to have a job. And we saw a lot of the tech bros, because yes, most of them were men, making like $200K within a few years. I made other videos about how we're seeing the payoff of also having people who were conditioned to only go into fields without understanding of humanities and such, especially people who didn't go to school and got maybe a certificate. I'm not against that. I'm not against trade school or anything, but I'm actually very pro it. But I think especially our K through 12 in the US does a huge failure of not still teaching history, context, power. And that's very intentional. And there are benefits to education that are not just getting jobs. They are understanding how the world works. They are understanding what authoritarian leadership looks like. They are understanding class systems. I don't think you should have to get a PhD like I did to start having an understanding of how.
Well, one of the things that I, constantly kind of bring up and sometimes rail about is this notion of a patriotic education. That is just indoctrination. The purpose of education is not to educate patriots. It's to produce critical thinkers. And quite frankly, patriotism taken to an extreme is basically anti-critical thinking.
This happens. These degrees have value, but the monetary payoff is usually associated with having the class capital, which is not just the income, though that certainly matters. Like I said, if you can have time to paint and not be working at your second job. However, There are also class culture codes. That is what my research centers on. Class is not just an income. It is time and it is culture. And what liberal arts degrees can teach you is what different cultures look like, how history has played out, what other promises have leaders made that sound eerily similar to what you're hearing right now. How did that turn out for the people who were under their control? How did they survive? What did they do to persist and resist? What was effective? What wasn't? And knowing these things can also help you communicate with other people, can help you pick up on differences and know, oh, that's not just somebody being, an asshole. Maybe they're from a different culture. But I was 3 degrees in and still did a dissertation on what are the unwritten rules of work, because even then I was not taught what the hell is going on in these elite spaces. As I got into higher status positions in Ivy League universities and Big Four firms, and it wasn't just global conflicts. We talk a lot about culture as if it's only international. It's not. There are unwritten rules in elite professional life, and some of them, you'll get some inkling of them in liberal arts education, but most of that happens outside of the classroom, and that's why I did my dissertation on it. Because what the billionaires aren't seeing, or at least aren't telling us, but I guarantee you a lot of them aren't even thinking about it because they just perceive it as normal. That is what a lot of culture is. People don't perceive their culture as cultural. They perceive it as the way things are. And we do that across the class spectrum. Okay, it's not just the elites, but the elites have the power to make it everyone else's responsibility to adapt to them. And so they build workspaces that are made for them, and they think that that's normal. And it's taboo to point this out, which is why I do it over and over again. Because I'll tell you, my parents did go to college. I have that privilege. My dad worked at a pulp mill for most of his career in a very small town. So he had a degree, which he got in night school after being in the military. And then he went and worked at a pulp mill for 40 years. And then my mom was a stay-at-home mom for the first several years of my life, and then became a substitute teacher. Same small town, rural community. All the women who had professional degrees were teachers or nurses. So when I started going into, like I said, Ivy League, Big Four firm, etc., my parents, while I had the privileges of having parents who had an education, they did not know how to guide me through, and I didn't even know how to ask. So that's why I do what I do, and why I wrote a book that is not just for academics, and why I make videos on YouTube and TikTok and don't just put everything away in academic journals, because I do believe that this stuff should be accessible. Because unwritten rules aren't explicitly taught in school. They're transferred at people's dinner tables with their family and their friends, at networking events, at the schools they grew up in, not just in college, in the vacations they took, even the stuff they had in their house and the hobbies they had. A degree helps. A degree is important, but it's not the whole explanation of what's going on. And what I get frustrated by as an industrial organizational psychologist who's trained in psychometrics, which is actually building tests that we know measure what is intended to be measured, is that a lot of what organizations use are not based in evidence, are not based in science. When they give you those personality tests, when they give you, I fear with what we're seeing here, soft skills or emotional intelligence test. Emotional intelligence is real and has a lot of evidence to show it's a very important life skill inside and outside of work. But so much in corporate is just saying one word and meaning something else, or distorting it so it means a bunch of things, that we lose sight of what the thing is we're actually talking about. Down to, I start a lot of my workshops with, all right, let's talk about what culture actually is, because it's not a buzzword, it is a real thing. And my concern when I hear these billionaires talking about emotional intelligence and soft skills is I highly doubt that many organizational leaders are going to hear that and actually use a psychometrically validated measure of emotional intelligence in a meaningful way in their organization. Instead, what I very often see in my experience as an applied psychologist who's been doing this for over a decade is that this will become the professionalism term. This will become, I don't like what you're doing, and I'm going to make it a you problem without fully understanding. So, for example, unwritten rule of work is to be assertive but not too aggressive. What is the difference between assertive and aggressive is very often who you are. White men are allowed to be the most assertive before they're called aggressive in most cases in the United States, while Black folks can't get away with much. They're very quickly called aggressive. And white women were somewhere in between of we certainly aren't allowed to be assertive in a way that's because then we're called a bitch, but we're not as seen as fearful as Black folks are by other white people who are usually in power. And how the feedback usually goes in terms like this is you're being unprofessional. But when you ask what was unprofessional, they cannot tell you. Or it'll be very vague. Well, you're being really aggressive. Well, aggressive is in hostile, yelling at people, and that's not what I was doing. But it's a way to dismiss. And that's what I fear might happen with the emotional intelligence soft skills component without looking at these unwritten cultural norms that uphold the system. Because working class unwritten rules are far more direct, far more open to conflict in a way, not necessarily in a way that's like battling it out, though. Honor culture is definitely a thing. But it disproportionately impacts a certain amount of people when a word becomes really a culture code for something that other people do not have. And to be so clear, I'm pro soft skills, I'm pro emotional intelligence. But when we have these conversations without acknowledging unwritten class cultural rules, we run into the same problems over and over again, and the goalpost continues to move. Additionally, if we also don't look at the class components here, we don't see why liberal arts gets demonized and not other fields that we see repeatedly get talked up as important and then die out as soon as it's found out how to be automated. So for at least 2 decades, working class families were told, get your kids in computer programming. And now nearly overnight, as Reed Hastings pointed out in his interview, it's like, oh no, don't code. That's not going to make you any money. And I know we're still going to need coders, but y'all are also having to explain to people why you're needed now, which you didn't before. And they're trying to hire fewer of you while having AI do more coding, or at least replicating coding. So you have a whole generation of people who went to school for what they were promised would be stability and then now have tons of debt, and then overnight, it's pretty much gone. The ruling class pushes the technical skills that they need at that time because they benefit from that labor. But when technology makes that labor cheaper to replicate, the push stops. And that's fine, but it is harder to do with soft skills and liberal arts degrees because it is never not going to be impactful to know history and context. It is never not going to be impactful to know cross-cultural communication. And they know this. That's why a lot of their kids, like one of the richest people I've ever met, her degree was in classics. I didn't know that was a degree. And I was on my 3rd degree by then. And I'm not saying there aren't billionaires who don't have no degree or who don't have technical degrees. They do. But by the time they're a billionaire, they're pretty spared from a lot of this. And most people who pursue these paths aren't billionaires, just by numbers. You don't have a ton of billionaires. That's not how it works. You can have quite a few millionaires, but billions is a pretty recent post-Reaganomics thing. Soft skills evolve with technology. So I'm not saying don't go get STEM degrees. We need engineers, we need physicians, we need everybody. But these other components are also vital. They're also, that they haven't been tied together and seen as equally important is part of why we see the world we're in. Of, again, a bunch of billionaires who understand, some don't, some do understand technology. Think like Mark Zuckerberg, dropped out of Harvard, computer programmer guy, has zero understanding of why his hero is Augustus Caesar is a red flag. And because we don't have enough understanding of that in the US due to our poor education, we don't push back on that nearly enough. And so we wonder why people build this technology and it has such devastating human impact, from social media and its impact on self-unalivings, on body image, on the violence we're seeing with the red pill movement, with now that these are the same people who are building our AI systems, that without both of the technological understanding and the understanding of humanities and values and how human behavior plays out here and what the
I totally am on board with this message. People who basically think that, you know, you can be like all computer, but no sort of like. I actually, I'm very happy with, say, the university system of Georgia, where there are core courses that every student has to take, like American history, the English, etc. I don't think that we emphasize liberal arts enough. You can do both. You can be good at both.
impact is long term is a perfect storm. So what do we do? What do we do in organizations right now where AI is clearly here? We're trying to navigate how much of it we use. Different countries and places and organizations are having different approaches. What do we do now that soft skills are really needed? Which, to be clear, they always have been, but we're talking about it more as AI does more and more.
I want to say one thing, and I guess I'm kind of tooting my own horn. I don't see a whole lot of these like red pill flavored shows actually going out and showing people who are actually thinkers. I do not understand how you can do show after show about, the same old things over and over. Anyway, I love, I happen to subscribe to her channel, but how I discovered her totally by accident. I watch a lot of different types of things. Sometimes these weird things just kind of pop up in my algorithm, and she was one of them. And I find her, I don't watch her videos a lot. It depends on what she's talking about, but this is actually fascinating and just right on target.
Said this many times, I'll keep saying it. I've never been called into an organization as a psychologist and asked to teach people Python or Excel formulas. I am called into organizations to teach people conflict resolution so that they can address things that are barriers to them getting their Python and Excel stuff done. So this has always been a thing, but now we're saying it more explicitly because the Python and the Excel are becoming more automated. So if you're running a business right now, what do you do? Because I'll be honest with you, in this economy, a lot of people are not going back to school right now. Education is being underfunded, research is being cut, and people do not have the time and savings to go back to school to learn more liberal arts and soft skills. They don't. They're not going to do it. Are you going to pay them to do it? Maybe, but there's still time, energy, and lost faith in the system, to be honest, that a lot of these people do have degrees that are now being told obsolete, so why would they do it again? And like I said, liberal arts degrees, have 3, still did a dissertation on this stuff. The good news is you've already done the recruiting. You already have highly skilled people. There's likely a lot of potential in your pipeline, and people do need work. And especially if you are in a field that has that shift from more of a working class technical side to the more corporate side. Like a lot of the companies I work with are manufacturing, retail, or tech, who may have, I don't believe in unskilled labor, but that may be what you've been told it is, but more tangible hands-on tasks that do not require a degree, and then shifting into leadership positions. I'm a big advocate of there is a benefit to your customer and having people who know both. There's a big benefit to your leadership and having people who understand the business from the bottom up. You don't have to throw that all away because of soft skills deficits. These are very often not soft skills deficits. They are often unwritten rules that you don't know how to teach people because they have been normal to you. And that's okay. That doesn't make you a bad person. It just means that you need some coaching on how to identify what's a class culture clash and how to translate it in a way that isn't condescending, belittling, and demotivating to your working class staff. And your staff, who you want to move up to the pipeline to transition, they need to know what they're dealing with. And I've already made videos on, am I telling people to conform or not? I would say I'm not a big believer in telling people to conform into something that's not working. I am a believer in empowering people with knowledge so they can make a decision on if this is something they deem worthy and worth it to them. My goal is to get more competent and empathetic people in leadership. Not people who know how to brag real loud and be obnoxious and then make stupid decisions. I know that's not all of you, but it's too fucking many. These unwritten rules, letting people know how to talk about themselves, how to self-promote, how to communicate with people who are used to a little bit more indirect communication, or how to read context cues, especially important for neurodivergent, because that doesn't come naturally to us. How to build relationships with senior leaders, how to convey to people the value of what's in it for them without feeling manipulative. Those are skills that can be taught. I do it all the time. They're learnable, but we must stop assuming they are universal. Very little is universal. Walking on 2 feet, pretty universal. Even then there are disabilities. But everywhere around the world, humans adapt to go from crawling to walking. The same is not true about using kid gloves to handle someone when they're testy at work. The same is not true about bragging about yourself and your accomplishments, or knowing how to do that, especially when there's a stereotype against you, like there is for a lot of women and people of color, for not being too cocky. How do you assert your competence and your value without triggering an insecure boss? These are not inherent. These are not natural. These are class culture codes. Technology is changing more rapidly than any single training is going to be able to keep up with. One on technical skills at least. But what's never going to change is soft skills and unwritten rules. What has changed, what we do see continuing to change, is who is expected to do them and who knows them. And that we do have control over. If we do not intervene now, we are going to continue to see a K-shaped economy within our workplaces, of that the people who know will continue to rise and the people who don't know will continue to fall. And that is never good for workplaces or society. What organizations need right now are not necessarily people with a bunch of technical skill. They do in certain arenas, but they're telling us they want soft skills people, all right? Bear with me. You need flexible people, people who know how to resolve conflict, who know how to promote innovation and ideas, who know how to adapt quickly and communicate well, who can problem solve, absorb new information, and are resilient with change. And research shows us, not just mine, but research shows us that people who transition social classes are especially good at these skills. Research from the University of Virginia Darden found that people from working class backgrounds who move up into a different class have exceptional cultural toolkits. They know how to convey between people who are different because they have 2 pieces in them. They have their working class and their middle class, or whatever class they're up into. They know how to communicate across different groups of people, customers, executives, leaders. Not inherently, but when they are taught these things, they have more cultural intelligence than people who have been in the same class their whole lives. It's amazing. These are the exact skills that you need right now of people who know how to adapt, who know how to be in new environments, who work really hard, and who can be around people who are different from them. But the same research flags that these people are often burned out and exhausted because they live in 2 different worlds, because they're always translating. There's often nobody who sees them. And that is burnout central because they're always on. They have nowhere to rest, and nobody's stepping in and doing this emotional work for them like they are for everybody else. So they may stop trying, they may dial back, or they may leave. And that may be written off as a culture fit problem, which in a way it is. But very often it's just an invisible problem that never gets seen, never gets named until I show up. So some organizations are losing this group of people who have cared, who have financial incentives to be there because they know what it's like to live without it, who have technical skill, who know how to do these amazing soft skills that we're looking for. And some organizations are going to lose them and their competitors are not. I fully believe that the organizations that figure this out are going to be the ones that make it through, whether this AI bubble bursts, whether we finally hit a recession, And with inevitably, we're going to have a great resignation again, because that's how market changes work. I recently read a book called Jolted by Dr. Anthony Klotz, who I have met in London before, who talks about that he predicted the great resignation. And when he was working with businesses during this time, he would ask them, the ones who were losing a lot of people, because not all organizations did. The organizations with healthy cultures held on to people. He asked business leaders, what are you going to do about this? And they said, oh, we're just going to wait for the market to change because it inevitably will. And he said, great. So why do you only want people who are there because they have to be there? Do you think that that is how you're going to keep talent? Do you think that helps your productivity and the quality of your work, and even getting things done, or that people want to be there? And he said that the executives he worked with were shocked. They had never considered that before. And as an IO, that drives me a little crazy, because I know, because I'm an applied psychologist, I'm not an academic. I've worked with tons of leaders across industry. I know that they're not taught these things in MBA programs. I know that. And yet it's also so frustrating, because there's decades of research behind this. It is not a new finding that your business does better when you're not an asshole. And so I encourage leaders to keep this in mind and to learn from the Great Resignation, that when people don't want to be there, and only because their options are limited are they with you, that doesn't mean you're thriving. And inevitably the market shifts. And so the businesses that have cultures that are healthier, they tend to do better and be more steady over time. Maybe not quarter by quarter, though. That may be changing. The SEC is trying to take that down to two times per year reporting. So as we go through these cycles and these market changes, please keep in mind that this isn't just a soft skills problem. This is a class culture clash problem. And as economic inequality burgeons, and as layoffs get worse, and as people feel more and more of that strain, we see over and over again, and again, you know this when you have liberal arts degrees, that drastic levels of economic inequality lead to really big political unrest. And if the United Healthcare CEO scared you, it should have. Because if the working class feel more and more ostracized and that they're not getting anything out of the system, it doesn't go well for your business or society. So let me give you an example of what this looks like. One of my clients, coaching client, parents were immigrants, so extra pressures on work ethic there. First generation, was in a toxic environment for over a decade, where she was severely abused. Working together, she spent so much of her energy at her next job focusing on managing her anxiety instead of performing well. Not that she was not performing, but she was not performing at the caliber that she could this far into her career. She perceived everything as a threat. And it was only once we worked through these class culture codes that she was able to see the difference between when a boss was setting her up for failure, or even a colleague, and when her boss was publicly sponsoring her by putting her on the spot in a meeting because he trusted her, because he knew she had the capabilities that even she was struggling to see, not because he was putting her on the spot. And once she understood these rules, she showed up differently, because she spent less emotional energy, which is real energy, worrying and being unsure and trying to decipher, and more time doing her job, making decisions, setting boundaries, and then clocking out and going home. I've also had clients who had great ideas, but they kept getting absorbed and credited to others because they didn't know how to self-promote in a way that got them credit for their ideas, got the idea taken seriously, and still didn't rub the others wrong. I have another client that I'm working with right now who has been bullied by several chains up in her management, and working on identifying what is the game here. How do you handle navigating a psychopathic boss? Has, in her own words, provided a framework for how to move forward. It's not that it's not exhausting. It's a situation nobody should be in, but it's given her hope, and it's given her a path to go through, which absorbs less of her energy and makes it feel not fair, but more manageable. And the recent Harris poll report said that 6 out of 10 people report having a toxic boss. So this is not just one-off situations, people. This is real life. And if 6 out of 10 of your bosses are toxic, those aren't good soft skills. Those are power plays. What's interesting about the Harris poll is it shows that a lot of employees perceive their managers as being made into toxic bosses and not just inherently. That this is engineered in workplaces to take people who were good employees, who had good relationships with their colleagues, to then the hated manager. That's not soft skills. That's not a bad apple. That's a toxic system that needs to examine what is harming versus helping. So if you're watching this and any of this resonates with you, this is the work that I do. You don't have to send all of your employees back for liberal arts degrees. You can have us do a workshop series. You can have a coaching program on this. I have one. I'll link it in the YouTube bio. We can work on developing these skills in a much more cost-effective way, and in a way that isn't going to die out with each new iteration and each new generation of AI. Soft skills matter, culture matters, but when we don't acknowledge the invisible elephant in the room of social class, we will not see the results that we want to see, or that we're told will come from learning soft skills that eventually turn into buzzwords without acknowledgement of the unwritten rules.
Oh, wow. What happened here?
We worked through these class culture codes, their ideas, got the idea in
Wow, that was
workplaces
weird.
to take people who were good employees, who had good relationships with their colleagues, to then the hated manager. That's not soft skills. That's not a bad apple. That's a toxic system that needs to examine what is harming versus helping. So if you're watching this and any of this resonates with you, this is the work that I do. You don't have to send all of your employees back for liberal arts degrees. You can have us do a workshop series. You can have a coaching program on this. I have one. I'll link it in the YouTube bio. We can work on developing these skills in a much more cost-effective way, and in a way that isn't going to die out with each new iteration and each new generation of AI. Soft skills matter, culture matters, but when we don't acknowledge the invisible elephant in the room of social class, we will not see the results that we want to see, or that we're told will come from learning soft skills that eventually turn into buzzwords without acknowledgement of the unwritten rules. Soft skills that eventually maybe they're from a different culture.
I think we've gotten all we're going to get out of this. I think this is a particularly salient topic. Good video. No, Yeti. I'm an old man. I can't be doing all-nighters all the time. So this video is basically on the same topic. Civilization's imbalance and restoring the humanities. So let's see what this is about. I don't know. I haven't watched it, but maybe it's worth watching.
Unsiloed podcast is produced by University FM, elevating the stories of your institution.
Welcome to Unsiloed. This is Greg LeBlanc, and I'm here today with Ian Milgilchrist, who is I guess, a former fellow at Oxford University. Currently, I guess you have some emeritus status. And Oxford doesn't require you to have a specialization in the way we do in American universities. But gosh, you are a neuroscientist, a philosopher, a psychologist, a doctor. And at one point, I guess you taught literature. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And of course, all of that combines into your work. Probably the most famous book of yours is this one called The Master and His Emissary, The Divided Brain and the Making of the Western World, which was preceded by an earlier work, The Divided Brain and Man's Search for Meaning. And then this new magnum opus, which I have to confess, I've yet to complete, is called The Matter with Things. And it's a
completely
2-volume
understandable
work, Our Brains, Our Delusions, and the Unmaking of the World. Welcome, Ian.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes. Nobody should feel that they have to work their way through such a very long book. I do apologize, but I had some subtle things to say, and they needed to be said at some length. So there we are.
Well, hopefully we can maybe dip into them. But this book, The Master and His Emissary, this is a phenomenal work. And I think probably anybody who has read it would probably agree that there's so much in there. And the fundamental thesis of the work is that there are these two ways of being in the world. And these two ways of being in the world have been recognized by philosophers and by artists for millennia, but that they correspond. There's a physiological correspondence to these two ways of being in the world that are manifested in the different hemispheres of our brain. Now, I think those are two separate theses, and I think at one point you said that even if the physiological story somehow turned out to be untrue, this recognition of these different ways of being in the world is something that is undeniable, right?
Yes, and some people have said to me, you didn't really need to spend 30 years looking at the brain because, as you say, it's there in the history of philosophy. It's actually also in the history of wisdom traditions, I think is the best way to put it, from around the world. So it's an intuition about ourselves that is very deep. But the fact is that it is extraordinarily instantiated in our brains, and we can't disown our brains. Our brains help shape the way we see things. And so it is kind of important that this actually is a reflection of something we can now say is based in the very structure and function of the bipartite brain.
Well, look, for people like myself who are in the judgment and decision-making literature and who teach courses on that topic, the idea of a dual brain is not foreign to us. We talk about it all the time, except that we have a very different sort of dichotomy, right? We talk about system one and system two, and I think the physiological correlates of that are the limbic system, or kind of the rear brain, right, and the frontal and parietal brain. And then we also think of this as almost a linear evolutionary path, right, where we started with the reptile brain, the limbic brain, and then we started adding these layers which make us more human. But your story doesn't line up that dual brain story.
No, it's different. That is there are three directions, fairly obviously, 3 dimensions to the brain, and 3 ways or directions in which you can divide it if you want to. One is, roughly speaking, top to bottom. I think that's what you've been describing. But there's also front to back, and that comes into it. But there's the side to side one. And what I'm describing there is distinct from that, because both hemispheres of the brain have built on the reptile brain, if you like to call it that, built in a history which is very interesting from an evolutionary point of view, on earlier formations of the brain in what we call lower creatures. And so they're both at a high level. They're not, one's at a low level and the other's at a much higher level. They are both at a high level, although, just to complicate things a little, they're not entirely parallel in terms of their ability and importance to us, contrary to everything that you think you knew about the differences between the two hemispheres. The right hemisphere is the one that sees more, understands more, is literally more intelligent, and generally is the one that should be calling the shots, not the left hemisphere. So all the things that people think they know about it should be jettisoned because they're wrong. And it was known in the 80s and 90s already that they were wrong. And so when I started studying all this at around that time, my colleagues who had my well-being at heart said, don't go there, don't study, because it's all known to be pop psychology and wrong. And what was known, or what was at any rate the version that went into pop psychology, the left hemisphere is a little bit boring, but it's down to earth and it's rational and it's linguistic, and the right hemisphere is given to painting pictures and being a bit emotional. And this is wrong. I mean, it's completely wrong. Both hemispheres are involved in everything, but they just approach the world in a completely different way. And that makes all the difference. They attend differently. And how you attend to the world changes what you find there.
Well, you do tell a story, an historical story, almost like I won't say teleological story, because it doesn't necessarily have it's not purposeful, but you do tell a story about.
Well, yes.
Yeah. I mean, you tell a story about how we have shifted over time, but it's not so much a story of progress as much as it is a story of getting out of balance. And you never use this term, right? Sophrosyne, right, or balance or proportion, but it seems like the fundamental thrust of the book is that we moved from a place of balance to a place of imbalance.
Yes, and this has not happened just once. It's happened 3 times in the history of the West. And the second half of that book, The Master and His Emissary, the first half is the neuroscience and the philosophical implications of it. But the second half of the book is the history of the West from before the time of Socrates and Plato and Aristotle, and coming forward to postmodernism. And what I can trace there is 3 times a civilization has experienced a sudden, massive burst of creativity, a great efflorescence of knowing and understanding that has produced a rich civilization involving, yes, maths and science, but also drama and poetry and music, lawmaking, mapping the heavens, you name it, it's all there. And then over a period of 300 or 400 years, drifting into a decline. And then the same thing happens with the Roman civilization over about the same time period, and the same thing is happening to us now since, say, the 15th century in Western Europe. So, and what happens in each case, to put it in very simple terms, is that the balanced drawing on what both hemispheres can offer, which gives the richness at the start, invariably seems to deteriorate into domination by the left hemisphere, which knows much less, sees much less, understands much less, and therefore the civilization simply becomes crude and collapses. I believe that is what we face now, unless we're cognizant enough of what is happening to steer away from disaster.
Yeah. Now, we as economists, right, we like to think in terms of trade-offs. We like to think in terms of whether we're on the frontier or below the frontier, right? So I'm going to want to talk about trade-offs. But before we go there, I mean, why is it that we have a hemispheric organization of the brain in the first place? I mean, I think this has implications not only for the design of an organism, but also for the design of an organization, right? Why might it make sense to sort of have a division of labor? And how important is it that we kind of keep those two systems apart rather than kind of merge them into a single entity?
Yes, exactly right. Well, the title, The Master and His Emissary, is drawn from this fable about a wise spiritual master who looks after a community and understands what it needs, but realizes that he can't deal with everything. And not only that, but mustn't get involved in certain kinds of things if he's going to keep that broad overview of what is necessary. So he appoints a high-functioning bureaucrat, basically, to go about and do his bidding. And that bureaucrat starts off fine, but soon begins to think, I know all this stuff. What does he know? I'm the real master here. And because he doesn't know what it is he doesn't know, things fall apart and the whole society falls into ruins with the loss of both the master and the emissary. So what is this about? It's about the need for two entirely different forms of attention to the world. One is scrutinizing for details that we need to get absolutely precise. And this comes from, obviously, long before business and economics, but it comes from an animal or a bird's need to very quickly target something that it needs to eat. So if you imagine birds trying to target a seed on the background of grit or pebbles, it's got to focus very carefully on something and go and get it very, very quickly. So its value, it has only one value, which is grabbing and getting, and therefore having more power, having more utility. But
is that also why red seems to be a left hemispheric's favorite color?
How interesting. Yeah,
because you're going after berries and things like that.
Yeah, that's a very, very nice thought. I do say in the book that yes, the right hemisphere prefers blue and green, and the left hemisphere red. I think it's partly because it has a largely aggressive stance towards the world. It's what can I get? I mean, if you move from a bird and a seed to an eagle and a rabbit, what it is trying to do is catch something and ingest it, destroy it for its own purposes. So I think that might be part of it. But of course, if that's the only attention a creature pays, it won't last very long, because it won't see the predator that is looking for it to make it its lunch while it's getting its own. And it will also fail to look out for its mate and its offspring, which are obviously very important for survival. So each creature every living creature needs to be able to do this, two things at the same time, to pay a kind of acquisitive attention to a detail and a broad, open, sustained, vigilant attention to the whole picture. And I think coming back to and that's why there are two loci in the brain that can sustain consciousness and attention to the world, but in different ways. And all creatures that have brains have this apparently wasteful structure. I mean, after all, it occurred to me early on, why have a divided brain? Surely, since the brain is nothing but connections between neurons, if you had more connections, you got more power. So, but there is a good reason for this. It is important for survival.
Well, this has
so coming back to, sorry, just to finish, to coming back to your question about organizations, I think you're right that there need to be people who are basically bureaucrats, but there need to be people who see the big picture, and these cannot be the same people. And the really important thing is that the bureaucrats must serve the overall picture of the organization. And there is a tendency, I've seen this in the two types of organization I've had a lot to do with in my life, universities and hospitals, where bureaucracy has, over my lifetime, neoplastically expanded and taken away resources from the host organization that it's supposed to be serving, and has begun to tell the doctors, tell the professors what it is they can do and should do, whereas the boot, as it were, should be on the other foot.
There are so many dichotomies which line up with the dichotomy that you're articulating. And one of them that we use all the time in business is this dichotomy between explore and exploit. And it seems like the right hemisphere is the explore half, and the left hemisphere is the exploit half. And we talk all the time in business about how organizations ultimately drift towards exploitation, and that ultimately leads to their demise, right? Because they can't learn new things about the world.
Very definitely. And two things spring to mind. One is to do with a nice neurological vignette, and the other is to do with what I've seen happening certainly in this country since the 80s. But to go to the neurological vignette, when the left hemisphere is no longer subject to inhibition, then the right hand that is controlled by the left hemisphere starts to grab things pointlessly. So it may be reading a book. It tries to grab a picture that's in the book. It's going down the corridor in order to go somewhere, and it starts to grab handles. It's looking for things to grasp onto, to apprehend, from ad prehendere in Latin, to grasp onto. And that is a very limited way of looking at the world. But when the right hemisphere is not subject to inhibition, the left hand, which is doing the bidding of the right hemisphere, is tentatively exploring. It's going, what's in this? It's unfolding things and looking. So it's more literal than you could have known. But that is exactly right. And the thing that I've noticed is that many very successful organizations were swallowed up into international I don't know what the word is, conglomerates. And I'm sorry, this is not meant to be a rebuke to the American spirit, but they were taken over by large American corporations. And having been very successful, which is why they were grabbed, as it were, by these corporations, they ceased to be successful and went bust. Largely because what we call the men in suits said the only thing that matters is the bottom line. Well, nothing could be more foolish. Everything matters if you're going to have a bottom line that works in your favor. And the story I like is that of Japan Airlines. You may know this, that Japan Airlines went bust, and they decided they'd have to think again, and brought in a man who was a Zen monk in his 70s who had absolutely no experience in business at all. And within a year, it was solvent again, and in 18 months, it was floated on the stock exchange. It's a massive success story. And when he was asked what his secret was, he said, if you want eggs, look after the hens, which is a quite different way of thinking about what it is you're doing.
Well, in business, we talk about whether or not we should have a division of labor between these two functions and have specialized individuals, or whether we should just encourage everyone within the enterprise to incorporate or internalize both of these capabilities.
Beef ribs are actually pretty good. I don't think they're as meaty generally as pork ribs can be, but they are a different type of good. To be honest, what I think he ought to, well, anyway, I don't really care. Why am I even caring about this?
We generally kind of keep them separate, right? We generally keep them separate. Why do we have to keep them separate? Why can't we integrate them?
Well, first of all, one kind of thinking is very...
Oh, by the way, grilling ribs is crazy. You should never put ribs on a grill. The best way to do any sort of rack of ribs is to smoke it low and slow, or do it in the oven low and slow, but smoking is better. Grilling ribs, they're not going to be good. It's almost impossible to have good grilled ribs.
Limiting to the other. So if you want mediocrity, this is a way to go. If you're actually thinking in that left hemispheric way about getting precise statistics and details and metrics and so on, you won't be able to free your imagination enough to listen. See, imagination is misunderstood. It's not about brainstorming and writing down every silly thing that comes into your head. Imagination is about seeing something below the level that is immediately accessible to the conscious mind. And listening to that and responding to it and pursuing it and allowing something to grow. Now, that requires patience, time, and a continuing maintenance of open attention. Once it gets closed down, you've lost it. So that's one reason that it won't work. And the other is that if you've got too many people involved in the bureaucratic side, that's not going to work well either. These things there are specializations, and take the hint from nature. They are so different that they do need to be kept distinct if you're going to survive.
But I mean, someone has to be in the driver's seat, right? And
Yes.
so I think many philosophers talk about sort of practical wisdom, the ability to orchestrate these different approaches. And so where is the locus of orchestration, right? Do we have, or, I mean, I think you use the language of the master and the emissary. Why isn't there sort of a third part of the brain? We normally think in the JDM literature, we think of the prefrontal cortex as the sort of CEO guiding the whole operation. But you set up a sort of a different chain of command or a different org chart in the brain.
Yes, I mean, I think maybe I'd pick a hole in the idea of the simple linearity, the single hierarchy there. The prefrontal cortex is in constant dialogue with other parts of the brain, with the posterior parts of the brain, with the parietal and occipital lobes, of course, with the temporal lobes and so forth. And also it has must have ways of paying attention to what is going on in the body at the same time. So I would say that the problem with this image is that it is already mechanistic. And if you like, mechanisms are the way the left hemisphere tends to think, in linear chains of command. Whereas the right hemisphere sees organism, and organism is quite different. Organisms are not just complicated, but complex systems. And I know you'll know the distinction I'm making there. And these complex systems are full of recursive loops, reentrant elements that dialogue with one another and are fundamentally unpredictable. So, of course, the left hemisphere being the locus of control, or it thinks, the one that wants to control things, to grab them, to get them, to have them, to get power. It's its only values. And interestingly, in the world of business, the word value, which to me means goodness, beauty, and truth, means money. I mean, that's how debased the thinking is. So this way of thinking is in itself wrong. And the right hemisphere is capable of many things that you wouldn't think from the sort of pop psychology version. For example, interestingly, the inhibition of inappropriate emotion comes from the right hemisphere, not from the left. Its right hemisphere is absolutely not the let it all hang out hemisphere.
By the way, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you happen to be new to the channel, please subscribe to it. If you're hearing this on a replay, please make sure that you either like, share, and or subscribe. And support the host by supporting, support the show by supporting the host, or support the host by supporting the show. All the, by the way, our executive producers, who I have been neglectful of mentioning, are CKJ3 and Mr. Lupin Reiging. They were very generous in supporting the show, and they are a major portion. Between the two of them, all the newspaper subscriptions and Substack and actually the YouTube will be taken care of. So really appreciate them. So the ways to support the show, I'll drop into the chat. I've got PayPal now for all the foreigners. I will gladly accept your pesos. I will gladly accept your lira, your Deutschmarks, your Krugerrands. Also, you can support the show by show ideas. And Mela, by the way, I haven't finished looking at all the stuff you submitted. I did show that surgeon, though, talking about blood types. That was actually pretty fascinating. So thank you for show ideas.
Hemisphere. It's the highly circumspect and intelligent hemisphere. The left hemisphere is the one that thinks it knows everything and therefore is always mistaken. You know, the Dunning-Kruger effect, the so-called Dunning-Kruger effect, which is really just a piece of wisdom that anyone who's lived for a while will understand immediately, that people who know very little think they know everything, and people who know a lot realize how little they know.
Yeah, it's interesting that in the JDM literature, most of the irrationalities or biases that they highlight, they come from system one, right? And it's actually the rational part of the brain that has the capacity to recognize them and override them. And yet, I think you're making the point that the left side of the brain, which we might think of as, quote, more rational, tends to be the source of a lot of these biases, including overconfidence and so forth.
Well, yeah, let us go to the neuroscience. The first thing to say is that both hemispheres are quite capable of reason. They both contribute to reason, and if only one is contributing, it won't be very reasonable. And this is partly because the left hemisphere is, and I'm not just using a form of words here, prone to delusion. I'm a psychiatrist. I know what delusions are. And in the matter with things, I look at about 25 of the most extraordinary delusional neuropsychiatric syndromes.
This is confabulation, right?
Well, there's confabulation, but there's many, many kinds of delusional syndromes. If you have time, that chapter, I think it's probably chapter 3 or 4, the one on judgment, it's an amazing read for anyone who doesn't actually know what you can see in hospitals where
Right.
people
And I think you said
with
what
things
schizophrenics are.
Schizophrenics.
Yeah.
Let me just finish what I was saying and then come to the schizophrenics. The long and short is that when you look at these syndromes, in all but one case, they either always or much more commonly consequent a deficit in the right hemisphere, not the left. So the left hemisphere on its own is dangerous. It thinks it knows it all. And another little vignette, there's a quite well-known...
Sitting here hearing about the left hemisphere, I'm thinking of Palomino. I think Palomino has 2 left hemispheres.
popular neuroscientist called Antonio Damasio, and he gives a vignette of a patient called Elliot who had problems in the right frontal lobe and who is incapable of doing or deciding anything, and when he does, makes some very silly decisions for an intelligent man. So we have to get rid of this idea that somehow the left hemisphere is a good thing to be listening to. It's a useful tool. And here I would refer to Einstein, who said, the rational mind is a faithful servant. The intuitive mind is a precious gift. We live in a world that honors the servant but has forgotten the gift. And he didn't know he was talking about this relation between the hemispheres, but in fact he is. But if you come to schizophrenics are not people who are irrational. As G.K. Chesterton said, the madman is not someone who's lost his reason. It's someone who's lost everything but his reason. And that case of Eliot would bear that out. But in the case of, say, a person with schizophrenia, which mimics a right hemisphere deficit state of affairs, in which the left hemisphere is trying to make up for what the right hemisphere should be doing, but doesn't really understand what it's doing. A typical situation for somebody with schizophrenia is they hear a voice, and it's very clear, and they look around, there's nobody in the room. How can that be? Well, I definitely heard a voice. So it's coming into the room, but the only place it could come into the room, the only point of ingress into the room is that plug socket over there. So what does that mean? It means the neighbors have got into the electrical system that we share and are sending me messages. So it's perfectly rational. It's completely bonkers.
Yeah.
And, you know,
Well,
the system, can I just say about the system 1 and 2, because you keep mentioning it, and I think you're probably referring there to Dan Kahneman's idea of system 1 and is sort of the one that makes a quick decision, and system 2 is the one that's deliberative and so on. Well, interesting, people might assume that the left hemisphere is the system 2, but it isn't. Right hemisphere is the system 2. The left hemisphere is quick and dirty, and as a result, very often makes mistakes. And if you think of this in terms of evolution, it doesn't matter too much if you mistake something that you thought you were going to be able to eat for something you didn't, you spit it out. But you just need to go and get it, because if you don't go and get it right now, somebody else will get it. So it's an enormously crass way of operating. And system, I've corresponded with Kahneman about this, and for what it's worth, he agrees with me that we're slicing the brain in 2 quite different ways. And he's not really talking about left and right. He's talking about top and bottom, which makes sense.
Yeah. Well, you also talk about will, right? And it seems like your will is divided. These different hemispheres, they both have kind of a will of their own. Right?
Yes,
they're
yes,
almost
yes.
in a frenemy relationship. And if the emissary has its way, it's going to topple the master and sort of
Yes,
run
absolutely.
off and take charge of the operation.
Yes. I mean, what one has to make clear is that for most people, most of the time, the brain is working as a whole, which doesn't mean that we can't will incompatible things. Most of us do at some points, if not often. We want things that will bring peace and so on, and we want things that will bring reward or whatever, and they're not the same. And so to have different aims is normal. But that the 2 hemispheres have different wills is what is revealed in cases where the so-called brain operation has been carried out, which in which the 2 hemispheres are surgically separated. And in the aftermath, it usually resolves after a few months, but in the aftermath of the operation, people find themselves conflicted. So their right hand goes and does one thing, and the left hand takes it away and does something else completely different. So, but I don't think we should draw too much from that, because it is a very unusual state of affairs. But it nonetheless reveals something, which is that they are capable of different desires and different ways of looking at the world. It's the different ways of looking at the world that is really the important thing here. That attention changes the nature of what it is you're looking at when you look at the world in really profound ways.
Well, and I think these differences correlate to some degree with the ancient Greek distinction between logos and mythos, right? Both of which were seen as ways of understanding the world.
One way. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. I mean, certainly the left hemisphere is not good at understanding mythos. In ancient Greek, mythos was what was required to understand the great truths. Logos was fine for logic chopping, for, an argument in court. Well, I think he owes me 30, whatever, but no, he says 20, and let's use logos. But to actually understand what life is about and what we're doing here, and the meanings that come to us through experience, you require myths and stories, and the right hemisphere is able to understand that. It's interesting that words that once were neutral or actually pointed to the greater truths have come in modern world to mean lies. And that just tells you a lot about the way we now think. So myths used to be the great truths. Now a myth means something that isn't true. Words like fable used to mean something worthy to be spoken. A legend was something worthy to be read. But these are now thought of as being lies.
Well, metaphor, of course, is the domain of mythos, right? And it's impossible to understand the world without metaphor. But scientific discourse is skeptical of metaphor, or metaphor might be an inspiration, or it may be a way of communicating the underlying message, but logos dominates in the scientific domain, and it's really been logos that has been what's driven progress, right? What's driven scientific progress, economic and material progress, and certainly it's a story of scientific discovery, which is the world of logos, right? Which has been the story of the last 2,000 years.
That's right. But first of all, may I disagree with you about metaphor. Science is based on nothing but metaphors. It is entirely metaphorical. And that's not a mistake or a problem, because it can't avoid. I mean, the alternative would be to say nothing. But it has to say, it's like this. And metaphor is saying this thing can be understood by likening it to something else. And the problem is that scientists don't realize that they're using metaphors, and that their metaphors both dictate what it is they can see and how they see what it is that they do see. So models, which science can't work without, are simply elaborated metaphors. And the important thing here is that the right hemisphere understands metaphor. It understands everything that is necessarily implicit, whereas the left hemisphere tends to take poetry, jokes, puns, sarcasm, all the things where the meaning is not the explicit, but it takes it literally. It's quite extraordinary to see in action when you see somebody who can't actually use their right hemisphere to understand. And it is from the right hemisphere that we get understanding, not from the left. Understanding means being able to see a whole lot of things, including those things that haven't been said.
Well, of course, this book was published before the latest generation of artificial intelligence tools. But it seems
that
like
book,
our
yes.
view, yes, the master is that. But it does seem like our understanding of intelligence in the world of AI is limited to the explicit knowledge, right? I mean, it's not built on the tacit knowledge, it's built on explicit knowledge. It's built on a view of language and knowledge, which is very much rooted in the logos.
Well, absolutely. It does a clever job of surveying things that we have said and done from the outside and trying to put them together in a way without contradictions, if it can. That's really all it does. But, of course, almost nothing is understood by being viewed just from the outside and measured in that way that science now says is the only way to validate something. But all the things that actually really matter to us, love, friendship, sex, art, music, poetry, religious faith, stories, legends, rituals, these things that actually enrich and help us to understand what it is we're doing here are all implicit in nature. When they can be, you can attempt to put them explicitly, but when you do, you lose meaning. I learned this when I was teaching literature, that what does something mean? Well, when you take the meaning, so-called, out of the context, it doesn't mean what it meant before. It has almost no meaning. It suddenly becomes just a platitude, which you could have got anywhere. So why bother with the poem? But because the poem actually is a completely new experience. It is unique. It is embodied. It is not just a piece of abstract something. And it's the problem with AI and the problem with the thinking like that is beginning to invade the human realm is that we miss all the important things that give meaning to life.
Well, I mean, this also lines up with I think in German, we have wissen and kennen. Is wissen more left hemisphere and kennen more right hemisphere?
Yes, and similarly, of course, in French, savoir and connaître, and in all the Romance languages and Teutonic languages, for some reason in English, we only have the one word know. And I sometimes think that a lot of the mess we've got into in the Anglophone world is because we don't adequately distinguish between these two kinds of knowing the facts and knowing from experience. I know, savoir, that Paris is the capital of France, but I know connaître Paris because I lived there for a couple of years. So those things are so different, and the computer can have one but not the other.
And I think there's another distinction that you point to, which is the distinction between, right, having a body and being a body, right?
Yes.
Where one is more abstract and one is more lived.
Exactly. It's a distinction between living in the body as though one was in a car or a machine, and living the body. And this has profound consequences in the way in which we experience life. And in, again, other languages, there may be distinct words. So, for example, in German, there's both Leib and Körper. And Leib means the living body, and Körper means what you find on the dissecting slab. So there are different kinds of body.
Yeah, I mean, in English, we do have the word corpse, but we tend to refer often to a dead person as, their body. So we also don't really make that distinction as much in English.
Correct.
Yeah.
And also Körper can be used of a living body when viewed as a sort of mechanism. So a lot depends on whether your vision of the world is fundamentally mechanistic, linear, sequential, and pushing things from behind forwards, or whether it is organic. In other words, seeing that there are influences that lure something in a certain direction, that modify something else, and so on. A much, much subtler living vision of what we're doing here. And it's a sort of difference also between superficial life, skating around on the smooth surface of the world, something like the top of my beautiful Apple laptop that I'm speaking you to on, this sort of smooth surface that completely repels life. And the living business that I establish when I walk out of my door into a landscape of mountains and valleys and rivers and the sea. This is a completely different kind of ground that I inhabit. And increasingly people inhabit something that is more like that slippery surface. They really embedded where they are, or they're off in their heads almost entirely.
Now, I mean, should we be thinking in terms of using more or less of, right, these different parts of our brain? I know when people go around and say, oh, you're only using 10% of your brain, people point out that that's nonsense, right? That makes no sense. But so then how should we be thinking about the distribution of our attention? I mean, if we are using more focused attention, are we necessarily using less of our alert and vigilant attention? Is that sort of idling? Is it not being used? Is it sitting there and it's available and we're not using it? Do we necessarily have to use less of one if we're going to use more of the other?
No, I fear that some people think that when I say that we've moved into a world highly, seriously, severely dominated by the left hemisphere, it means that somehow we've evolved so that our right hemisphere is not working. It's there. You only have to open it up and use it, if you like. So the analogy I have is like, if you, slightly old-fashioned technology, but you have a radio set. And to begin with, you enjoy listening to a couple of different channels that are your favorite. After a while, you start listening to only one, but the other channel's still there. You just need to tune in. So it's like that. And everything in our culture steers it in the direction of grasping attention, attention that is locked onto the single task of grabbing and making us powerful. And one of the reasons that civilizations collapse is that this kind of attention is required as they become unwieldily large. They need to be able to dominate another culture. And in order to do that, they have to sort of roll out very simplistic procedures that are not appropriate for doing what they are aiming to do. To begin with, they're able to see this, but after a while, they cease to be able to see it. And so you get a kind of overdrive of the left hemisphere. And all the faculties that the left hemisphere can bring to bear on the world are there. They just need to be used. I suppose you're going to ask me, well, how do we do that? But
Well, I was going to ask you, I mean, is there some atrophying that takes place, right? If one doesn't use this part of the brain, does it then become unrecoverable to
absolutely.
some degree? I mean, it seems, think of something like religion. It seems like a one-way ratchet where people, maybe when they're young, religion is much easier to acquire, and yet if it's never instilled, or if it disappears at some point in your life, it very rarely comes back.
Yes, I think that is right. So it is certainly true that there is a constant dialogue, if you like to put it that way, between the brain and the world, between our minds and the world. The world influences the mind and the brain, and the mind and the brain, having been influenced, in turn influences the world around us. So we can get locked into a vicious cycle in which we see things in a certain limited way, and we think that's all that there is. And so that feeds back to it. That is the only right way to think. It is a terrible state of affairs, but I fear that in the West, that is part of what has happened to us. But it is never impossible to break out of this. And if one begins to think critically about one's own assumptions, that is a very good starting point. What is it that the way I'm thinking about the world stops me from seeing? And there are exercises, of course, that one can do in which one deliberately tries to shift a way of looking at, shift a mindset. But there are also ways of helping us improve our ability to sustain attention, and it's a very sad fact, a very well-established fact, that now, particularly young people, seem to very much lack the ability to sustain attention for a period of time that's required for anything that's deep. So that instead they prefer immediate stimulus, but that will never do anything other than acquaint them with the surface, with the superficial experience. For it to go deep, there has to be sustained attention. So there are, of course, practices that train one to be able to do that, types of meditation. I think actually prayer is also a way of attending, opening oneself, one's mind, to be able to hear what is there for the hearing. But we won't hear it if we drown it out with what they call monkey mind in the East, our own clever chatter. Oh, I know how that works, and I know it's one of those, and all that kind of thing. Stop it. Open yourself to the possibility that maybe something quite new in this experience, because the world and the cosmos are very creative.
I'm going to have to use that one, monkey mind. Interesting.
Highly creative. The one thing one can definitely say about them is that they're profoundly creative. It all started from this very simple thing and has expanded into this extraordinarily complex and beautiful system. And this creativity is there around us and in us if we're not stultifying it all the time.
So, I mean, it seems like there are a couple positive feedback loops here. One having to do with the attention that you pay to the world. It changes the nature of the world for you, and that leads to your doubling down on that type of attention.
Exactly.
But it also seems like there's a lateral feedback loop, right, where we are imitating one another within our culture.
Yes.
And whether it's through educational processes or just simply being immersed in different communities, we learn how to pay attention to the world, and we learn what the world is. And so that means that, does that mean that balance is very difficult to maintain, that we're going to see individuals and cultures become unbalanced one way or the other, right? Inevitably?
Well, I don't know about inevitably, but it certainly is the way things seem to be going. And I think part of that definitely has to do with the internet and time spent in a system that feeds to you what it is you already think and what you already believe. Whereas before that, in the ordinary business of living in a small town, you would meet different people from different walks of life, different ages, with different opinions, and so on. And interestingly, in my experience, it would never have occurred to me to sever a friendship because my friend had a completely different view on politics, religion, or anything else. I took it for granted that decent people might differ very widely on many subjects. But nowadays, there's this extraordinary thing that's crept in that you cut off. If somebody says that they like or respect or have a view of a certain kind that you don't, you would rather discredit all the previous experience you had of them than say, oh, okay, maybe I should think more flexibly. What we seem to be frightened of is thinking in any way flexibly or differently. And this is, I'm afraid, a very classic left hemisphere, right hemisphere difference. The left hemisphere likes what is familiar. It only sees eventually all that is familiar. Whereas the right hemisphere is what Ramachandran, as well-known, V.S. Ramachandran, a well-known neuroscientist, says. It's the devil's advocate. It's the one that's saying, yes, but hang on, it might be something else. And it's only through that we learn.
And it's that right hemisphere that is the seat of empathy and love, and really the ability to take alternative perspectives, right? So perspectivism is rooted in the right hemisphere.
Up to an extent, that is right. But the left hemisphere can also do that thing that's called theory of mind. It's not a very good term, but we're saddled with it by now. And theory of mind means the ability to see that another creature, another person, may know things that you don't know, or may not know things that you do know. And it used to be said that it wasn't really till the age of 4 that humans, infants, children, learned that was the case. They assumed everybody else knew the contents of their mind that was shared, and so on. But we now know that actually many animals are capable of this, and that elements of it are available earlier. But the point I want to make is that it has a different slant because the two hemispheres have different drives, goals, lures, values, whatever you like to call it. So in the left hemisphere, this ability to see that another person may not know something you do, it leads to Machiavellian manipulation, because it means, oh, so I can have it over that person because I know they don't know this. And so there is a sort of perspective taking, but it's a malignant one. Whereas in the right hemisphere, it is more geared to empathy, to understanding that other person, and therefore being able to accept or forgive or understand what it is that they're saying or how they're behaving. So the left hemisphere is always trying to produce extremes. It's either this or it's that. It's so crude and unbelievable. Whereas my experience in life is there's almost never either this or that. It's almost always, well, there's something in both of these, and let's see if we can get the best out of holding them together.
Well, you were a psychiatrist, and so you studied people who had neurological damage, neurological defects, right? So pathologies that were normally caused by some damage. So can one get this kind of pathology without any kind of physiological damage? Can your environment lead you to have a particular pathology which would effectively create a virtual lesion in your brain? And if that's true, does that mean that we can have a culture, right, which is pathological, which is behaving as if it has some kind of physiological damage to everyone's brain who is part of that culture?
Well, I'd come back to something I said earlier, which is the brain is in a constant dialogue with the world around it. So when the world changes, that inevitably has an impact on the brain. It can't not. So huge changes like the advent of the internet and social media and so on must change our brains, and there's ample evidence it does. But our brains also then in turn change the environment. So it's not that it's a distinction between the brain and the environment. The two are in a sort of constant dialogue.
So pathological environment, I guess.
You can have absolutely a pathological environment. And we are living in one. No question, in my view. It has almost none of the qualities that a sane, wise, productive, creative, environment that we would wish for ourselves, it has very few of those qualities or characteristics that would lead to those qualities. It maximizes conflict. It incubates extreme points of view.
I'll be honest, it sounds like he's describing CM's show. Constant conflict, toxic.
It robs us of embodied and embedded wisdom that comes from a culture and from proximity to the natural world. All these things that used to be taken for granted are now robbed of us. And it is no surprise that the response is massive existential anxiety, depression, suicidal thinking, sense of hopelessness, a complete loss of meaning. It's a complete tragedy because it doesn't have to be like that. We need to break out of the prison we have made for ourselves.
Well, I think you're describing a world where the right hemisphere of the culture has been damaged, right? Well, what would it look like for the opposite to be true? What would a society, has there ever been a culture where it's the left hemisphere that has been damaged?
Yeah, I'm sometimes asked about that. And what would it be like in a culture where the right hemisphere dominated? And the answer is extremely balanced, because the right hemisphere, knowing more, seeing more, appreciates the need for the left hemisphere. And, you know, in the story of the master and his emissary, the emissary was appointed by the master to do a certain job that it didn't want to be doing. And that is has a sort of literal basis in evolution, that the left hemisphere was delegated to do this very particular job. And it's the one thing that it does exceptionally well. But the price it pays is that it doesn't understand the context in which it's doing it. So we do need both of these attitudes or dispositions, rather, towards the world. And what seems to happen at the beginning of a civilization is that the right and left work together, but under the aegis of the right. So there is a philosophical vision, an artistic vision, a possibly spiritual vision as well. I think it's certainly a spiritual vision of what we can do and what we can be. And in response to that, everything flourishes. You have this extraordinary eruption of creativity. But it's this narrowing down to, we can have more, we can control this. And as soon as you start on this path, you're destroying your own happiness. You're destroying everything that could give you true riches in exchange for what? You know, I've had a lot of different people in my consulting room. I've looked after one of the poorest parts of London with many poor immigrant people. I've also had heads of business and people who are massively successful and rich come and see me. And I can tell you that the people who are massively successful and rich are not, that hasn't made them happy.
Right.
I mean, maybe they're only the ones that come and see me. Maybe it's self-selected.
Selection bias. No, I think there are a lot of studies that seem to indicate that we haven't seen an increase in happiness that corresponds to the increase in wealth and knowledge and progress.
Exactly the opposite. We've seen a catastrophic decrease in mental health over the last, certainly the last 20 years. But it's been going on since the end of the last World War. So, I mean, it's just getting steeper. And what's interesting is that it's affecting women more than men. It's always been the case that men have committed suicide more than women, something like 3 times as many. So for those who say that men have it easy, I think some and some, maybe not. But in any case, now the rate of suicide is increasing in women faster than it's increasing in men.
Well, there we go. That's a move towards equality. But but I think you also you look at Nietzsche. Nietzsche talked about the Dionysian and the Apollonian, and
yes, he
this
did,
kind of some way lines up with the dichotomy that you're discussing. And he he kind of mourns the death of the Dionysian perspective.
Yes.
And I think for most people who are products of the Enlightenment, like myself, we're very suspicious of the Dionysian, right? We think that the triumph of the Apollonian is a good thing. But you highlight how in 20th century philosophy, there has been a greater awareness. I mean, you talk about Husserl and Heidegger and Merleau-Ponty, a greater awareness of the dangers of the exclusively Apollonian approach. So how can
Very much
philosophy,
so.
I mean, it seems philosophy has always been, it seems, a project of the left hemisphere, right? So how can philosophy or language itself be used to illustrate the problems with philosophy and language?
Well, it certainly wasn't in the time of Heraclitus, who is my all-time favorite philosopher, as far as I'm concerned. More wisdom in Heraclitus than any other one philosopher. But also, of course, this is true of Eastern traditions. Perhaps they're not philosophical. Perhaps there's something peculiarly Western about the idea of a philosophy that is separate from a wisdom tradition that takes into account a much broader view. It automatically more right hemispheric. But I don't think it has to be like that. One of my favorite philosophers is the early 19th century German philosopher Schelling, and to a large extent, I'm a great admirer of Hegel, and of course Nietzsche, with his admiration of the Dionysian, was also a philosopher in the middle of.
Let me say something to this crackpot Palomino. What are you talking about? He's saying exactly our brains are changed by environment. What I'm saying is 100,000 years in the Caucasus Mountains yields a different result than sub-Sahara would yield. Environment molds us, homie. What does this even mean? You need to understand that environment basically doesn't I don't even understand. Yeah, man can adapt to environment. So what is the point? We all know that people adapt to whatever environment they happen to be in. They can also readapt. This you use a lot of words to say not much, Palomino. It is quite disturbing sometimes, this crackpot bullshit that you seem to want to peddle.
The 19th century. So the roots of this go back quite some way, of people seeing that something more than this somewhat barren, entirely schematic, rationalistic way of thinking is required. And, the thing I have to emphasize is that I'm not against the Apollonian, but it's one-sided, and there needs to be the Apollonian and the Dionysian. And I'm not against whatever it is the left hemisphere does. It's definitely inferior to the right hemisphere, but we need it, and it has a place. It's just that when it thinks it knows everything and starts to tell us what it thinks it sees and knows, we should not be paying attention to it. We should not be saying, oh, well, in that case, we'll follow you. Meanwhile, the right hemisphere, which is far more capable of seeing things in a nuanced way, is talking to us, speaking to us, but we're not listening to it because the loud, tyrannical shouting of the left hemisphere. I'm thinking here of events in the world scene that have been going on over the last few days, but I won't unpack that. But there tends to be this tyrannical vision. And one of the things that people say to me very, very commonly, maybe the most common thing that people say when they write to me, is that you reveal to me things that at some level I was intuitively aware of, but had no way of validating or even expressing in language. And so if I've done nothing more than that, I've done something. And I think it's not just of an individual input, because I think the point is that once you see it, the awareness itself is the first step on the path to recovery, to seeing a way to do something new. People want me to give them instructions, the more detailed, the better. But that, of course, is the left hemisphere speaking. And of course, I can point them in certain directions. But what I'm saying is that what I can see and what I can offer in terms of advice about things to do will be limited by me. Whereas if you're able to see the disposition, the point of view, the way of attending to the world that I'm pointing towards, then other things will occur to you. And I don't want to get between you and those insights.
Well, there's a philosopher named Scheller who I was unfamiliar with, and he had
Max Scheler, yes.
And he had, I think he was making the point that the way you attend to the world is necessarily normative, right? And there's a relationship between attention and value.
He was very much more interested in value than Heidegger. They knew one another, and Heidegger actually spoke at Scheler's funeral and called him the most important philosopher of his age, which is something coming from Heidegger, who was not shy of expressing a high opinion of himself, I think, but no doubt justified. But in any case, the point is Scheler saw something very important about value. And he realized that we value things not as the outcome of a calculation. It's not a calculus we make, oh, well, that makes it good or that makes it beautiful. But it speaks to us as beauty, as goodness. And that's not an intuitively easy thing to grasp. But you speak German from, as I understand it. So you probably know that the word perception in German is Wahrnehmung, which literally means truth-taking. And he invented a concept called Wertnehmung, which means value-taking. And we don't have a word in English. Well, they didn't have one in German until he invented it. But it's normally translated by analogy with perception as valueception. But it's an idea that sounds off-putting, but is incredibly important. And I just want to share this with your audience because I think it might be of interest to them. I had not heard of a man called Mrinank Sharma, but he wrote to me one day saying, you might be interested in a paper I've written. I work for Anthropic, and I'm very concerned about value. And I see that although the organization makes the right noises about value, in practice, this is not where it's going. And 2 days later, he hit the front page of newspapers, certainly in this country, having resigned from Anthropic because of his concern about the direction in which AI was leading them. So and I think that insight that he had, that what AI is absolutely not able to do is to see this value. It can calculate anything you like, but it doesn't really understand what goodness, beauty, and truth. And to me, those are very important. I'm hosting a conference in Oxford on the 2nd and 3rd of May that people can join online if they want to, on those values. Interesting lineup of speakers, but anyway, there it is.
Well, a great way to make everyone in the room uncomfortable at a faculty meeting is to mention the good or the beautiful. I think you could still talk about the true, but if you start talking about the good or the beautiful, people will change the subject, right?
Yes,
and so
quite
I
right.
mean, art has been a domain where we have been encountering the beautiful, but it seems like even in the world of art, we can't really talk about the beautiful anymore. I mean,
Yes.
what are the consequences of that?
Well, all three of these
Do we need to
values.
kind of redo the whole world of art and return to its origins in a way?
Well, perhaps not returning to its origins, except in the sense of reconnecting with the value of beauty. But in fact, the only reason the word true, it doesn't make people uncomfortable at a faculty meeting is that they think they know what it is. But I think truth is quite complex and not necessarily the very narrow sense of truth that they think it is, metrics and things like that. I think truth is a relationship one has with reality, in which one does one's best to be faithful to what it is one is experiencing there. In any case, in my lifetime, each of these values has been subject to degradation. You know, even when I was an undergraduate, there was, well, is there really any truth, or is it just what I think? In which case, actually, there should be no universities and we should all go home and pack it up. Indeed, if there wasn't any truth, there'd be no point in having this conversation or anybody saying or doing anything. And then we've had the decline of goodness into virtue signaling and belonging to the right camp and ticking the right boxes. And even in university faculties of philosophy being reduced to utilitarianism, which is a horrendous way of evaluating good from the outside without allowing for the fact that...
Here, let me help little boy Palomino out here. I rarely speak on things that I don't have an idea of. You don't necessarily have to be an expert, say in politics, to have an opinion on it. The problem is you literally, these nonsense racial arguments that you constantly want to push, Palomino, when I said that I'm not a race realist, that pretty much explains explains my position. All this race stuff, like Caucasus versus Sub-Saharan Africa, where the fuck do you think people from the Caucasus, if you go back far enough, came from? They migrated out of Africa. That is documented fact. And if you can't handle the truth, then you come up with crackpot theories like you seem to want to do. Bottom line is, number one, it's way more complicated than the simpleton argument that you want to post in a chat. Number two, from the babble that you are posting on this topic, it is obvious you have no clue what you're talking about. It looks like you learned your cultural history and your biology from 4chan. Son, I actually have taken way more biology than you've ever taken in your life, in addition to the chemistry parts, and you have no clue what you're talking about. Race has no biological basis other than phenotype. Get over the fact that you've probably never even taken a college level biology class, if you took it at all in high school, though I think it's probably required. Stop acting like you know shit. Okay, people who do know shit can realize people who don't know shit. Your bullshit about IQ, dude, you are dramatically uneducated on what IQ actually is. You are dramatically uneducated about whatever it is you're talking about. I'm sorry, I don't need an argument. I simply am not a race realist. Therefore, why are you wasting your time with this? I think you are weird. I think you are a crackpot. I think you are unknowledgeable, and I think you're a racist. That's pretty much it.
Actually, what makes something good is the intent in the mind of the person who's doing the act. And the same thing has happened to beauty with full connivance
Look at this
of
idiot.
artists, and actually artists leading the way.
Wait, listen to this idiot. IQ manifests itself socially? Dude, you are literally as ignorant. Dude, you are a waste of white skin. If white people are superior intellectually, you have wasted your white skin. You and be brave. Just a waste of white skin. Why are you not smarter than this? Oh,
and go
boy.
and saying, no, we're not interested in beauty. But what is fascinating is what they really want their art to be called is powerful. And power is the only value that the left hemisphere understands. And art over the 20th century became very left hemispheric. If you've read The Master and His Hemisphere, you'll know my last chapter, modernism and postmodernism. And that is the perfect expression of what would happen if people had damage to the right hemisphere. And interesting, since that book was written, that there has been published research, not from any group associated with me, showing precisely that when people have damage to the right hemisphere, oddly enough, they start to mimic in their painting and so on, movements in that otherwise,
they love conceptual art.
They love conceptual art.
Right.
And
yeah.
that has lost perspective and lost embeddedness and become flat and all the rest. So, yeah.
Well, look, last question. You have spent most of your life at a university, and universities are very quickly shedding non-STEM fields. Humanities departments are shutting down, and even within humanities departments, the way in which they engage the humanities has changed. Should we be thinking, if we want to restore a more balanced way of engaging the world, should we be thinking about changing our universities, right? Or should we be thinking about saying, okay, fine, universities are the domain of the left hemisphere. Let's build up other institutions or domains that can count the universities. What's the role of the university here?
Well, the key is in the name, that it is panoptic. It is deciding not to narrow down into one special area, but to cultivate people who are able to see breadth. Now, nowadays, that is not respected. It's annoying to people who are simply living in a specialist silo. And I know this is called a siloed. So I want to get back to the idea that a properly educated person knows about a number of fields across quite a spread. And in a way, you could say that somebody who knows only about their particular field knows little about that, because to understand it, you have to put it into the context of many other things that are part of the field of human knowledge. So I think it's lamentable that they are shedding non-STEM subjects, with a very, very big exception. There are many subjects that are now apparently dignified as university subjects that should never be that. They things that used to be studied perhaps as a technical college. They, in areas such as, may I say it, business studies, actually. I mean, I'm not sure that's a university subject. It should be something that you go on to after you've got an education, but isn't in itself an education. It's a technical skill. And there are also a lot of what are called, people like me call grievance studies, so which really is not the business of an education to be furthering. Breadth of mind, not narrowing down to something that is basically a cult way of looking at things. So we need urgently to return to what used to be the humanities. And again, the key is in the name. If we really want to understand what we're doing here, what we are, and where we're going, we need to allow once more the humanities to flourish. And the humanities are not an easy option. They involve some quite tough thinking in history, in ancient languages, languages, full stop, philosophy, and theology too. These things are all part of, and literature, the study of literature, of world literature and so on, are all part of educating a person and drawing out from them things that are latent within them. So we lose them peril. And I definitely agree with you. Well, I'm not sure we were putting it forward, but you were asking me the question, and the implied answer was we probably should be thinking differently about our universities. And yes, we want to purge them of all those nonsense subjects, the sort of the silly subjects, and we should re-emphasize the true humanities that were the part of making a rounded educated person. And that's not to say that the sciences have no place, or mathematics. Of course they do. They were always part of universities, and they jolly well should be. But science is not just, once again, a technical matter. There are techniques which at an early stage you learn. But science is much more than technique. It is also thinking about what all this means. And so, of course, they are an important part of a university, but they are part of university. They should not be the dominant thing in the university. There needs to be an equipoise between that and what are broadly known as the humanities. I feel this very strongly, and I'm in less than a month, I'm going to Savannah, Georgia, where I've become the chancellor of a new university, Ralston College. It's only 3 years old at the moment, but watch this space. It's a very important institution. It's the powerhouse that is returning people to the roots from which communal wisdom came, and to try and rediscover that, not to go backwards in time because one can't do that, but to see what we've lost.
Wow, in Savannah? Let's look that up right quick. Let's see here. You say Ralston or Ralston? Oops. Oh, wow. This is interesting. So, yeah, unaccredited liberal arts college in Savannah describes itself as being dedicated to freedom of thought and speech. Prominent figures like Blackwood and Jordan Peterson. Well, that tells me everything I need to know. St. John's Episcopal Church, incorporated in the state of Georgia. Where is it? Let's see. Hitch Village. So it's downtown. Where? So it's on Whitaker Street. So it is downtown. And I'm trying to figure out whether it's in a, oh, okay, that's Forsyth Park. Interesting. Yeah, I know where that is. Interesting. All right. Well, that is very interesting.
Lost. And sometimes you only see what you've lost when you look back and see what people used to know. It's very educational. And, you know, the Renaissance, which was the last great moment when everything moved forward, was a renaissance. It was a rebirth. And they looked back at what they had lost in comparison with the great age of the Greeks and the Romans, and came forward with something quite new and different, consonant with it, of course, but nonetheless hugely new and creative and vital. And we must emulate that way of being.
Well, Ian, thank you so much for joining me. I have to say that if I were to put together a short list of recent books that exemplify the notion of unsiloed, I would have to put your work right at the top of the list. And so this book, The Master and His Emissary, is fantastic. And I look forward to a nice long vacation where I can consume the matter with things. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, actually, Unsiloed, this podcast and, you know, YouTube channel, really some interesting stuff. I highly recommend it. So let's see. I had something that I was going to show, and this will probably be the last thing for the night. What did I do with? Oh, here it is. Okay, what would I be if I didn't take one last swipe at Donald Trump? I would not. I would be remiss in my responsibilities and the responsibilities that are the mission of this show.
Hey everyone, we're live, but it's okay. We're gonna do it live, and we're gonna have Ruth Ben-Ghiat feel comfortable as she adjusts her camera to make sure you feel good. You look good. You look great.
I am good.
We got Ruth Ben-Ghiat. There you go. This is live. That's why we love it. It's Substack. It's independent. Ruth Ben-Ghiat is a scholar of authoritarianism. Ruth Ben-Ghiat has a fantastic Substack called Lucid that you all should subscribe to. Ruth Ben-Ghiat is also the author of Strong Men, and she's been. When did that come out? 8 years ago? 7 years ago?
5 years ago.
5 years ago. Time is a flat circle, Ruth. And Ruth, warned about what would happen if you allow a fickle, vain vulgarian with fascist impulses and his movement to take over America and its institutions. Oh, because there's historical precedents about this. Oh, it's happened before in Italy, and it's happened before in Germany. It's happened before in Libya. It's happened before in Iraq. And now we're in it, folks. And Ruth wrote, I don't really need an excuse to talk to Ruth. But she wrote a really good piece called From Multiracial Democracy to White Christian Ethno-State. This is the plan for America. And I'm like, you know what? People think I'm crazy. No one listens to me, but people listen to Ruth. People like Ruth. And if you've been paying attention to the left all day, it's been one after another, right? We had an hour's worth of conversation with Tim Whitaker and Matthew Taylor, experts on white Christian nationalism, about literally what happened this weekend. You can't make this up. With our taxpayer dollars, the Trump administration put its finger on the scale and said, you know what? This is a white Christian nationalist nation. Not making it up. It was called Rededicate 2050. Should be bigger news, but it isn't, because there's 75 other crises. And then yesterday, you saw two shooters. We're getting a little bit more information about them. Young kids radicalized, 17 and 19. Radicalized by white supremacy. They had an SS sticker. They talked about racial pride, who went and shot and killed 3 people at an Islamic center in San Diego. The security guard, there's a GoFundMe that's raised $2 million for this man, a hero, got shot twice, went inside, warned the kids, because there was also a school attached to it. The kids were able to escape due to his warning, and then he succumbed to his injuries. So 5 people killed, including the 2 shooters. It could have been much worse. All of this is connected, folks. And you have, Ruth, this Trump administration openly promoting white conspiracy theories. The DHS tweeting re-migrate, not once, not twice, 3 times. ICE straight up killing people, killing white people. Donald Trump creating now a $1.8 billion slush fund to pay off the insurrection.
We got to talk about that.
And on and on and on it goes. You've been warning about it, and you're like, all right, this is the end game. If we don't stop these people, they'll take this flawed, but nonetheless beautiful but flawed multiracial democracy, and their end game is this ethno-state, this white Christian ethno-state. Where do you want to begin?
Yeah, we can begin with that, and also how horrible it is that after the shooting, a hate crime, there was a wave of hate, anti-Muslim hate. So instead of solidarity, which there, of course, was within Muslim communities, interfaith communities, lots of people, but there was also a little wave that has just started again of anti-Muslim
Well, if I may, Ruth,
sentiment.
that wave was initiated, doubled down by Laura Loomer, ally of the president, a person who gives counsel to the president, a person who's been invited twice to the White House, who said despite the center and its members being a victim of a shooting, it should still nonetheless be raided by ICE and FBI. And then she said every Muslim in America should be deported, and they're a threat.
Yeah. Every autocracy has these national purity campaigns, and a vision of, they call it utopia, we could call it dystopia, of how they're going to change the state that involves deportations or killings on a mass level. And that is seen as population engineering. And it was clear from the start, but now, he laid the basis during his first administration. But now they've transformed the institutions into kind of ideological cells, for lack of a better word, of lawlessness, and they're really charging full ahead with their central plank of white Christian nationalism. And I wrote a piece a few months ago after Marco Rubio was at the Munich Security Conference, and the national security document had come out, and the language they use is civilizational erasure. And we have to protect civilization. And I thought, okay, well, now white Christian nationalism and white, I called it in Strongmen, what Mussolini was doing was white racial rescue. This idea that whites are threatened, and like the great replacement theory stuff. And I thought, well, now it's actually come to influence national security policy and also foreign policy. So no longer is it just immigration policy, and of course we have racists in power. Now it's that's how you judge that a state is coalescing or congealing, you could say, around a certain ideological plank, and this is white Christian nationalism. And so the goal is to transform our, yes, flawed, but one of the only successful in the past, examples of multiracial democracy into a kind of national purity state around white hegemony.
And you know what? It's one of the situations, I'm so glad you talked about it. It's not just domestic policy, it's also foreign policy. Before we get to the foreign policy, I want to talk about the domestic policy, because if you look at what this administration is doing to the transgender community, and especially the Black community, then you get a sneak preview of what they want to do with this white supremacy project. You could also say how they've treated Muslims, because I always want to remind people that Donald Trump, when he jumped in the 2016 primaries ahead of the elections, it was Ben Carson, folks. People forget this. It was Ben Carson who said, I don't want a Muslim until that Muslim rejects Sharia. And, I want them to do loyalty tests. And the rest of us were horrified. But guess what happened? Huge spike in attendance at his rallies. He got a huge donation spike. So Donald Trump said, I'll do one better. And then Donald Trump came out and said, I need a complete and total ban on Muslims until we can figure out what the hell's going on. And then people were like, oh my God, but his base loved it. And then he promoted the Muslim ban, right? People always forget that. And then he gets elected. And in the first week, Stephen Miller and Steve Bannon, they tried to bum rush their extremely flawed and unconstitutional Muslim ban, which brought out all these people spontaneously in the airports to say, not here. But I've always said, and people say, oh, you're just Muslim. I'm like, no, separate that. What they're doing to Muslims and Black people in particular can give you a snapshot of their domestic and their foreign policy, which is white supremacist policy.
Yeah, and so in the piece, it's my latest piece for Lucid, I talked about the war on Blackness, because with the focus on immigrants, I mean, we all know that regimes may start with one or two, their focus may be one or two groups, but inevitably they expand to others. And Trump and MAGA have always, Trump made himself a kind of repository for all kinds of races. He campaigned from 2015 onward as
Not
somebody
a
who would have a big
repository.
tent, and all kinds of races could come in. So you had neo-Nazis in Charlottesville, and they're still around, Fuentes and all these people who love Hitler. Remember that Politico published, I think it was Politico, they got the texts of White House and staffers and congressional staffers, and a lot of them were saying
September.
So recent. So that's still there. And then
folks, there was thousands of pages of telegram texts where young Republicans in their 20s and 30s were praising Hitler and imagining violence against us liberals, throwing us in gas chambers, and also talking about how rape is awesome.
Yeah, so the whole program, and it shows that actually what I saw from that is that the the kinds of this big tent of hatred had become institutionalized because these people are working for government. And what happens in an autocracy is that it's not just loyalty and loyalists and sycophants who emerge. It's also ideological fanatics. And I've always called people like Bannon and Miller, they're ideological fanatics. But now, and again, it's not just the grassroots, the people who come to the rallies or the people who are happy if there's things that happen to Muslims or others. It's when it becomes institutionalized in the kind of pipeline that each congressperson has staff. And so that was what was revealing about this Telegram text, is that the whole gamut of misogyny and racism of all kinds. And so that's what's been elevated and normalized and actually made into policy. So we can look at the kinds of policies, domestic and foreign, and that's really telling because, the Nazis called it Gleichschaltung, which was coordination, that in a well-run autocratic state, everything, I'm sure there's lots of chaos, and Hitler was no different. He was contradicting himself. He said this in the morning and the opposite in the afternoon. So there's a lot of chaos, but there's a coherence around the central ideological plank. There it was Jews. Jews are demonic. And here it's anybody who's not going to be, white Christian nationalists. But everything is coming. I see a convergence of attitudes and opinions, and people like Marco Rubio now talking. In Munich, this was just at the Munich Security Conference, Marco Rubio actually said that he doesn't want NATO to expand. I mean, they hate NATO to begin with, fine. But he said he doesn't want NATO to expand to include countries that in the coming years are going to become minority majority. And so racial qualifications were being used to say who should be in NATO and who should not. So that's a whole other level of thinking about like racism as official policy. And after that, I started reviewing all of the things going on in this country and realized that it's not that they'd settled on it. They always had that. But this is the identity. There's a phrase identitarian that you use for, this is, I guess, that kind of state now.
And it's so blatant, and you can't make this up. If you think, oh, Ruth and Wad, you guys are being hyperbolic, here you go. Here's speaking about domestic and foreign policy. This came out yesterday, not even in the news because there's 47 other crises. Donald Trump moves to admit 10,000 more white South Africans as refugees, as Stephen Miller has already bragged about the fact that he has limited the number of refugees that can come to this country from shithole countries, which is what Donald Trump has openly said in his second administration, refers to black and brown countries. But so folks, Cliff's note, if you're an actual refugee and needs, protection, Palestinians, Ukrainians, hell, you could, Sudanese, Afghans. No. You come from shithole countries. According to Donald Trump, you're low IQ. They have openly said that they have made an exception for white South African refugees who do not meet the criteria of refugees. And the reason they were able to get them or sell it to their base is they've promoted a white supremacist conspiracy theory that's been going around for several years that talks about the Great Replacement, or how South Africa is killing and oppressing white farmers.
Mm-hmm.
It's all on the nose, Ruth.
And this is, of course, the influence of Musk, but not only. And the goal is truly to have a kind of population engineering. They think globally, they think big, but certainly of the United States, because the United States is the multiracial democracy, along with other, Brazil. There aren't that many countries that, they've done their best to remove, non-whites from positions of command and make it hostile to talk about diversity, equity.
This is weird on several different layers. So Brian Nichols says, CT says he lives around a lot of self-hating white liberals. Well, why is he living around people who are self-hating if he finds a problem with it. See, CT lives with people who are successful, maybe, who actually allow him to live there according to his theory of how things work in America. He's living in a place, apparently the white liberals live in a nice area, low crime, et cetera, et cetera. So are they really self-hating? And why is he living there if it's such a problem? And why do you care? Why do you care where CT lives? And my question to you is, what about the self-hating blacks like CT and John Galt? And I can name other names. What about the anti-black blacks who are self-hating? Any thoughts on those people?
You know, inclusion, all of that. But there aren't that many countries where it is so advanced.
Yeah, Brian, they treat him better than the white racists would treat him. That's why he's living around them. So why the fuck is he complaining? How about just live where they treat you well and stop worrying about whether they're self-hating or not? Sometimes people say too much. And apparently on his show, he's not going to get actual pushback that's the result of critical thinking. If he's living in a place where he gets treated well, why is he complaining? Why does he care whether they're self-hating or not?
And so representative. And so they have to wreck all that. And so detaining and exporting and rejecting and ejecting people of color, including to third-party countries, and then letting in the right kind of white people.
There you go.
And that's a Musk pet project. So I also want to inject that Musk is, I've been following this very closely since the beginning of this nightmare. And, you know, people say, oh, Musk stepped back. Musk is still helping to make policy. He's still unofficially part of the government. He was in China with the delegation. And then not too long ago, Trump was announcing the sale of weapons to the Saudis, who can do no wrong, right? And he said, oh, Elon's handling that. So Elon is like making defense policy. And now Elon is apparently influencing immigration policy. And so, and he, you know, and so this, no one should be fooled about that. So we have a billionaire who has been also, it's even the Washington Post was, they wrote a recent piece, they did an investigation that he's on some kind of particularly manic posting about racism. And I think that he and Karp's appearing, you know, from Palantir, that he's publishing his manifesto again. And they're all like more drugged up than ever. But Musk has been posting hundreds of times over the last month. It's a fourfold increase over before. And it's all racist stuff. So there's some kind of accelerationism, I'm using that term on purpose, about race. And so Trump and Miller letting white South Africans in is really shows you the influence of that person. So the government is for sale. You know, the highest paying racists can get their people imported to the United States.
We're going to break it down, and I'm so glad you talked about it because I've been following it as well, and I just posted the Washington Post article that came out 3 weeks ago. Elon Musk's near daily online post about race, turning off some fans. The billionaire posted 850 times on the topic in recent months, almost triple the rate for the previous 2 years. Whites are a rapidly dying minority, Musk wrote in January. He declared in February there has been unrelenting hate and poisonous propaganda in the West against anyone white. No more guilt trips. Enough. I've been following this. It's almost manic. It's almost as if it's a sandbagging option. It's the Samson option.
Yes, I agree.
This is like all of them. You know, they're high. They're on ketamine. You know, Karp, Musk, even I would say Trump. Okay, we're playing for all the marbles. We have all the power. What are you going to do about it? Now they're flexing, but in the flex, there's also this type of mania. Suppose we lose.
Totally.
Suppose we lose. We look at the polls. Guess what?
That's it.
Guess what? We're going to take everything. Before we go, we're going to take everything. We're going to take your milkshake, your milk, your honeys, the hamburgers. If we go down, we're going to burn it all down, and we're going to take everything and take our mighty sperm on our spaceship and go to Mars. That's what I see, Ruth.
We're going to take your cats and dogs so you won't be able to eat them anymore.
And the hamsters. We're going to take it we're going to take it all. So it's like confidence and arrogance, but also projecting deep fear and anxiety.
No, that's what I feel like they're afraid, and so that's why they're accelerating. But I want to quote something. Somebody said this in 1927. The white world, white civilization, it will soon be submerged by peoples of color, by yellow, brown, and black people having too many children. And this was Mussolini in 1927. So this is like, we have 100 years of this stuff from fascists. Musk is a techno-fascist. Mussolini was the original fascist, but this great replacement stuff, he was fully into it too. So it's just a little historical note that what we are seeing, it's not only it's not new, but look what it led to in the past. It led to mass violence, and war, and all sorts of genocide and all of that.
And I'm so glad you used the word accelerationism, because we've been talking about in the show, and we just talked about in the last hour, that some of these two shooters, we're learning more and more about them, but it seems that they were using symbols, not just of racial pride and Nazis. They were also using black pill accelerationism. And black pill, folks, what that is, we've talked about on the show, it's no longer red pill and blue pill anymore. There is this new subsect of nihilism that's emerging, that is radicalizing young people. Well, everything is going to hell. We're going to get erased. The women don't like us anymore. We have no money. All men are going to be incels. So you know what? Everything is a meme and everything is a joke, and bring it all down. And layered on top of it or within it, it's also, you'll get like anti-LGBTQ, but then you'll also get Islamophobia, but then you'll also get gaming references, right? And so this is happening more and more and more, folks. And then you're seeing these people are terminally online, like, oh, I don't know, Elon Musk and Alex Karp. They're also accelerationists. They're like, everything is going down. Civilization is collapsing. You're going against white people. Western culture is getting destroyed. We have to save it. The ends justify the means, no matter what it takes. Let's crush the peasants. Pass the SAVE Act, redistricting, gerrymandering, AI, crypto. Now. We have no time. Now. And Elon Musk seems so into it. And another thing, Ruth, that I don't think people are paying attention to, but I clocked this because I'm a masochist like you. I don't know if you've noticed this daily obsession of Elon Musk with Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. Have you noticed it? Because
I saved myself from that.
The Odyssey has cast Lupita Nyong'o as a beautiful black talented actress as Helen of Troy. So he has single-handedly created a right-wing culture war against the Odyssey, and has with like just relentless focus talked about this and how they're replacing the Greeks and the whites and Helen of Troy. And apparently there's a rumor that Elliot Page, a transgender actor, is going to be playing Achilles. It's just a rumor. So they said, look, they've replaced Achilles, and they have this black replacing Helen of Troy. And this is mixed in with everything that we talked about. And this is like their Hail Mary pass, because as you know, that's how Donald Trump won. Culture, right? The culture wars. And they're like, shit, we're losing on everything else. Let's go back to racism.
No, and I'm glad you mentioned nihilism. It's terrifying, because nihilism is at the foundation of fascist violence. When you don't believe in anything anymore, except the leader, but you are motivated by fear, and you just express well all the different fears these people have, then you are more liable to be convinced that violence is the way that you have to act. That violence, what fascists thought is that violence had a redeeming quality, that violence was creative destruction through violence. And you can't imagine fascism without violence. It was started with violence. And so, and violence is actually creative. And it's our way we save ourselves because there's nothing to hold on to anymore. We can't speak. We're erased. We're fear. It's a
Wait, CM's show is unbearable? Really? Well, you know, my show is boring, Moxie. So, it is that unbearable? Well, welcome back, Moxie, dear. We're glad to have you back.
highly regressive thing, and it's terrifying. It's terrifying that young people feel so hopeless and so full of hate. But that's what they're getting, including from the president of the United States. He's also in a manic thing. More and more he's posting all night, or his young staffer is posting all night. But the White House is communicating racist and manic things all night.
Yeah,
And
he's not
that's
sleeping. He's an old man about to turn 80, posting at like 4 a.m. grievances and Festivus and going against his enemies. And I don't know if you saw, was David Sanger, the New York Times reporter, asked a routine question about the Iran war, and he's like, "That's treason. That's treason." And then he did this post yesterday, that run-on sentence post where he was thumping his chest against Iran before chickening out. And then the second half of the post was all against mainstream media that's not nice to him.
He also said once to a reporter, and not too long ago, that it was treason to ask about his health. So, which is another classic.
That's not normal, Ruth. Like the fact that I thought it should have been bigger news that the president of the United States is literally accusing a member of the press of treason, which is punishable by death, for simply asking a question. We're like, Donald Trump, that wacky character.
I know. So, I do want to talk about the slush fund.
Well, let's do the breaking news first. Todd Blanche today, he appeared at Capitol Hill. He testified, and we just found out as of 10 minutes ago that the IRS has been blocked from pursuing past tax investigations and audits of Trump and his family, in addition to the creation of a $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. Ruth.
Yeah, so this is, I hope that out of this nightmare comes some civic education. Americans are getting an education in how autocrats turn government to their own devices. And the whole purpose of government is totally different for somebody like Trump. It has nothing to do with public welfare, serving the people. It is two things. One is to get rich from holding public office, and the other is to feel protected and to be above the law and to rearrange laws and institutions so that you are untouchable, and to have in particular the Department of Justice become your personal protector and your personal attack dog for your enemies, and your personal enemies must become the nation's enemies. And those who honored you on January 6th must become heroes who even should be paid for their labors.
Let me pause this to continue mocking Palomino. So he says King Shenard, like any race or person that tries to be something that they're not good at for ego, trying to be someone else. So you think that certain races aren't good at things? God damn, dude, you surprise me. Every time I think you are racist, you literally become more racist. You know, I thought you were a deep-seated racist. Now I think you're just racist to the core. That a race is good at stuff. You honestly sound like a moron, Palomino, a racist moron. Seriously. Race decides whether you're good at something? Jesus Christ. bless your little heart.
But you also use the Department of Justice and to stop yourself from being able to be investigated. And by the way, it wasn't just Trump. Musk did this too. The reason he was allowed to have Doge as a cover for being able to go in. And why did he go immediately to rep U.S. aid? Well, U.S. aid had several investigations going against his companies. So that's another example for people. You've got to be in control of government so you can neutralize any threats or
Also
any
the FAA.
investigations. Exactly. There are many examples. This is just the biggest one, that because the IRS, and remember that Trump's father defrauded the U.S. government when he learned from his father that paying taxes and being a dutiful citizen was for losers. And so his father had all kinds of ways to get around paying taxes. So this is instilled in him. And really the arrogance of these people, they feel that they have no need to pay. Why should they pay taxes? That's for the regular people. And so now he's been able to take hold of the system enough so that this ruling could come down, that he and his children's business, the whole clan cannot be touched.
And you said arrogance, and this is what's interesting to me, Ruth. We talked about this a little bit. The arrogance is there. The arrogance comes from the fact that they have the power, the vanity, being surrounded by yes men, the fact that they don't have to perform anymore. They don't have to even go through the exhausting ritual of dog whistles. We have it all. It's my Justice Department. It's my Health and Human Services. It's my House. It's my Senate. It's my Supreme Court. They'll do what I want, or else. At the same time, though, the arrogance, if you will, barely conceals the fear. So there's two tensions I see in the psychology of both Donald Trump and authoritarians in the past. The arrogance, the gloating, and when you get powerful, that oftentimes makes you blind to your weaknesses. It also makes you blind to the abuse of your privileges. So you overstep. And I see perpetual overstepping, which is then leading to, you've seen the polls, him singing in the polls, which then leads him to control more power, which then leads to more singing in the polls, which then leads to violence, right? So it's fear and arrogance. It's anxiety and boasting, right? But all mixed together in this one toxic cocktail. And I want to give you two examples of this. Last week you saw, and I want you to just unpack this. Last week you saw, he was asked point blank, he's a creature of television. This is right before he was about to go to China, where he came back a loser with his tail tucked between his legs. Do you care about, Americans' financial considerations? He says, I don't care about it one bit. He said it with the camera on him. Today, 5 hours ago, hey, do you care about these high gas prices? I'm going to quote you. This is peanuts. I appreciate everybody putting up with it for a little while. I don't even think about it. What I think about is you can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
Wow. Who says that? What president says that, Ruth?
The same president who made an AI video, or had somebody make it, of him crapping on Americans. And I've, as a student of visual propaganda, I have analyzed it very carefully. And he was a bomber pilot, and he was the only one there, and it was literally his excrement going on protesters, and he was telling Americans what he thinks of them. But he campaigned on this kind of emotional abuse in I think it was during the Iowa, when they had the caucus in Iowa, and it was sub-zero temperatures, and he was trying to get Iowans to go out and caucus for him. This is during his re-election campaign. And he said, if you're ill and you go out and you pass away, it'll be worth it as long as you voted for me.
Wow.
Yeah. So he tells them, there's a number of, I have a Word doc somewhere with these things collected. He tells people he doesn't care about whether they live or die, as long as everybody is an asset to use. And so he has periodically made these statements, even when he's running for office. And so and now he feels more empowered than ever. He's actually being more and more transparent.
Yes.
He said a number of things just in the last 2 days that are breathtaking in their horribleness. That's not very eloquent word.
I think it's enough. Why be
But I
eloquent?
don't know
Just
what
say
else
it.
to say. But because he feels he can now tell people exactly how much he hates them, doesn't care about them, because he feels empowered. That means he feels safe, and he's having all these victories. Because objectively, of course, he's losing the war, and that, that's a nightmare. But he is having very important victories in getting sycophants to do his bidding, and that is undeniable. What happened today with the IRS? Every day there's a new victory for Donald Trump, and no matter how deteriorated he is, disintegrating cognitively, otherwise, nobody among his lackeys will say anything. And so recently, I talked about this with Mary Trump, that he was sleeping, and
Blinking,
behind
Ruth.
him,
He was blinking. He was blinking.
he was sleeping. So he was sleeping, and behind him, people were talking, and there were two things that struck me. First is that they decided to ignore him sleeping and just pretend he wasn't really sleeping, like the emperor has no clothes. The other is that he briefly woke up. This is all on camera, and he's like Mr. TV, Mr. Image. He briefly woke up and looked around, and then he decided that it was perfectly fine to go back to sleep, because he's so powerful that he can sleep. So he had most people, if they'd fallen asleep on camera and they woke up, they might be alarmed or embarrassed. He had none of that on his face, no shame. He just went back to sleep.
I noticed that as well. I'm so glad you brought that up, because I've been talking about it, not just to mock him, but I'm saying this is a man who is a creature of television. He knows how to behave when the camera is on. He cares about optics. That's why Pete Hegseth has his job.
That's
the fact that he's sleeping on camera shows that he doesn't give an F. And he knows that he has his loyal reeks behind him. And you use the word emperor has no clothes. I've been referencing that a lot in the past 2 weeks, because that's a story about not just the leader, but the reeks of the sycophants around the leader. Who are like, oh my God, he's naked. Okay, let's concoct this lie. And everyone else is so terrified of the leader. They know he's naked. They know this is foolish, but like, what a beautiful robe. And then it takes a kid, Ruth. It's in the story. There's a kid, this innocent kid who's like 10 years old, who says, the emperor has no clothes. And then just like that, all the power, it shatters. And I feel like he's so fragile, and they realize this power is barely hanging on. So simultaneously, we control everything. We're going to teabag you. Teabag is a video game reference I have to use, is that once they kill you and your avatar is killed, Ruth, before it respawns, the other kids come and they kind of like, the character hovers around your face with their butt, and they're teabagging.
Sounds delightful.
Yeah, that's what it is. But these are all these, this is who they are, right? They all use video gaming language. We owned you, you're wrecked, you're pawned. So they're literally teabagging Americans right now. We have all the power. We'll spend millions of dollars to do a Christian nationalist rally. What you going to do about it? Supreme Court's ours. It will go against its own reasoning and just straight up suppress black votes. What you going to do about it? Literally, I'm going to have your taxpayer dollars pay my insurrectionists. What you going to do about it? But as this is happening, Ruth, I think there's a fragility here.
Totally.
Hey, Brian, you say you take naps. Do you have sycophants as well?
There's a deep fear, and they realize, oh, shit.
Yeah.
The peasants might rise up.
No, it's always been there. And I published an op-ed in the Times in February 1st. It came out on autocratic backfire. And you described it before, when it's a process where, so these guys surround themselves with sycophants, they get bad information, they're full of hubris and arrogance, they make bad decisions. You went through it very well. So then there starts to be like popular discontent. But do they course correct? No, they barrel down more, because the sycophants work harder to make them feel even more important. And it goes on like that. And then often what they do is they go into war. They either start a war, or they go deeper into a war that isn't going so well. So in the piece, I had Mussolini. He did the first thing. Then I had Putin, and then I had Trump, and this was February 1st. And so I said, well, Americans should, realize that you should get ready for some kind of military aggression or imperialist maneuvers, because he was like in the zone. He was in the zone to do that. And then the law of autocratic backfire is that they're gambling for resurrection. Political scientists talk about this. They want to have like Putin. He's going to like revive the Russian Empire.
Yeah.
And he'll be safe once and for all. And then most of them lose the wager. I have that quote in Strongmen. It doesn't go well for them in the end. And so Americans are waking up when things get worse economically, and the more blatant that they are. So now our own taxpayer money is being used to pay back people who tried to hang Mike Pence. Like, we need to message to Republicans about that, because Republicans were being attacked as much as Democrats on January 6th. They all had to run for their lives. They called their loved ones. They said, I might never see you again. All of them. And then they were required to forget about their trauma and say their attackers were patriots. And so now those attackers are going to get money back. So this is not okay. But all of this is it can't stand for too long. It's just too blatant now. So I believe that of course, they're living in fear.
Yep.
They know they're going to get whacked at the midterms, and that's why they're doing all this voting tricks. It's our job to mobilize as many people to vote as we can, because voting matters. You never give up on elections. Look at Hungary.
Yep.
Just one example among many. So, but I am confident that they will continue to be so excessive that there will be a reaction.
I agree with you, and this is the optimist in me, is that I call it the Samson option. They're going to bring down the temple, or the accelerationist option, whatever example you want to use. They're playing for all the marbles. They're sandbagging, which is why I think he's not leaving legally or peacefully, which is why I believe they're creating the bunker, which is why they're living on military bases. Right, Ruth?
Yeah. And now he's talking. He actually said today. I saw it today, so it could have been today or yesterday. Very recently, he actually said for the first time that the bunker, which is being built out to have every kind of military function, let's say protective military security function, he said the ballroom was an excuse to build the bunker.
Oh, he said it. Did he say it today finally?
Yeah, I mean, nowadays you have to make sure it's not AI, an AI fake, but I flagged it and emailed it to myself and have to look at it. But he talked about the bunker being more important than the ballroom.
And did you see, I'm sure you saw this, at the Rededicate 250 Christian nationalist event funded by our taxpayer dollars, these pastors came out, not just one, and literally for Donald Trump said, this is why God needs him to build the ballroom. You're like, what the hell? Like, why are they all talking about the ballroom? Don't people like need groceries and healthcare? But they're all talking about the ballroom.
The ballroom, I'm going to write about this. The ballroom is both his ego. It's so the way that autocrat psychology is that they have a proprietary notion of governance. Everything is theirs, and everything is a projection of their ego. And that's how classified documents ended up in Mar-a-Lago in the bathroom, because there's no public versus private. They have the right to everything. But if they get into their bunker phase, their bunker zone, where they're living in fear, then they have to have a safe space. And so Putin has his palaces, Saddam Hussein and Gaddafi had these huge compounds and with dungeons underneath and bunkers. So he's in the bunker phase. He's terrified. And so he's talking about his ballroom all the time because that's his ego. But below ground is his fear. So it's like
Inception. It's meta and also psychological.
Yes, it is. So that's why and the Washington Post they're actually doing good like they're analyzing his speeches in a very good ways. So they did a separate article is that they looked at 6 months of his public pronouncements, and the theme he talked about the most was his ballroom.
Yep.
So his ballroom is him. It's his self and his ego, and he has to make the White House his, put his stamp on it. But the bunker is the fear that he has, that all autocrats have. They live in fear. They're terrified because they know people hate them. They're worried that someone else is going to come and overthrow them if it's an old-fashioned dictatorship. I have a whole thing on bunkers and that at the end of Strongmen in the chapter called Endings. It's just so weird having written about these things, these patterns in history, and then he's literally doing everything that they did in terms of those psychological things.
And to your point, I just saw the Fox News article, which I'll just share right now, where can't make this up, folks. Donald Trump pulls back curtain on White House ballroom's fortress-like defenses, both above and beyond ground.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he needs to. Also, they know that they live in fear of people rising up against them, and they have to have a safe space. Also, he's obsessed with nuclear power. He doesn't care if all of us die, but he has to have his nuclear bunker, and he doesn't want to have to travel because there's always been a bunker under the White House that every presidential palace around the world has to have a security place, a secure place, of course. But oftentimes you have to go outside the presidential palace or the White House to a real bunker. And he doesn't want to have to do that. And remember during in 2020, during the Black Lives Matter protests, he was very quick to put up all those fences.
Yep.
He was terrified. So now he has the means and the donors and the sycophants to build something on site that will make him feel invincible. But unfortunately for us, the more he feels invincible and that he and his family, really just cares about himself, will be safe, that encourages them to be more reckless.
Yep.
Because they can look around and see what happens to other autocrats, but they're so arrogant that they think it's not going to happen to them.
I think no, that's the psychology. That's the psychology of Donald Trump. The performance of strength is actually a performance of weakness. It's all projection all the time. The confidence is actually a con game that reveals deep insecurity. The man who has everything always wants more because everything is never enough. He's perpetually unhappy, which is why there's a nonstop grievance. They want to live forever because that's the one thing they can't have despite all their money. It's all the same. It never changes. And I want to ask you this final question, and I can always talk to you forever, but I don't want to keep you too long. What about the yes men that surround him? Because it's not just Donald Trump, it's the oligarchs who are spinning out.
Yeah, I mean, yes, the Trump figures in the world are nothing without their enablers and their elite partners. And we've seen, he's been able to domesticate the media partly, not totally, or we wouldn't be here. But he's had a lot of conformism from, business elites, financial elites, tech elites, and he's really allowed the tech elites to have unprecedented power inside government. Not just so. Actually, what he's done is the traditional oligarch-autocrat relationship. The whole point is that the oligarch is outside of government. So you buy, like in Modi's India, his friend, was a billionaire and bought up, the newspapers, or you buy up a bank, and they're outside of government, and then they help you. But what Trump did is he brought Musk into the government, literally. Also, Alex Karp and Palantir, his products are in the government, being used by the government. But Musk was literally he was a co-president for the first months. And we already talked about how he's still there making policy, traveling with the president. So there's been an acceleration and exacerbation of the power of these people over the White House, and everything's for sale. So when everything's for sale, the richest get the most power. And
The White
that's-
House is a personal ATM for Donald.
Yo, peace.
What's up, Shanard?
Nothing much, man.
How you been?
Just wanted to. I've been good. Just wanted to ask you a question.
What's that?
I've talked about tap dancers a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I've tried to describe who they are, how they think, how they behave. What is your definition?
Why don't you remind us?
Well, I just want to know, what is your definition of a tap dancer?
I don't actually use the term. I mean, I guess when I think of a tap dancer, it's someone like a minstrel who's performing for a white audience. Like I would call Thomas Sowell a tap dancer to a certain extent. People like John Galt, when he interviewed Jason Kessler, was that his name? Sycophantically, he interviewed him twice and treated him like royalty. I would call that tap dancing.
Would you consider CT a tap dancer?
Yes.
All right. So, and I know you supported CT before, right?
Yeah, I still support
Financially.
CT.
But
Yeah.
why?
Usually it's just to get my comments read. I mean, I might watch CT a couple times a month. Usually it's kind of like if he happens to have a show title that's interesting. You'll notice I'm not there every day. And sometimes, there might be somebody up on the panel. Like, I think the most recent time I sent $5 to CT was just to make sure the comment about John got read. And usually even when I go up to the panel, it's usually like somebody specifically that I want to talk to or address. So I don't have a problem. If I want a comment read that I think is particularly funny, I don't have a problem paying for it. Do you have a problem with me paying for it?
Can I ask you this just real quick?
No. Please answer my question first. Do you have a problem if I want a comment read and I pay like $5 for it?
Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. I don't really know. I mean, if you want,
Okay, well, do you
really-
have a problem with it? That's a yes or no. Or are you saying you don't have an opinion?
Yes and no. Yes and no. Like, I mean, I think if you want your comment read, I guess you're able to send a super chat, so that he can read it.
Usually
I get it,
usually my comments are not compliments.
but you're also, sort of enabling that tap dancer to continue streaming or giving him some sort of like
is it really my is it really my best to shut him down? I mean, why would I be up on my moral high horse trying to shut another man down? I mean, to me, that seems kind of presumptuous, like I'm the moral arbiter of the world. I have my opinion about some of his content, but I also understand that, I probably wouldn't even be doing something like this if it hadn't been for CT. He actually allowed me up, we did a one-on-one interview like 2 or 3 years ago now, and he treated me with respect. And, regardless of his views, he's always been nice to me. So why would my goal be to take his show down?
I didn't say that.
Well, I understand what you're saying about the support, but I've given you a reason why I do it. Now, whether you approve of how I spend my money, you're entitled to your opinion.
All right, let me ask you this. All right. Have you ever used the term African booty scratcher?
No.
You've never used it?
Literally never.
Like you've never called an
Like
African that or an
literally,
African
literally
never.
have never used the term.
No, I can believe you.
Why
I
would
believe
I?
you.
Let me ask you a question. Why would I stoop? Dude, I can come up with a lot funnier phrases. I now maybe I'm full of hubris. Maybe I'm kind of full of myself, but I think I could probably come up with a funnier, term for an African than that. That's like low class. Why would I do that?
Give me an example.
I don't have an example. I think Africans are perfectly fine.
That you just said that you can come up with a more
I could.
better term.
I could.
So
I
what
can't
would it
think
be?
of what I can't think of one, but the last time I actually had a problem with an African, my buddy Charles, who lives in Lagos, he had some views on American politics, and I basically had to say, you have no clue what you're talking about. You're an outsider looking in. I don't think that someone who hasn't been raised in American culture, like I'm literally raised in the culture from day one, you are not going to be able to tell me something about American politics except your viewpoint. And sometimes that outside looking in is a valuable observation, but sometimes they get it totally wrong because they're not raised in the culture. So I don't know. I'd probably call him a pretender or something, but I wasn't particularly mad. And I think he's a great guy. As a matter of fact, every now and again, he actually swings by the show. He's a good guy. So I don't personally have a problem with Africans. Not like a Tariq Nasheed or something like that. I think Africans are perfectly fine. Even when they come to America and act like assholes. Usually the Africans I've known, I've never had a problem with.
All right. How do you feel about me writing a book on tap dancers? I'm actually going to do it.
I'll read it when you write it. That's how I feel about it.
Because I want to. Yeah, I remember when I was younger, right? And this is what, because I've been, ever since I was young, I kind of understood what a tap dancer is. I just didn't have a word for it.
Well, did you grow
like
up in a tap dancing family? Did you live in a neighborhood of tap
No,
dancers? How have you come to know so much about tap dancers? Were you ever a tap dancer yourself?
when I was young, right? When I go to school, they take, teachers take attendance at the beginning of the day. They will call my name. Everybody would say African booty scratcher, African, all the Black American kids, African booty scratcher, African booty scratcher. Now, my school was like about, I would say like 60% Black, 40% non-Blacks. So there were a couple of white kids in the classroom. And so while they're laughing, the white kids will be laughing along with them. And I think a lot of people need to understand what it like. If you understood how I see tap dancers from a non-Black American born to immigrants in America, from my perspective, I think you'll kind of understand why
where your
I use
parents
that word a
from?
lot. Nigeria.
Really interesting.
Right. So I remember one instance where this one kid that always he would be the first one to say it. He one day.
So they called you an African booty scratcher.
Yeah, every day
Really?
in elementary school, middle school.
Let me tell you a quick story, and it's similar. It's a little off topic, but not that much. From first through sixth grade, I went to an all-Black Catholic school, St. Mary's in Savannah.
Yep.
And there was a set of white kids who enrolled, and I was probably in third grade. I don't know why they were there or why their parents would want to do it. I don't know. But I probably learned more about the horrors of racism or racists. Those poor white children in an all black Catholic school, they caught hell. And I actually remember my sister and I, we were like, why the fuck are y'all doing this? You know, why are you teasing these kids who have done nothing to you other than be white? I think that's my earliest encounter was black people just fucking treating these white kids like shit for no
Were
reason
you a
in
part of that
particular.
crowd?
No, wait, I literally just said my sister and I were like asking the black kids, "Why are y'all doing this? Um, you look ridiculous." So I was actually defending the white kids, like, why? What have they done to you? Why are you acting like this? I think black people in particular should be the least racist of Americans because we historically know what racism and racists can rot. So, oddly enough, it was black people being racist to white kids. That's like my earliest memory of how horrible, how vile racists can be. And
Do
I've
you believe
always
black?
had I've always had a sensitivity to that sort of thing. I think black people can be as racist as white people. Now you could make the argument, well, you know, the racist blacks are, you know, it's a defense mechanism. I don't know that that's particularly true. That's an argument. I don't know that I buy into it. So what's your question?
Yeah, I was just about to ask you that. You think black people can be racist?
Oh, absolutely. And they're very good at it. Black people probably understand racism and racists better than the actual like white racists do. We
But
know it
why do you think
well.
some black
Whoa,
people?
whoa, 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 whoa. We know it well because we've been victims of it for centuries in this country and other
Why do you
countries.
think?
Countries, what I concentrate on.
Why do you think some black people say that black people can't be racist, either towards
Can't
their
be.
own or towards other
Well,
people?
what they're saying, I think what they're saying is black people don't contribute to racism. And I agree with that. Racist and racism are two different concepts, though they're related. We as black people is what 12, 13%, 12.5% of the demographics. We've never had political power, etc. We don't control the system. Racism is a system. It's embedded in institutions. We have never controlled those institutions. So we don't contribute to racism other than kind of, you know, racist behaviors, which anyway, we don't
No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
we don't contribute to racism because you have to have power to do that, but we can be racists.
So you gotta have power to be to
You
engage
have
in
to have
racism.
power. No, 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 no. You have to have power to contribute or maintain racism.
I mean, what are the tap dancers doing?
It's performative behavior for
So you
whites.
think the whites think that they're just playing around,
I
they're not
don't know. I
contributing
don't know
to?
what white people think. I know what I think. And
Well, the
tap
whites in this
dancers
space.
are
That's what I mean.
tap dammits. White people in this space are pretty weird, just like the black people. I generally, you know, I judge their behavior. I don't know them in person. What's up, Kimmy?
Yo, did you see John Goss' last stream, bro? The
No, I
ending
don't.
of it. I
I
remember
don't
somebody
generally watch.
mentioning it.
I
I saw
don't.
that.
I don't generally watch John Galt's streams. I haven't watched a stream of his in probably a year. Though I've seen a clip or two, but I don't watch the stream. It's too painful.
I think you need to reach
But
out to him
I
and be
did
like,
hear roller skater Texas girl was worried about him.
yeah, it's at the ending part. I think, bro, I think you should reach out to him and try to like, cause you know the dude is getting worse,
Why
man.
would
We all know
I
that
reach
dude's.
out to him? He's got a
I mean, just
girlfriend or woman or something like that. He's got people there on the ground who can take care of him. I don't need
I
to
mean,
do
at
that.
one point, you know, you guys used to be not necessarily cool with each other, but
No,
uh,
I still don't have a huge problem
yeah,
with
you don't have an
John
issue
other
with
than,
John. Yeah,
the obvious. Well, no, I have an issue with John, but if I had to reach out, if I could I'm going to help anyone who's not pure evil.
yeah, I mean,
But he
just like
doesn't
he's
need,
like the
he
dude
does,
is.
whoa, 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 whoa. He does not need me. He's got people on the ground there. He's got a woman. She can look out for him.
You know, I don't know. You guys you used to be on this channel, man. You had a show on there. You know,
And
I mean, at one point, you guys used to be sort of cordial with one another. I mean, just just let them know, like, hey, man, you're doing a
I
little bit too much. I
hold
think you
on.
should put the weed and liquor
We
down.
were actually fairly, good acquaintances, good friends. And
Right.
as far as I'm concerned, if I can help him, I will. What I'm trying to desperately tell you is he doesn't need my help. He's got people there if something comes up.
I don't think that he even has that, bro. I don't think he has that.
Well, you can think what you want. I think he does. I think he's fine.
No, I'm just saying, like, I don't have his number or anything like that, but I think you should
I
like
don't have,
just give him a
I
call.
used
Just
to
say, hey,
have his
man.
number. He does not
I
need
know
me
I
to
know we had
call
issues in
him.
the past.
Okay,
Just I see
Shenard.
something you're going
Okay, well
down.
then
You know what I
you
mean?
go
Just something like
help
that.
him. Go help. If you want to do that, you don't need my permission.
The dude is out of control, man. Like the dude looked like he was about to pass out.
I don't
That was a
care.
sad sight to see, man. Very sad.
Well, I'm sorry it disturbed you. I didn't watch. I don't know what's going
Yo,
on
play
there.
it. It's the last stream he did towards the end of it.
No, I have no reason to play it. That's a John Galt problem. He's a 50-year-old man. He
Well, at
knows
least
what
go
to do.
see it.
Why?
No, the dude needs someone to talk to,
I
man.
can be so I can be as disturbed as you are. If you tell me it was disturbing, I believe you. I don't need to see it.
Shit is sad, man. The dude just, I
And
remember
look
when he
at
first started
Palomino.
out. Yo, when he
Look
first
at
when he first
Palomino.
started,
Palomino says John Galt is full of vigor.
yeah, he's one of his main supporters. See, yeah, and
I
John
bet
doesn't even care. He doesn't care that he's
Palomino, have
surrounded
you
by
ever
snakes.
Palomino, have you ever hit John Galt's Cash App? I bet you haven't. So what else you got?
Yeah, man. I mean, when the dude first started streaming, his shit was boring. I remember, like, most people flocked to like your streams.
Wait,
Like anytime
who?
you stream,
Wait, hold it. Who's boring? John Galt?
John. When he first started, he'll just replay videos and tap dance and shit. No one will watch his shit. They'll always watch either you or HB's segment on this channel.
I don't, honestly, I don't
And then as
recall
soon
it
as
that way. I recall John being way more. He get way more people watching than me.
no.
I mean, I'm being honest.
Like if
He
you
and
two are
HB,
streaming at the same time, everybody will go to your stream.
I don't know
It
about
wasn't
that.
like that with John. Anytime, because he'll just he'll just replay videos and repeat shit that
No, I
other people
think
said. But then
John.
as
I
soon as
think
you guys
John.
got,
I
as
think
soon as
John
Be
when he.
Brave put that, go ahead, man.
No, I was about to say when John gets on a roll, he is funny. I mean, nobody's going to deny, he's entertaining.
Yeah, he is. He is. He's a tap dancer. I mean, but to a certain extent, and then the jokes start to just seem, it gets sad after a while. Kind of feel bad for him. But yeah, the dude is funny. He's funny without even trying. And that is a sign of intelligence because he knows what to say and how to say it to make people laugh. I understand that, but at some point, after a certain point, it just it just becomes like he's trying too hard or something. You know what I mean?
He has people. He is smart. He is 50 years old, and he has he has money coming in. He doesn't need my help.
He's not as smart as he thinks he is.
Or no one is. Like I'm as smart as I think I am? Probably not.
Shit is sad, man. It's sad.
I don't know. I think, he is in full control. He does not need my help. As a matter of fact, he swung by here over the weekend. So, do you have any comments on this video?
Yeah, I caught a little bit of it. Still don't really
Look
know
at this. Look at this freak of nature. God damn. Palomino, there is no floor to how low you can go. Dude, you literally live in an underground parking garage. There's always a lower level. So this idiot writes, he has people, name them, or you're lying to get out of helping him. I literally just said John does not need help. He's perfectly in control. And motherfucker, you have his email address. Why don't you email him and ask him how he's doing? Palomino, with every post, I literally am losing confidence in your intelligence. Seriously. Hey, Mella. How you doing?
I'm doing it well.
Good.
Yeah. Real good. Real good. I'm doing it well, and I don't mean to sound sexy about it. I'm talking about being terrific.
Well, good.
I've been listening to you being consistent like a man. Regardless of the audience, regardless of the opposition, you plow through like a man. I just would have loved to have seen you.
I don't think I've had a better compliment in years.
Man, I would have
Holy
loved
cow.
to have witnessed you in a previous life just plowing through. That's just who you are. I've been listening. I'm telling you, I've been listening. And
well, let me tell you, I had a captain once.
Yes.
And his thing was, you got to drive the problem. Stan, you got to drive the problem. And, you know what? He was right.
Don't quit, man. You do that. You like, ain't nobody listen. What the hell? What the damn? You are fixed on your mission. That's manhood.
Well, I actually, like most of the videos I watch, I don't pre-watch videos generally. Sometimes I do, but it's maybe 10%. So
you acknowledge that it might be boring to some, but it's meaningful to you. I am a man. This is my channel. This is what I do. Love it or leave it. And you just plow through. I'm listening. I'm like, he is for real.
Oh Lord.
You're not seeking, my point is, you're not looking for validation. There are some pseudo males out here. They are looking for validation. That's what they're looking for. Now, it would be ideal that, to have an audience and what have you, but that's
Right.
not
Yeah.
your mission. Your mission is manhood. It's like,
Well, it's
I said
kind
what I was
of,
going to do, and I'm here to do it.
well, it's kind of, I mean, I'd like to have an audience, and I think we'll get there. I mean, shoot, I didn't. Were you around for the all-nighter last night?
No, I
Dude,
wasn't. I heard about it.
oh
I
my
heard about
God. I don't know what
As
got
a matter
into
of
me. It
fact,
was mostly,
I'm gonna listen back to it.
Coors Light.
I'm going to listen. I'm going to have a drink and listen to it because I heard it was a doozy.
It was, I guess it was okay. Honestly, I had a good time.
I saw somebody in the comment that mentioned do it again. I was like, it must have been a doozy.
I don't know about all that. Look, the problem is I tend to be kind of straight laced, but get a couple beers in me, and I guess I just
That's why I
cut
was saying
loose.
you must have had a couple of beers in you because everybody
Oh,
wants you to do it
I had a
again.
great time.
Yeah.
I got to talk everything from political philosophy to just outright BS. And I had a good old time.
I want to be considerate to the panelists that's also here.
Oh, Shenard, Shenard.
I'm Mela, in case you forgot about me.
Wait, you don't know King Shenard?
Peace.
I'm surprised y'all haven't talked a lot over the years.
Who knows where we have known one another? The time is now to acknowledge that I'm pleased to be in your presence audibly.
Nice.
Do
I'm
you
pleased
agree
to
with
be here with
what
you
I said
now.
earlier?
Have you ever said anything bad about me?
Me?
No, the guest.
No.
Okay, I'm very pleased, Stan.
Do you agree with what I said earlier?
I just arrived. I have no idea what you said. What can you repeat it, please?
Talking about tap dancers. And how they think, and you're around these tap dancing spaces.
Like you're talking that's a help me pronounce it, Stanley.
Colloquialism.
Yeah, that's a colloquialism. Okay. I thought you were literally talking about tap. Like I really did, but this is how the Black community gets things messed up. We start renaming stuff. I thought you were literally talking about tap dancing. Okay, so you're talking about people that are skirting, and that's another colloquialism, however you pronounce it. So what exactly are you trying to say? People are being phony, they're not being for real. That's what you're saying?
Well, I think
People hating.
Let me give you a good example.
Give me a second.
There's a guy who used to tap dance on the Lawrence Welk show. Now I'm definitely dating myself because we're talking early 70s. And his name was Arthur something or another. But he was like, the Lawrence Welk show did not have a lot of Black.
The Lawrence Welk, yeah, they didn't.
But he was actually one of the few Black people, and he was a tap dancer. My grandmother, we used to watch the Lawrence Welk show when we were with my mother's mother.
Yeah,
every
that's
now
like
and
the
again we'd
50s.
stay a weekend or something.
Yeah, the
And
1950s. Yeah.
oh no, this is early 70s.
Oh, I thought it was the 50s. My bad.
No, I'm not that old.
My bad.
No, Lawrence Welk used to come on every Sunday night or something like that. But anyway, what I'm saying is he was one of the few Black performers on the Lawrence Welk show, and he was kind of, a regular. And my grandmother loved him. So tap dancing
I
for
gotta
an
charge my
all-white
phone.
audience,
Hey,
it's very minstrel show sort of thing.
I wouldn't say minstrel because of those brothers, the ones that did the splits
Yeah,
down the stairs.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, my son is calling me, Stanley. Let me come right back.
Okay.
Oh, I hope it's some good news.
So,
yeah, I'll be back, man. Just give me a second.
okay. Well, folks, the link is posted if anyone else wants to come up. Looks like my boring video has outlived its usefulness. Is that a phone call? Or you doing a Dexter? So, well, I don't know. I'm coming up on 5.5 hours. I need to cut it off if I have any sense at 6 hours so I can, or before 6 hours so I can clip it up. But I'm not famous for my discipline. Yeah, can you remember his last name, Khan? It's Arthur something. I could look it up, but it's not that important. So, if I ever get done here, I probably will go over to CM's show. I looked in on it. Dude is weirding out. What is up with him? Can someone tell me? Maybe someone can explain it. Let's see. What else is going on here? This is interesting.
I hope all is well with you. Again, I am Demetra K. Hope you're having a great day. Donovan may or may not be joining me. I know he said he was helping a friend do something, so I sent them a link. If he comes on, great, right? But anyway, the purpose of the Demetra K show is to promote Black love, knowledge, and understanding of all things that go on in the Black community, to make us an even better people, with the emphasis on even, because we're great people, but we can always strive to do better. Like I said, Big Giant, thank you, hello, and welcome to YouTube and Facebook. You are the other side of the conversation. Also to my wonderful moderators for all that you do in holding down the comment section. It is much appreciated. Today we're going to be having a conversation, and it goes like this. Is a Latina mayor the best choice for a majority Black city?
Oh my Lord, I've been abandoned on the panel. So I'm going to play this. Then maybe I will go over to CM's show just to harass him.
Now, I am referencing that of New Orleans, right? Louisiana, where they just elected a Latina mayor by the name of Helena Moreno. And so we're going to get into all of that. Is she the best choice? And is she the one that's going to represent Black folks? I don't know. We're going to delve into it and try to figure this all out together. So, Donovan popped up right on time. There he is. So anyway, let me go ahead and put you on mute. There you go. So anyway, I will jump into the comment section in just a few, but let's go ahead and get into it for the sake of time. And before I forget, because I forgot yesterday, please join me in Ohio, Columbus, Ohio, to be exact, at the Ohio Black Expo. Ohio Black Expo, again in Columbus, Ohio, where I will be there representing African Diaspora News Channel, along with that with Brother Phil and Sister Vicky. And there's a whole host of other things there. They said it's the food, the vibes, and the music. There's going to be people like October London, Moni Love, Rhapsody, Loose Ends, of course, HBCU stuff is going to be there.
You know, I didn't realize Demetra K was aligned with Phil. Interesting. Phil White, I think his name is. Interesting.
Lots of food, which I'm probably going to try to gain a pound or two, but I'm going to lose it when I get back, though. Eating all of the great food. So if you want to come and say hello, please go to ohioblackexpo.com, ohioblackexpo.com.
Moxie, that's an interesting point. I don't know. I guess I am kind of done here. Since Mella left and Shenard left, I was actually having a good time talking to him. So, yeah, we can go over there. Now, I don't know if he'll let me up. You know, I'm not paying money to go up on a goddamn panel. So, and by the way, the Du Bois documentary on American Masters, is it? Let's see, what is it? Yeah, American Masters. I really want to go and watch it. It's almost a 2-hour documentary. And Du Bois is one of my heroes. If you've ever read him, dude, I read Black Reconstruction. Dude is literally, motherfucker was a master with words. So he is definitely worth reading. Let's see who we got here. Interesting. Hello there.
Hey.
Hey. How you doing?
Not too bad. Me think that Americans are so stupid because the
Where are you
education.
calling from? Australia? Or no, you've got a British accent, right?
There you go. I
Where
was
are you
like,
from
Australia?
in
No.
Britain?
Say it again.
Well, the video. Well, let me tell you why. I
Well, me
mistook it.
think. Oh, okay.
I showed a
bottle
video
of water.
earlier from an Australian lady talking about Americans being stupid. So I figured you might have seen the video, from Australia or something. So what you got? Your thoughts on Americans? Obviously, you don't have a high opinion. You there? I can't hear you. Oh, hey, Arowella. I welcome trolls here. We're kind of a troll friendly channel. Good to see you, man. Why don't you hit the link, Arowella? I'm thinking of going over to see Moore's. If you're talking, Jack, we can't hear you. You might want to go out and come back in. Oh, was it a fake accent, Arowella? Well, you would know. You actually live in Britain, huh? Maybe that's why I mistook it for an Australian accent, because it was fake. Oh, he's gone. Damn. So, as I was saying, maybe I will go over to see Moore's. Yeah, it kind of sounded fake to me, Con. That's why I kind of got it mixed up a bit. So, well, if nobody's gonna come up, I'll wait for Mela maybe a couple more minutes, and then we'll pick up stakes. God damn, it's actually after midnight. I should be sleeping. But I'm sitting here drinking Coors Light, so I guess I'm feeling kind of randy. Arowella, hit the link. Or someone hit the link. Well, I guess, let's see. Is Seymour still live? Let's see here. Let us see. Wow. There's a Green Lantern like series coming out on HBO that I'm actually gonna watch. When I was a kid, Green Lantern was one of my favorite superheroes. Yeah, Arowella, I gather that. And Moxie's trying to tempt me to go up there to improve the show. But far be it from me to to improve another man's show. Yeah, he does, Con. It's Seymour Stacks or something like that. Let me find it. I'll drop the link. He could probably use a friend. Seymour needs friends. Poor Seymour. I'm just going to have all kinds of fun with this shit. All right. So here is Seymour's channel. Y'all can go over there whenever you decide. I don't know if I want to restream it because I'm coming up. I'm at 5 hours and 34 minutes. I should probably cut this off before 6 hours so I don't have to actually go in and edit because I never will. I hate editing stuff or clipping stuff. What's up, Shanard?
Yo. Yeah, let me ask you this.
Oh, well, can you wait 1 second? Let me talk to Arawella just right quick. Hey, Arawella, if I restream it also, he'll just say, hey, you had to restream my stuff to, to have a successful show. I don't, I'd rather just go over there and up on his chat. What's up, Shanard? Sorry.
What does the term akata mean to you?
Akata?
Akata. What does that mean?
AGATA?
You said what?
I don't know. I'm not sure I've ever heard the term.
Akata.
Tell me. I don't know that I've ever heard it. How do you spell it?
Akata.
No, I've definitely not heard it. What does it mean?
Right.
You're gonna keep me in mystery or in the dark?
I mean, if you don't know what it means, then don't worry about it.
Is it an African term?
Yeah, I think you heard of it before.
I'm not sure that I have. I think I've heard of AGATA, but I don't recall what it means. But that's more a Greek thing, I think. I mean, you don't have to tell me. We can move on. Oh, that's funny. Moxie wins. Oh my God. I don't know why that made me laugh, but it did. Great Perius. Damn. That's actually pretty funny. So what else you got, Shanard?
Do you think xenophobia exists within Black America?
That's fear of everything, right?
No, amongst other like Black.
Oh, no.
immigrant
Okay,
groups.
you're right. It's fear of foreigners. I don't know. I don't know. I think if you look at Black Americans as Americans, maybe. But let me talk about. I mean, you're talking xenophobia versus cosmopolitanism.
What
I've known many
what
Black
about
people,
with
especially New Yorkers or people in big cities, who love other cultures, especially New Yorkers. New Yorkers are really good at embracing, other cultures, mainly through food and stuff like that. But they have the festivals. So I don't know. I think xenophobia is not racial so much as just a function of ignorance. That trope where small town people tend to be a little bit, suspicious of strangers. I don't think it's a race thing. If Black people are xenophobic, it's an American thing, maybe.
what about xenophobia based off of skin tone?
That's racist. That's racism.
Or colorism.
Colorism is a form of racism.
Well, I mean, that's if you believe race exists.
Well, you have to
Do you
be
believe race
careful.
exists?
Well, you have to be careful when you say whether race exists. It exists as a concept, but I'm basically trained in chemistry and biology. I know it doesn't exist biologically, but conceptually it does exist. And it's one of these things where it will exist as long as people think it exists. If everyone stopped thinking race was a thing, it would disappear.
Like, I don't even use the word racist. Like, that's not really part of my lexicon.
Yeah, well, it's a part of mine.
I mean, only if I'm talking to someone that
it's
just
a part of
provides.
my lexicon because it literally is a tool, just like any other word, really.
I don't know. I like when you talk to people on here, like the tap dancers, the Be Braves, the Palominos. You kind of I don't know, man. It's almost like some people just have that concept of
Well,
race.
you
It's
think
just
Be
like,
Brave is a tap dancer?
well, the tap dancers and their allies, they're pretty much the same as far as like
Well, I figure the tap dancers are black. The carnival masters are the whites. Like Be Brave might as well be John's overseer.
that's a sad sight to see, man. The way like the
Hey,
dude changes
you know
up
what,
and his whole
John?
demeanor
I did
changes
see
when
that clip.
talking to Brave.
Somebody clipped John, like it was a clip someone showed me the other day where it was Nightish. Showed me a clip of DJ Witch Doctor being up on John's panel. So John calls Be Brave, going, "We got a black on the panel. Can you dial into the show?" I'm like, dude, it's like, hey, we got a new slave on the plantation. Hey, Mr. Brave, can you come and break this slave in? That's what it sounded like.
Bro, it's just sad what this dude devolved into. Like that. You really got to check the last stream that he had, like towards the end. The dude is like, you should really call him though. Like just like let him know,
No,
like, hey man,
I am not going to call him.
like just give him some
He
advice
doesn't
or
need
something.
he doesn't need my help. If he does, shit, if he needed me, he knows how to contact me. I'm not gonna offer help where it's probably not needed.
Cause Be Brave is not even gonna. Be Brave is seeing this shit happen in real time. The way John is just,
Okay, well, you do realize Be Brave doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, of course he doesn't. But John doesn't know that. He doesn't know it. He thinks Be
You know
Brave
what?
is.
I
He looks
don't
at him as
know
a
what
father
John.
figure. He said it, bro. He said it.
I don't know what John knows. I don't read minds, but I don't
More
care.
than twice.
I literally don't care.
So
Stop
it's like
acting like
your
I
father figure
stop
should tell
acting
you
like
to stop
stop
drinking and
acting like I
smoking.
care. Stop acting like I care. John is a grown man.
But bro, when someone is doing bad, right, they don't know that they're doing bad. You gotta just reinforce that thought into their mind so that they can get some help.
That's for John's mother. That's for his wives or his women. That's a John Galt family issue. And I'm not gonna, dude, you don't poke your nose into another man's business.
Would you consider yourself pro-black?
I consider myself not anti-black. Black people, Black Americans are humans. They have their flaws just like white people do. So
Would you consider yourself a
I am
Pan-African?
pro. Hell no, absolutely not a Pan-African.
Not a Pan-African.
Nope.
Absolutely not. That's what you said, right?
Absolutely not. I think black people are a unique. Now, I consider ourselves African heritage. I consider ourselves part of the diaspora, but would I call myself an African? Nope. I'm American.
Would you say you're of African descent?
Absolutely.
Why are you
So
interrogating this man?
No, let him
ask you,
interrogate.
Mello.
See, I don't fear Mella. I don't fear the
popped in at the right
interrogation.
time.
Hold on one section, Art. Mella, dear, I don't fear interrogation because if nothing else, for better, for worse, I'm gonna be consistent. I have no reason not to be.
Exactly.
Mela,
I'm not sure.
are you of
And
African descent?
by the way, I learned at a young age the truth is much funnier than why would I lie? The truth is funnier.
It truly is. So,
Mela,
sir,
are you of African descent,
sir,
or are you one of those Native Americans?
sir, what is your point?
Can
Can
you
you
answer my
give me your
question?
Don't
no, no,
Mela.
I
Don't
cannot. What
let
I
him
would
cook.
prefer, no, what I would prefer is that he makes his point. I would entertain your point.
Well,
I'm not going to entertain interrogation.
Shenard is a slow burner. He'll get to his point eventually.
Oh, well, please do it sooner than
But can you
later.
answer my question first?
What
I'm
was
not
your
here to
question?
appease you. No, I will not.
Are you of African
I
descent,
am
or are you
not
one of those Native Americans?
interested in appeasing you.
So I'm gonna take that as
You
you're
are
Native
not the
American.
host. I will appease the host. Are you the
Why do you
host?
think you're Native American? Why?
Are you the host? Are you the host?
She thinks she's Native American, bro.
You can't answer the question as
I
to whether
didn't
or not
hear
you're
her.
the
I
host.
didn't
But
hear her say one way or the other.
yet you want, you would, you almost
She
insist.
jumped in at the right time, bro. That's what we were talking about. She said, "Well, why did you
No,
jump in when I was talking to Stanley
well,
right at that moment?" Talking about I'm interrogating it.
Shenard,
Are you
how
Native
about
American or African?
what is
What
your
are you?
Shenard?
point? What are you
Shenard,
That's
looking
my
for
that's
with these
my
questions?
point.
let me refocus you, Shenard.
We're
You
talking
are
about
asking
xenophobia.
You're not
right,
even
and
asking me to be under oath. Like, well, how can I take you seriously? Like, this is what are you doing? Are you pretending to be judicial or something? Just make your point.
Why are you pretending to be Native American?
No, you're pretending to be judicial.
he's pretending to be a
Consultants are
lawyer.
intelligent.
He's pretending to be an inquisitor.
Absolutely. It's ridiculous at this point. It's like, for those who don't know it, for those who are attention seekers, yeah, they're going to be, well, no, yeah, maybe.
Yo,
Yeah, people who are attention seekers are going to entertain your asinine questions. Make your point.
Stanley, you're one of the few Black Americans. When I would ask, "Are you African?" and they would say, "Yes, I am." You're like the only one I've ever heard say that.
Wait, I didn't say I was African. I
He
said
did
I'm
not say
Well,
American.
of
he's
African
African.
descent. Anytime I would ask that
Well,
question,
wait,
I usually
hold it.
do it as a
Am I not
He's
of
stepping
African
over his
descent?
tongue. He's stepping over
No,
his
you are,
tongue.
of course. I'm just saying, can I talk at least? I'm saying, like, when I would ask that
Mhm.
question growing up, I would ask it in a way just to, like, sort of like understand, like, where that person is, how I should treat them after they answer the question,
Oh, is
right?
that
And I
what
already
your
know the
point is?
answer.
Your point is
Well, let me tell you
to
And so
determine how you're
you're
going to
the
treat
Can I
only
somebody.
tell you?
one
Hold on,
that I've
y'all.
ever heard say that.
Hold on, y'all. Let me tell you why I respond the way I did. When I went, when I was in the Navy, I'm in the Middle East or Israel or, even Spain. I no one ever said, well, you're a Black American. I was American. And let me tell you something that's so funny, because I've told this story before. I was in Palma de Mallorca, which is, island in the in the Mediterranean. So my buddy, my roommate, and I, he was married, so we're out, he wants to go shopping for his wife. And I'm like, yeah, we can hang out, but goddamn it, I want to go to the bar. Finish up your goddamn shopping so we can hit the bar and have some sangria or something. So, he just, store to store to store to store. And finally I go, you know what, Scott? Fuck you. I'm bored, you know. And this random white girl from America goes, "You're American." She heard me say, "Fuck you, Scott." And so she didn't go, "You're Black American." And she was American, by the way. She was just over there visiting family for the summer or something. Even she didn't
Well,
go,
hey,
"You're
you're
Black."
Why does she
well,
why does she yell
So
you're American though?
that's why I say I am American. I have African heritage, of course, and proud of that too.
Why does she, emphasize that you're
Because
American?
she'd been speaking Spanish, I guess, all summer, and hearing an American say "fuck you," I guess it made her homesick.
I have a really comical story about that as well.
Sounded like
There's
she was
Oh,
trying to
tell,
mock you.
tell us.
there's a particular woman who's an author of a book, and it's been translated in different languages. And this one particular language, I believe, is Czechoslovakian.
Czechoslovakian.
Yeah, they had a misunderstanding that they emailed her about. It was like, when you use the term "make out," I'm under the impression that means making love. Is that correct? And because it went to her spam, she never saw the email. So they went forward with the understanding that it meant making love. So in her biography, they had her making love in all these different places when in fact she was making out. And the thing about being an American is that we have ways
Why
of
would that woman just yell like you're American? Was she trying to like either
no,
remind you that you're American, or did she see
we
you as
as
African first?
Americans, we express ourselves in a way that's uniquely designated that we understand. For instance, it's kind of like Forrest Gump. America has a way of saying things that only we Americans can understand them. When someone from a different language is learning English, they're not exposed to the intricate, just the different. There's a word I'm looking for. Intricacies.
Right.
Yeah. There's just really minute intricacies that denote that you were born here.
Right.
As
So let me ask you
opposed,
this. Can I ask you this? Are you American?
you've already asked me that.
I didn't ask you that.
You've already asked me something akin to that. And
Okay. Are you an American of African descent?
I believe I informed you I'm not interested in your inquiries. I want you to make your point as to why you're curious enough to ask these questions.
My point is, Stanley is the first person in my entire life that has admitted that he's of African descent.
And what
Anytime I would, the first Black American.
What significance does that hold for you?
Oh, that's very, very significant. I've
What
never heard that before.
So you're a virgin, African American confessor, hearer.
I've never heard it before.
Stanley busted your African American confession
every
theory.
time
Like what? Like
I would ask that question. No, I'm
Mhm.
not. I ain't no damn
Are
African.
you
I'm
trying
American.
to insinuate that people are ashamed?
Wait, hold on. I didn't
Yes.
say I was
That's what he's
African.
getting to, Stanley.
I
You
am
were
no.
ashamed to claim.
Mela.
You couldn't
I don't
even
have
say
a
that
problem.
you're African
I
or
don't
not.
have a problem, Mela. I don't have a problem with Shenard asking the questions. I think he's been very respectful.
Well, you're the host. You're supposed
Yeah.
to
All I'm saying,
engage
it is
your
odd.
guest.
It is odd that I'm the first person. Isn't that I'm a history minded person, so I'm American.
I mean, I guess I know who to ask that
I
question to. I mean,
I don't know
you're the first
I
person
don't
that
understand why
answered
that's an
that
odd
for me
thing.
asking
I
that
don't know.
question.
I don't know why that's an odd thing. See, I mean,
tell you
on my
why.
mother's side, especially, even on my father's side, but my mother my mother's family's from the Sea Islands of South Carolina.
This is what
And so, I mean, I know I'm African heritage.
disturbs
Sea
me
Islands.
about
That's
that
Geechee
question.
Gullah, right?
This
Well,
is what
Gullah,
Or
disturbs
the
Gullah,
Geechee
Gullah,
part
yeah.
is slightly different.
It's
Well,
different, yeah.
they say Gullah Geechee. When I was growing up, Gullah was one thing, Geechee was another.
Yeah, they were two
I
different
guess,
things.
yeah, I guess they're related though. I mean, I'm not gonna, quibble.
Eventually, people blend Creole and Cajun, but it's two different things.
Right.
Distinguishments. What this is what's catching me off guard, right? When a person fills out an employment application and there are boxes to check off, they're going to check off most likely African American for a specific reason. And the fact that you're asking just some person on a panel whether or not they're willing to quote unquote admit it, that denotes a negative.
Well, do you check off African American?
Sir, what I'm indicating is that there's something
Or do you
negative
check
about
off Indigenous American?
Sir, I'm sensing a negative view of Black people
How's
from
that?
you.
How's that negative? If I'm asking you
I am
if you're African or
feeling,
not.
and I don't like to use the word feeling and vibe. I don't like to use those terms. However,
Let me interrupt. Let me interrupt.
Your
right
intuition
quick.
is telling you.
Let
It's
me
tricking you.
interrupt right
I asked you a
quickly.
simple question. Are you
Okay,
of African
Shenard.
descent? Yes or no? There's nothing negative about that.
Shenard. Mela. Let me address this comment by Palomino. He says the way Stan tells that story, it makes it sound like he was delighted just to be just American and not Black. Dude,
Right, that's how I
once
see it,
again,
so-
you are literally, hold on. Palomino, you are a fucking racist.
He's not. Palomino's not that dumb.
Well, no, I think he is dumb, and he keeps proving it almost every post. It's literally like there is
Trust me,
no
I'm not.
floor. There is no floor to his basement. He will always find a lower level to go. My point, if you couldn't pick up what I was laying down, brother, was that overseas, people see Americans. Now, you're an American who happens to be Black or white or whatever, but they see American first. That was my point. And I'm sorry you as a white boy, you are slow. I thought white people had higher IQs.
He's not white.
Did you waste? Are you a waste of white skin?
He's
Because I
mixed.
thought white.
Let me ask
I thought white
Palomino
boys
this
were
question
supposed to
then.
be smart.
He's not white. He's mixed.
Palomino, are you European? Put a yes or no in the chat.
He's been made to feel ashamed of the Black side of his family.
Oh, is that it?
Like, he knows he's American. I want to see if he's of European descent.
Sir, you have been made to
Now
feel
wait,
ashamed
hold on.
of your
Now
family.
this motherfucker is saying I'm emotional around this topic. Dude, do you hear emotion? The only emotion I'm feeling
He's right,
now
bro. Yo,
is,
he's right.
okay, I need you to let me finish what I'm saying, please. Palomino, the only emotion I'm feeling right now, if it's an emotion, is disdain for your total lack of intelligence. Dude, for someone who worships IQ and high IQ, I can understand why you look up to people with high IQ, because you don't happen to have a high IQ. You're literally
Even if that shit doesn't exist.
my estimation of your intelligence is going down with every post.
Wow.
Dude, how about just fucking not type anymore and listen? Please stop typing.
Yo, you don't agree that a lot of Black people get emotional when asked that question? You
A
don't
lot
believe
of Italians get emotional, supposedly.
Yeah, they do. Italians are ashamed of their Black heritage.
So is being emotional specific to being Black?
that? He can easily say it. He said he's European, but he's American. But you
Okay,
can't even. So Stanley, are you African? Let me ask you again.
He
Are
is
you African?
Palomino is literally unlearned. it surprises me how someone who worships IQ, dude, you are literally rudimentary.
I'm on the panel with a mutt.
If I look up rudimentary, Palomino is going to be that picture.
Waving.
Stanley, are you African or American? Because you know Africa is a continent, it's not a country.
I'm American.
Are you both African
By the
and
way,
American?
are you
African American?
Hold on one second. American is rather non-specific. You know, American is short, I guess, for United States of America. Canada's part of America. South America's part of America. You can make that argument.
South America.
Redesignation.
Right, but the colloquialism American means you're from the United States of America.
Bro, when I ask that question, here's how I trick people up when I ask that question.
Yeah, see, that's
Are you
what
African?
He wants to trip
They
people
say
up.
no, I'm not African. I'm American. But Africa is a continent.
Stop comparing me to the other people you've asked the question to. I told you specifically, I'm American. I have African heritage. Black American works for me. That's it. It's literally not much more complicated for me in describing myself.
He's trying to pull a Charlie Kirk move, Stanley.
Is he? Is he
Yes.
really?
Charlie Kirk.
Well, Charlie Kirk wasn't that bright. So
no, he was not. Exactly. It's no different than when.
So let him try and pull a Charlie Kirk. It's okay with me.
It's no different than when Charlie Kirk asked, "What is a woman?" When the term is not.
Well, no,
what.
actually, that was Marsha Blackburn. The first time I heard the question was Marsha Blackburn,
and he got it from her.
Hold on, she's a senator from Tennessee, asking Ketanji Brown Jackson during the Supreme Court nomination confirmation process.
Exactly. There was this controversy about why she didn't answer the question when she's so educated.
Well, I thought she actually did answer the question.
Okay, refresh our memory.
I don't remember it verbatim. I can look it up. But let me tell you how I would have answered it, and I would have just ruined my chances at being a Supreme Court justice.
And she was not trying to ruin her
to do so. She answered it politically and rather evasively, but it's a confirmation hearing. The problem is I think my answer would have been, well, Senator Blackburn, I think you're a woman, right? Are you a woman? I think you're a woman. You're my definition of a woman. Dude, it was so easy to trip that dumb question up. It was easy. And, you know,
so you're comparing my question with that.
I'm not even thinking of you when I answer.
He's asking a dumb question. Yes, he is. He's asking a dumb
question. I'm sorry. I was not making. Hold on. Why are y'all going at each other like this?
You're trying to make a comparison.
No, I'm literally not trying to make a comparison. I'm talking about a female senator from Tennessee.
So why'd you bring it up?
Oh, no. Who's white and blonde. What the fuck does that have to do with your question?
Oh, I thought you were talking about
Now you're
Ketanji
starting
Brown
to be annoying. I was talking to Mela. Why would I be thinking about you? Maybe I should ask you, what is a woman? Mela's a woman. Are you?
My point. Okay, Mela, what's your point?
My point is that you are attempting to pose set-up questions, gotcha questions, just to make yourself feel better. And you're not as intelligent as you think.
I don't know. These aren't gotcha questions. These are actual. I think they're genuine questions.
He has something in the background.
A very slick cop out.
Is it slick?
I just asked you a simple question.
Is it slick?
You couldn't answer it.
Why don't you ask me where I'm from? That's a simple question. Why don't you?
Okay, where are you from?
Whether or not I've been assaulted.
Where are you from?
Why don't you ask me whether or not I am a mother? Why don't you ask me whether or not I'm a wife? Why don't you ask me basic questions?
What region of the U.S. are you from?
Why are you asking me subjective questions? That's a subjective
Well,
question.
wait, what's a subjective
Because you
question?
decided to butt in when I was having a conversation
Questions
about
can't
that.
be subjective. They're interrogative.
Okay, interrogative. Why is he asking me?
All right, let me ask you this: Why did you interject when we were having that discussion on
I
that topic?
explained.
I didn't even know you were on the panel.
I explained that I was allowed on the panel at the moment that you were conducting an
Did I
interrogation.
trigger you when I asked that question? When I asked that question?
Well, I want Stanley's undivided attention, and you're in the way.
Wow. I kind of dig that answer.
Listen, I really want to know if you think
Yeah,
if
you're in the
if
way
you.
of Stanley giving me undivided attention. You're in the way.
Wow. You
Why don't
know
you
what?
go somewhere with your stupid ass
Oh
questions?
oh my goodness.
So
I
you ain't
feel,
African, is what you're saying?
Hey, I feel
Is that black
seen.
enough for you?
That was a stupid question. So you ain't
Is
African,
that
right?
black enough? Is that black enough?
Are you African? Yes or no? Are you
Get
African?
the fuck on so I can talk to Stanley.
You see what I mean, Stanley? You see?
Goodbye.
You know what?
This
You
is
are
self-hatred,
lucky.
bro.
You are lucky that I'm a good host because my first instinct is to flush her ass so I can talk to her.
This is self-hatred, bro. She's a ballet dancer.
Stop cock blocking.
I got
She's a ballet dancer.
right now, and he messing it up. What kind of shit is that? Aren't you man enough to feel when a woman is seeking individual attention? Come on.
I thought you came up here because of me.
Man, you are in the way. You know,
You came up here once you heard me speak,
this is a rare moment
and you decided
emotional generosity.
to butt in
and
our
you are
conversation.
fucking
You
it
wanted
up.
my attention.
You know what? You know what? This is a
Don't
rare
try to play
moment
slick. Don't try to play
of
slick.
me trying to give Stanley my attention
You were
and
giving me
soliciting his
attention.
attention, and you are in the way.
Now you trying to play now. You're giving me your attention.
No, you are in the way. You that third wheel that needs to get the fuck on. You are in the way. Goodbye. Or be quiet.
You see what I mean, Stanley? You see how emotional people. So Palomino was right.
Oh, you want Stanley's attention.
He's right.
Is that it?
Asked her a simple
Oh
question.
shit, dude! Do not let her. Don't let her do what she's about to do. I see this coming from a mile away. Do you really want to do this, Shenard? Because I'm not going to help you.
Are you ready to be emotionally damaged? Are you ready?
This is sad.
What's sad is that you're still on the panel when a woman just announced that she wants another man. That's what's sad.
You see how she's trying to play this, Stanley? You see?
Shenard.
She got cooked. Now she's trying to flip the table. I get it. I get it.
Or are you done? What's it going to be? Do you want this man's attention?
Are you African? Yes or no?
Do you want this
Simple
man's
question.
attention? Do you want this man's attention?
Are you African? Yes or no?
You want his attention, don't you?
You hate yourself. You do.
I do. Why do?
Why do you hate yourself?
Why do? Why do I do that? Why do I do that?
Ballet dancer, why do you hate yourself?
Why do I do that?
Who taught you to hate yourself?
Who taught you to project?
You're always on these tap dancing panels.
You know what? Who taught you to project?
I believe you even support them. Have you given any of these tap dancers money? Have you given them money?
You use terms like tap dancer instead of actually saying what you mean. You are so lame. You don't even have any clue that you're projecting.
That's a ballet dancer.
You have no clue.
It's a ballet
I bet you want to be Stanley's private dancer because you won't get the fuck off the panel. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why can't you catch a hint? But your inquisitive ass. Men are not looking for answers from other men or women. They are looking to get laid. You're not going to get laid by me. Why are you here?
I should be asking you that question. You came up here when you heard my voice.
I admire
How did you come up
Stanley's
here?
intellect and the information he
When was
provides.
the last time you came up on Stanley shit? When was the last time you came up on this show?
Can she comes up to the panel all the time.
She heard my voice.
No.
Can I say one thing? Let me hey, Speak Radio, I'm glad you're here. Hold on one sec.
I came up here because of
Folks,
him.
hold on one sec, Mella. Folks, this is Speak Radio's artwork on the background. And it seems rather appropriate now. Apparently the world is gonna burn.
There you go.
That's just fine.
Yeah, somebody's looking to be incinerated.
What's up, Speak Radio?
I Speak Radio. Shout out to you and your talent, skills, and abilities. Please be gentle with me. I know you're gifted.
And yo, and this clown, what do you got to say, Speak? Go ahead.
He thought I came up here because of him.
Wait, hold it. Did you just tell him to go ahead? Is this your show, bitch?
Hey, I just came up here because I'm listening to King Shenard and all his retarded babble. I can't stand it. All he ever does come up on panels. Are you an African? You a tap dancer?
I don't mind. I don't actually mind the question. I'm not offended.
No, it's just a dumbass question. Like,
I think, honestly, Speak, I actually think they're good questions. If I really thought they were bad questions, I'd be, my usual ad hominems. But no, I honestly thought he's honest in asking the questions, and I'm going to be honest answering.
But Stanley,
It's that African question.
Didn't have a problem.
Each time I mention Africa, they get triggered, bro. I don't get it.
He's literally one-dimensional. He has nothing to bring.
Tap dancers, ballet dancers.
Well, one-dimensional means he asks simple questions.
Because he's simple-minded.
No, well, that's fine. It takes all kinds.
Oh, where did Mella go?
She'll be back, I'm sure.
He's
She
a
probably got a
simple-minded
call.
fool.
She probably got a phone call.
Are you African, Stanley? Just dumb.
Do I live in Africa, bitch?
Exactly. Like, you got to pose the question, how long do you have to be somewhere else before you're not what you originally were?
How many years?
I think you are who you think you are. If I moved to Africa, like if I married an African woman and moved to my goal, if I was ever gonna move to Africa, would be to live in Tanzania or somewhere like that. And if my wife was African, I'd still be American. My kids might be African if they're born there.
Yeah, but
that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you when I say, listen. If I ask you, are you African? I'm not, bro. Africa is not a country. It's a continent.
I honestly did not.
It's like asking a white American, are you European?
Shenard,
Of course,
relax.
that person is European.
I was not offended at the question. Other people,
yeah, but you said you're not African. You first said you're not
I
African.
need you to let me finish a sentence.
You clarified it. Said I'm not.
I need you to let me finish a sentence, sir. Other people may be offended by the question, but I'm not. I know what I am.
I just think
you said you ain't African.
You goddamn better know who you are at 61.
Why did you say you're not African verbatim? Why did you say that?
I am not African. I was born in the United States of America. Therefore, I am an American, not African. I have African heritage.
He's stupid.
You understand when see it's like a trick question. Some people get it, some people
Why
don't.
is it a trick question? I answered
because
dude,
if I would have asked a white person,
did I stammer? Did I delay?
If
Did
I
I even
would've asked
think
a
about
white-
it? Dude, I didn't even think about it. I had the answer quite handy.
all right, if I would have asked a Dominican, are you Hispanic?
Think you're the first person to ever ask that question? You're not that original, Shenard. Get over yourself.
Hey, King Shenard, I got a question for you. Since you want to ask if somebody's African or not, is Elon Musk African? Is Peter Thiel African? Is Charlize Theron African? Can you answer that for me?
She's my kind of African.
When I ask that question, you tap dancers know what I mean when I say, "Are you African?" You know what I mean.
I'm afraid.
Africa is a continent.
This show is off the rails all of a sudden. Shenard,
Hey, that's what we love. You gonna do late night,
Elon
Stanley?
Musk, he's a South African, yes, but
He's still considered African. He's still considered African. He was born in Africa,
like,
right?
We're talking semantics here. Like that doesn't really. You know what I mean when I say African? He's not an African. He's a European living in South Africa. That was born in South Africa. Not, so again, that's a trick question for a reason.
Yeah, so I'm
throwing
the shit right back at you. Like, you're asking fucking black Americans, are you African? No, we're not fucking African. Do we descend from Africans? Of course we do. At some point along the line, we descended from Africa. What the fuck more do you want?
But why do some of y'all claim that you're Native American? Why do you get like you was on? Never mind. Go ahead. Why do y'all claim to be Native American?
Native to this land. We're not saying we're goddamn Indians, nigga.
So you one of those, right? You one of those, right?
What did you mean one of those?
Those abos.
Did I say that? Did you ever hear that?
You are, bro. Why you up here lying? Why you lying?
Why you up here lying? Look, bro, my family's been in this country since the 1700s.
You don't consider yourself African.
We far removed from Africa.
Yeah, just say that. You ain't
we can't go to Africa and just fit in. Sorry to break your heart. Sorry to break your little tap dancing heart. And if you want to call me a tap dancer,
well, I don't know. Have you ever read Frank Wilderson?
You can't go to Africa and fit in. That's what you said.
Have you ever read Frank Wilderson? He's got a book called Incognito. He actually went over to South Africa and was like participating in some of the ANC like fighter stuff. So I think you can, but it's almost like you have to force a square peg in a round hole. It can be done, but you have to force the issue.
Well, no, here's the thing. Like some Africans will accept you, but the overall majority don't. Because we look totally different to them. They're like our cousins.
Well, like our, in a way, I mean, that's what I said. I have heritage, the African heritage, but it was a total surprise to me. But on my father's side, our origins are in West Virginia. In that branch of the
aren't you mixed?
It was like, no, I'm not personally mixed. But
aren't you mixed, Speak?
I am not mixed.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes, you are. You're mixed. I remember you saying that shit.
I never said that I was mixed.
You ain't even black. You're not even black.
This dude is retarded. I ain't never.
Well, most quote African Americans are mixed. Like
like at some point down the line, we do have white blood.
Most black Americans are not mixed, bro. They're not.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm afraid you need to crack open a book and read on the topic.
You need to. What region?
You don't know. See, this is
in the U.S.
This is one of the things that annoys me. People in these YouTube spaces will talk about shit they don't know.
You really said most black Americans are mixed? Okay, that's what you said.
King Shenard, this is not a debatable point. Your dumbass needs to go and learn something. Then you can come back and talk to me about it. I had the same argument with Pappy Blanco. Motherfucker, he and fucking Ruthless Truth will talk about some shit.
Pappy Blanco.
I literally know what I'm talking about.
If I don't,
I will literally say, hey, it's my opinion. I don't really know. Dude, dumb fucks who come up to this panel and start spouting shit they actually don't know, I love destroying them.
So you said most black Americans
are like goddamn dessert. Yum yum.
Most black Americans in the South, across the deep South, are not mixed.
All of a sudden, you're qualifying that dumb statement.
The more north you go, the more mixed
Americans in the South are extremely.
Texas and Louisiana, those are the only two exceptions.
In the back, if you keep talking over me, I have lost patience. Most blacks in the South. Most blacks in the North, most people with deep roots in American history have some European heritage.
There are more
Genetic.
black people in the
Okay,
South,
bitch,
and most of
you
them
are
are not
motherfucking
mixed.
talking when I'm goddamn holding
So,
schoolhouse.
the Gullah
And I
Geechees,
don't,
are they
bitch,
mixed?
they can be.
Okay, a handful, but
Okay, bitch, when I say most of black Americans, like I forget what the percentage is, but it is over 50% have European heritage. Some more, some less. Dumb fuck. There are light-skinned gullahs over there, you dumb fuck. I literally told you that my mother's family's over there. I spent plenty of time on St. Helena. Motherfucker, I'm not talking shit I don't know. I spent plenty of time on St. Helena Island, where my mother's family's from, and there are plenty light skins over there. God damn, dude, I hate idiocy.
I don't see it that way.
Okay, I don't give a fuck if you don't see it. Go research it.
Because I know in the South, a lot of black Americans look like the straight Nigerian.
See, you are being very white. You're being very, very Palomino. You know what you see because you can't see a goddamn book. Fucking find a book.
Bro, you really said majority of black Americans are mixed. That's what you said.
The majority. It is a vast majority. All you gotta goddamn do is Google it, bitch.
Do you consider yourself black?
Motherfucker, I was having such a good time.
Do you consider your son black?
You always have to ruin a good time. What is up with that, Shenard?
Because you're lying, bro. Why are you lying?
I don't have to lie, bitch. You're lying that you know what you're talking about.
I'll say 30%.
Bitch, are you on a computer right now, bitch?
The other 70%.
Go Google it, bitch. Go Google it, bitch. Google it. You got a goddamn computer. Google it. Prove me wrong, bitch. Don't tell me your opinion. Prove me the fuck wrong.
I mean, the only way you can prove it is to
you are
get a DNA test of everybody.
Dude, you are one of these anti-black blacks. Put the research. All you need to do is Google it, bitch.
You just said I'm anti-black.
Google it. I dare you to motherfucking Google it. And let me tell you why you're not. Let me tell you why you're not gonna Google it.
That's why you're so
because you, bitch. Enough. You know I'm right. That's why you won't Google it. Prove me wrong, motherfucker, with some keystrokes. Google it, bitch. See, this is where I take people like you, Shenard. You go too far with this stuff. Just motherfucking Google it and prove me wrong, because I'm not. That's why you're not going to do it, because you know I'm right.
Hey, I look, Stanley, I just helped him out. I just
when I was sitting in the classroom.
Hey, shut up, boy. Shut up, boy. Look,
it
says
and
genetic
all the
research.
tap dancers would call me African booty scratcher, while the white kids would sit there laughing. I couldn't even tell.
Again, okay, dummy, you came up here and asked me if I'd ever used the term. And I told you, no. I'm not kidding. I'm not exaggerating. Dude, where I grew up, Africa, African heritage, especially, dude, African booty scratcher is not a term that I would ever use because I could come up with something funnier, and I don't have a problem with Africans. Why would I dude, I don't have a problem with Africans. Why would I?
You know why Shenard does this is because he's like first generation. So
all of y'all have problems with Africans. All of y'all.
Well, I figured he's just giving me good content.
And then y'all make up shit as to why you think Africans hate
dude, dude, you come up here, I answer your questions without hesitation. I didn't stutter. You're not that original. I've heard these questions before. I answer your questions truthfully and honestly, and then now you want to show your ass? Well, you're showing your African booty scratched ass. If you were doing,
Something tells me he has a criminal record.
how about you just be? How about motherfucker? Don't be a dick.
What's up, Mello?
You
What's
got a
up,
criminal
Mello?
record, don't you?
Nah.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
do.
hey, King Shinar, you're first generation, aren't you?
Yeah, I was born here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But your parents weren't right.
Right.
Okay, so that's why you ask these dumb questions, because you're not deep in this. You're not 10 plus generations deep in America. So that's why
I mean,
you
how's
ask
that a
these
dumb
dumb
question,
questions.
bro? I mean, the white Americans are like they have the same. You have the same amount of time in this
Motherfucker,
land.
stop
And if I
making
would have
that
asked them that
idiot
question, they can answer it
dude,
correctly.
you're going in the back. Why are you bringing up white Americans in this conversation? What's the relevance? Other
If I would
than
have asked,
there's some white heritage in most people, most black people in America who have deep roots in American history, have some European heritage. Not all, but most. The vast majority. Speak. What did you find? Because I don't remember the percentage.
So look, it says genetic research shows that vast majority of Black Americans have mixed ancestry. On average, the typical African American genome is roughly 75 to 80% African, 15 to 20% European, and contains small fractions of indigenous American and Asian DNA.
Right. So most do they give do they quantify most?
No, they don't really break
Well,
it down.
don't worry
It's just
about
a
it.
quick,
It's not that important. Most is good enough for this argument, which isn't much of an argument. Dude, phenotypically, if an American black goes to Africa, you can pick them out.
Exactly. We don't look nothing like them.
Well, similar, but not the same.
Well,
so you took an AI script and just ran with it.
I didn't take no AI script. I literally just typed it into Google.
Mela, you can hop in at any time. Don't. You're free to
Like I
speak.
said, I think 30% of Black Americans are
This
mixed.
isn't one of those panels.
Between European and Native American. The other 70% unmixed. And you can mostly find them in the deep South, not Texas
Can you
or
turn up your
Louisiana,
mic, or I will?
but the deep South.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, I'll turn it up. Try it
There,
now.
I got it. Okay. I learned some words, which is what I appreciate about this show.
What words did I teach? Other
Okay.
than motherfucker.
Ethnonym. That's one word. Ethnonym. Okay. Ethnonym is the proper name used to identify a specific ethnic group, nationality, or people. And then there's another word pronounced exonym. Exonym from the Greek exo, meaning outside, is the name used by foreigners or outsiders to refer to a geographical place, group of people, or language. So, in the midst of this chaotic discussion, I learned two different terms, and I'm just happy to be here to learn something. That's all.
Now, Mella, why did you think I was gonna go hard on you when you said be gentle with you? I don't have no smoke for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
But yeah, King Shenard is a retard. He does this shit on every panel that he goes to. That's why he gets his ass booted up out of there. All he asks is, "Are you African? Are you a tap dancer?"
But can't y'all see that y'all hate yourselves? You can't see it.
Yeah, we hate ourselves, sir.
Wait,
Actually,
hold it.
simple
Oh, you got whoa. Hold on one sec. Where, Shenard, what inkling have I given you that I hate myself?
Your grandchildren are gonna be white.
Okay, how do you know this?
Talking about all Black Americans are mixed. Are you crazy?
Shenard, don't make me destroy you in
You
real
want
time.
them to be mixed. You want all Black
I
Americans to be
don't
mixed.
give a. I just want my son to be happy. And
When I
by the
first
way,
asked you that
he's
question, you said, no, I ain't no
currently,
African.
you dumb fuck.
You knew what I meant. And then
Every
you switched up and
goddamn
said, oh, I'm
body
of
on
African. You don't
YouTube,
believe that.
everybody on YouTube knows. Is my son dating a white girl currently, Shenard? I thought everyone knew.
Oh, I thought
Is
she
he
was
dating
Asian,
a white
Stanley.
girl, you dumb fuck?
I thought she was Asian.
You said she's Asian or
Okay,
something.
so
You're
how are
talking
my
about your own kids.
grandchildren? How do you know what my grandchildren will be? Dude, we don't do race in this house. As long as she's pretty and as long as she's smart, who cares?
Would you consider your grandchildren
Okay,
black?
no, motherfucker. You will let me finish my sentence or even a paragraph. You will be silent until I'm done. I don't care. I just hope my son has grandchildren before I die. If he waits till 41 like I did, motherfucker, I might be dead and never know whether they're white or black. So I just want my son to be happy, pick the best woman he can have, and I'll be happy. The only thing is I'm not babysitting them grandkids.
Yo, put Palomino's comment up.
They can visit.
Babysitting. Come on, man.
They can visit.
Yeah, nobody's doing that dropping off the children situation.
No, if it in an emergency, sure, but don't make it a practice. Now, if my wife were alive, whatever she decides to do, she decides to do.
As long as she handles it, right?
That's right. And hey, for an hour or two, of course. For an hour or two, but like overnight, nah.
Yeah, they're cute to visit. Just like, oh, I'm enjoying you
Now
for
if
these
it's
2
if
hours
it's an
only.
emergency, I mean, hey, my daughter-in-law is in the hospital, having a second child, and they need me to keep, the first child. Sure, I'll do that, but it should be rare. It should not be a practice.
I remember my dad, God rest his soul, he unexpectedly had to sit with our son, and he was upset because he's like,
Really?
you only said 3 hours. I didn't know I was gonna be with him all day.
Well, I mean, look, things.
He was
I'm
so
not gonna
mad.
be. I'm not gonna be totally like, hey, if it happens, it happens. But if things happen, but it shouldn't be like every
No, he
weekend or
was not
every week.
understanding. He wants a specific time, and if it's anything past that time, he was upset. He loved his he loves his grandchild. God rest his soul. He loves his grandchild,
Right.
but I don't know what it was. It was just the idea of, I don't know what it was. I didn't ask him. I just
Well, he probably
accepted it.
had something to do. He probably had some lady.
Maybe not. But that, to me, you would think it would be a joy. Like, I hope they never come back so I can raise my grandchild. But no, that's not his attitude. His attitude is like, I know they don't call themselves leaving the baby with me. He was upset.
Mela, I just think it's more. Mela, I think it's more or less. It's just that you get a certain age, you can't be chasing these kids with all this infinite energy around like that. Old people get tired.
It's just a baby.
And that's even worse.
Why is that worse?
I don't want to deal with a baby.
Women got to deal with the baby. Why can't you deal with the baby?
Because I do not. Hey, my kid is grown. I don't want to deal with a baby.
Why can't men deal with the baby?
That's not our thing.
Okay. If the child was white, would you deal with the baby? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, here you go.
I'm just kidding.
Shenard Jr. Nah, I'm just playing. Mela.
So that's not a man's thing, huh?
When I have enough beer, I start to hate stupidity, and repetitive stupidity is even worse. Like I say no, I correct you, and then you just keep being stupid.
He was like a broken
Okay,
album.
Palomino, you're in my crosshairs, motherfucker. You're gonna lose a wrench if you keep this stupid shit up.
No, that's what I thought as soon as you said that.
Stanley seemed like he hated himself when he was so thrilled to be thought of as American and not black. Dude.
To me, I bet you were cheesing when she said that.
Motherfucker, are you
was
gonna
smiling in
reinforce
ear to-
this? Okay, are you gonna reinforce this stupid fucking asshole, Shenard?
That's what
You
he's
weren't
doing.
there. I did the best of my ability to prove or make the point that overseas people just call you American. Black American, white American, you're American. This particular incident happened in Palma de Mallorca. And it was an American who was she was young. She just hadn't seen Americans in a while or heard, in American English. And you know what? She's like, hey, you know what? Later on, let's get together. We got drunk as fuck. And, we had a good time. Where does the hate thought of as American and not black? I
That's his
literally
mother
gave you
side
the
of it.
context. Yeah, this motherfucker, this racist motherfucker, Palomino, you're particularly stupid and you're starting to be annoying. And if you are just doing this to just be a troll,
Yeah,
do
he's
better. Because you're not particularly funny. If you're gonna be a troll, make me laugh, bitch.
Yeah, let's have some charm about things.
It's really just annoying.
Okay, my thing is,
It's like
why did it take
I
a?
try and make a point, and this dude is slow on the uptake. What? Again, I thought white people were supposed to be smart. You don't seem particularly smart tonight, Palomino. What's up with that?
What a waste of whiteness.
Well, that's what I've been saying. Go ahead.
What do you mean
Shenard.
when you say that? What do you mean when you say a
When I
waste of
say
whiteness?
what, Shenard?
Why do you tap dancers, ballet dancers say that?
Okay, bitch. What did I say? Can you be specific?
You see whites as superior than you?
No, I see.
Why would you say
I
that?
see
We're making a
me
joke.
as superior. Let me just
That's
be
not a joke. What do
frank.
you mean?
Okay, let me just be frank. I think I'm superior to you. I think I'm superior to Palomino. So there's two. I think you're dumb. I think I'm standard deviations, plural, smarter than you. I think Palomino is trailer park dumb. Like he was raised under a goddamn double wide, not in
He's
one.
dumber than dirt.
So now you know what I think. Any other dumb questions, Shenard?
With his repetitive ass. It's the same repetitive question. He keeps
So when she
repeating
said,
himself.
"Oh, you're American," when she said, "You're American,"
He
did you
keeps repeating
smile?
himself.
Did you
Well,
did you feel
do
good about that? How
realize?
did you
Did
feel
you
at that
see?
moment?
This is
Why do you have tunnel vision?
Wait, hold on, Shenard. I literally said I was with my roommate, so she was talking to both of us. He was white. The
So then, why did you
idiot.
conclude
Okay,
that
bitch, I'm talking.
people
Don't
overseas
interrupt.
see you as
I'm
American instead of
talking.
African?
Do not interrupt, bitch. Don't make me flush you like the turd brain you got. So which was she talking to? I'm black. My roommate's white. Motherfucker. She said you're American. Your is plural, second person plural. Who was she talking to, dummy? Me or him?
But you were trying to use that example as if,
Dummy.
like
Hey,
people
dummy.
overseas automatically.
Dummy.
And you seem
Who am I
happy about it.
Who was she talking to? Me or him? Dummy. Was she talking to him or was she talking to me when she
Answer the
said you're
question, dummy.
American?
Answer the
Dummy.
question.
So your point was to prove that people
Answer the
see
question,
people
dummy.
like
No, motherfucker. Just answer the question. Was she talking to the white
I can't
boy?
even talk, bro.
Was she talking to the white naval officer or the black naval officer? Which one was
The black
American,
one.
dummy? You said the black one?
Right.
Yeah, okay. You have proven
He's
my point.
dumb.
It's dumb.
Dude,
But I'm saying, like, when you heard
you
that, did
you
you
need
just
to
think
go
like,
back to the
Dumb.
chat. You need to go back and chat with your intellectual equal Palomino.
yo, I don't even rock, I don't fuck with Palomino's a
Oh,
clown
I'm
as fuck,
dumb,
but
but
he
motherfucker,
don't
but
says
come.
y'all have the
he's not
same
as he's
IQ.
not that
Dumb,
Y'all
dumb.
have
He's
the
dumb, but
same
he's dumb.
IQ. I think Palomino has a horse IQ. That's why he identifies with a horse. And
Because that
Shenard,
clown worships John.
hey, Shenard, kings ride Palominos. You need to go ride your horsey. Y'all need to
That's a
take
good
your dumb
one.
asses. Y'all
That's funny.
need to take your dumb asses and ride off into the sunset. You ride Palomino bareback.
Oh, that was a good one. Oh man. A Palomino is a horse. King, go ride your damn Palomino. That's hilarious.
Ride him till he's wet and put him away.
Ride him till your balls hurt. Ah.
Speak radio. I'm sorry to have to put you through that.
No, you're fine, man. I'm just listening. You know, you can't argue with a retard.
Yeah, I'm learning that right now, Speak. It's been a while since I've talked to Shenard, so I have to relearn. I thought he could actually like be honest when he asks questions, but the shit it's grim. It's grim. Like they say Nigerians are smart. What in the fuck happened to him?
What's your proudest work, Speak? Like what work have you are you
about
most
like
yeah
these
these
thumbnails?
AI things that you do or whatever these images that you do? What work are you most proud of?
I just recently started doing them, so like I don't think I've hit my opus yet. But you know, somebody in the comments one day when they were looking at shit that Stanley was showing, they're like, "Oh, you just put a prompt in there, whoop-de-doo, like that's hard work."
Right, there's
I'm
nothing
like,
creative about this, bro.
You got to know how to talk to the AI.
No, I
to
think
give
it's
it what you want.
for my purposes, it's incredibly creative.
There was a time where you had to use Photoshop or those other free image manipulators.
Yeah, he just Shenard is a hater. He's the ultimate one of the ultimate haters on YouTube.
This is actually my favorite.
It's
This motherfucker, if he was just using a prompt, he caught the essence.
This what I'm
Which
saying.
one? Hey, Shenard, I think you're the little girl on the left, on the back row. I think that's you.
Let's give her a name. Shinakwa.
But why do you think why are you trying to compare yourself to Frederick Douglass? Why?
Here we go.
It's a running joke that
who started that joke?
Me and Portia.
It has
So
it has nothing to do with you.
Yeah, and by the way, she's a part of she's a part of a group called Frederick Douglass Republicans in Texas. So it's just a running joke. That's all it is. And my hair, I refuse to get a haircut. So it's just a running joke. Nothing complicated.
Yeah.
Hey, what's wrong with being compared to Frederick Douglass? If that's
well, let me also say this. This is also why the joke is, dude, I often say, I've said it 1,000 times.
Well, Frederick
I don't
Douglass,
have heroes. I don't have heroes. My hero, if I had heroes, I have a father and I have a mother, and they were both like dear to me. If I had a hero, it would be Frederick Douglass, but I don't need heroes. I have my parents.
Didn't he have a white wife
Okay, I don't
and
give
then
a motherfuck.
he
You can
sent
ask
Black
me history.
Americans
Bitch,
to
go.
the Dominican Republic
I can
to
recommend a
work as like
Pulitzer
servants and
Prize.
slaves.
I see this motherfucker. See, I actually do think you're autistic because you don't take social cues. You don't take conversational cues. When I'm talking, bitch,
Exactly.
don't talk.
Exactly.
Yes,
Do you
his
even know
second
anything?
wife, his second wife, after his first wife died, yeah, his second wife
Her
was like
second
his
wife,
secretary,
but that's
and
even
she was quite a bit younger than he was, and it was a spectacle, but he did it anyway because motherfucker, I'm Frederick Douglass. What
the
you gonna
point
do?
is
And
that
they
that
did.
guy.
Hey, but let me also say this: she lived a number, like a couple decades, I think, maybe three, but at least a couple longer than he did. She was his best advocate after he died. I mean, she was like a Frederick Douglass, like, let's do museums. Apparently, you know, whatever they had was real because after he died, she never remarried, etc. So yeah, he had a white wife, but his first wife actually helped him escape. As a matter of fact, Anna Douglas was her name. She helped him escape slavery.
Yeah, but that's not why you
All the
want.
children he had were with his first wife, Anna.
Yes.
Shenard, I demand when you engage with me, bitch, you better know your goddamn history.
Yeah, but
Right.
why did he want Black
I
Americans
am.
to leave the United
Racist.
States?
And it's
He
You know,
didn't.
annoying.
Okay, bitch, he didn't. Period.
So what are
That was a
the
discuss.
Savannah?
Okay, bitch, that literally was a conversation, you know, between him and other black leaders and Lincoln. No. Lincoln wanted black Americans. A lot of abolitionists hated slavery, but they didn't think blacks were their equal. Frederick Douglass didn't want blacks to leave. Again, you don't know the history. Stop. Dude, I don't know what it is. I don't know whether I'm not going to be insulting to you. You just need to know the history before you engage with me, son.
He likes giving out.
What's up, Nidus?
So what are the Savannah Americans in the DR? Who are they? Where do they come from?
Oh Lord. Okay. Good night.
What does it matter? Tell
Because
me
he
why
had a
that's
hand in bringing them to that island when it was ruled by Haiti, by a mulatto president,
I
by the
don't
way.
think he did. I need
Just
you
like how
to
he's mulatto
provide.
himself.
I say once again, you know, you're more typically, stereotypically, you are CT. You spout shit. You need to prove what you say because I disagree that you're right. Prove it.
I want to say to Stanley, a
What's
friend
up?
asked me to do better, to not be
I'm
so.
sorry. He asked you to do what?
You asked me to do better.
I didn't ask you. I asked you.
Just because you can't hear the K doesn't mean I didn't say it.
Well, I didn't hear. I could hear the K. I didn't hear the S.
Well, whatever, bad hand. Ask. I don't know why you can't hear that.
Asked.
The S.
There's an ED. ASKED. I'm just fucking with you. What's
now
up?
You hear the E. Anyway, I want you to do better too. I want you to be a little bit more patient with people.
No,
I'm gonna listen to you.
Nope.
You
I am not gonna goddamn be patient with people who are over 40 challenging me on shit I know cold.
Do you have to?
I know this shit cold.
Do you have to cuss them out though?
Yes, especially when I've had shit. I've had like 4 Coors Lights. Hell yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't curse them out because
So
it's fun. It is fun cursing people out. Didn't you know? You've done enough of it.
Let's both talk back and forth. You said that I'm wine drunk and you're Coors drunk. Let's do better, both of us.
No, I'm fine.
So you're just gonna keep calling people B words.
Just Chenard. I haven't called anyone else a bitch. Just Chenard and Palomino. I haven't called anyone else a bitch.
You call me a B all night.
I am. Well, wait, hold it. Not today. Do you want me to call you a bitch? Will it make you feel better if I call you a bitch?
No, because I don't want to call you one.
Okay, good.
You know,
I haven't called you one today. I'm focusing on the two stupidest people in the room. The two stupidest people in the room are
I don't think you should be angry with people because
and
they're not as smart as
Palomino
you.
Ricky Z.
I thought
They're
they
the two
said that
stupidest
the people that
there
aren't
are
equal to
17
them, they
people
teach.
watching. 2 of the 17 are the stupidest people here.
I thought people like you were supposed to teach those people that weren't your equals.
Motherfucker, I can't lead a horse to
Now-
water,
now I'm a
especially if that
MF.
horse is Palomino.
Why am I MF?
That horse is too dumb to be led to water.
But why am I MFer?
I didn't call you an MFer. I'm talking about Palomino.
Oh, you're talking to the chat while I'm talking to
Okay,
you.
dude, are you drunk? Because you
I'm
don't seem to be
perfectly
able to
sober.
keep up. I'm literally not talking about you. I said Chenard and Palomino are the
Are the
two
ones you
stupidest
call B
motherfuckers
words. Yeah,
in the
that's stupid.
space. Your name is not Palomino or Chenard,
So now
right?
you want to cuss me out because my name isn't Palomino?
Okay, wait, hold
or,
it. I literally have not cursed you out. Is your
Yes, you
hearing
are.
drunk?
You
Is your
asked me,
hearing
you are.
drunk too? Is your
You
hearing slurred?
You asked me, did I want to be
Is
cussed
your
out?
hearing slurred?
I don't
Stop
wanna fight.
making this
I don't
about
wanna
you,
fight. I
Nidish.
don't wanna
You're
fight.
making
I
it
don't
all
wanna
about you,
fight.
Nidish.
I don't
I'm
wanna
talking
fight.
about Chenard and
I don't
Palomino,
wanna
Nidish.
fight.
We're not
I don't
talking to
wanna
you.
I don't want
It's
to
not
fight with
about you, Nidish.
I
Don't
don't
come
wanna
up here
fight
and
with
make it
you.
about you, Nidish.
I don't want to fight
Dude.
with you.
Okay, you can't fight with me because don't make me lump you in. Don't
What?
make me lump you in with Palomino and Chenard.
What? How can somebody make you do anything?
Son, you're not that clever. How about
So here we go
just
back
be
to calling me dumb
how
again.
about just
So
be
why
a
do
nice
that?
panelist and
why do
don't
that,
I
though?
need you to be who you are.
Why?
You act let me just maybe you got mad. Let me just
I'm not
let
mad
you
at all.
ask the question. Go
I'm
ahead
not
and
mad at
ask
all.
the question.
I'm not mad at all. I just don't understand.
Seems like you are. Seems like you're sticking your nose in other people's business. I
How?
haven't cursed you out. I have not cursed you out yet. Do you want me to?
Here you go back to saying somebody's making you do something. You have more control than that.
Okay,
no matter how many
son.
calls you have.
Once again, you're slow on the
I'm gonna say
uptake.
again.
Don't focus on something, dude.
I'm gonna say again.
I will put my foot in the middle of your puddle and splash the puddle. Stop it.
You would never do that.
Stop making it about you.
You're making it about you.
Stop making it about you.
You're making it about you.
Stop making it about you.
It's not about me at all. It's
No, it seems to be. You came all the way up here. I'm talking to Chenard and I'm talking about Palomino. Knight wants to be included in that.
No, I don't. I want you to do the same thing. You give advice to other
Good.
people.
Well, let me continue
The
to
reason
do.
why you gave
You're
that
done
advice
now?
to me was
You're
what?
done now?
I'm okay.
You're
I'm
done
asking
now?
again. I'm asking again.
Oh, you're done
Why
now?
did you give that advice to me then? If you're going to be beer drunk and display the
Oh,
same
you're done
behavior,
now? Dude, should I make this into a song? Oh, you're done now? Oh, you're done now?
it's probably going to be as
Come
bad
on,
as all
Nidish.
the other songs you play over
Nidish,
here.
put your big boy
It's
pants
probably
on.
gonna be as bad
Put your
as all
big
the other
boy
songs you
pants
play over here.
on. It's not all
It's
about
probably going to
you.
be as bad as all the other songs you play over here.
I like the songs
like
I
to
play
know
over
why
here.
you would
I
give
don't
advice.
really. I wasn't soliciting your music critic mode.
Well, why are you telling me about it then?
Okay, Nidish, you are obviously
Now you're out of
wait.
depth.
You are
Now
half
you're out of
past
depth.
drunk. You are half
you're-
past drunk,
I'm not at all.
dude.
Now you're out
Again,
of
you're
depth.
making
You're
it all
talking
about
to me
you.
about mute. No, you're telling me about music, so you're out of depth now.
Okay, Nidish. This somehow or another we're talking past each other. Are
You
you
are.
sure you're even on this panel?
You are.
Are you on this panel, Nidish?
You're taking it
sure?
somewhere else.
You sure?
Yes, I'm looking at a beautiful sister.
I am literally taking it. I am literally
I'm
taking
literally
it.
looking at a beautiful sister from the African Diaspora channel. Yeah, I am on this panel right now. You ran off Mela. You're talking off four
I
chords.
didn't run off Mela. She was here until you came up. How do you know you didn't run her off? You mouthy bitch.
Now see, I'm being called out of my name.
You got too mouthy up here and you scared her away. You scared. Not only did you scare Mela away, you scared your boyfriend.
Me out of my name?
You scared your boy. Okay, because I can. What you gonna do about it?
Why would you do that?
What
though?
you gonna do about it?
What's the purpose of doing that?
What you gonna do about it?
What was your lecture to me about?
The purpose of me calling you out of your name was sheer entertainment value. It was sheer entertainment. Sheer entertainment value.
What was the purpose of your lecture to me
Sheer entertainment.
I'm asking a question again.
I'm answering your dumb fucking question.
It's not dumb. What was
Dude,
your
you know what? Let me go take a piss. Let me go take a piss while you keep repeating a dumb question. Let me go take a piss right now.
Go ahead and piss, bitch.
And ask your question. I'll listen to it while I piss.
Weirdo.
Dude, no one's holding you hostage.
All right, so
I know
let's
you
go ahead and
holding
get
yourself.
Take your time. Anyway, I actually saw this sign.
I don't like a man playing with himself while he's
y'all
talking.
know that there's a lot of conversation going on in regards to Black representation being taken away by that of the Republican Party. That is the narrative that's going on out there. And specifically, a lot of people are saying, oh, they're trying to take Black folks' right to vote by getting rid of the Black districts, right? So getting rid of the Black districts means that they are, in a sense, gerrymandering them or redrawing them to where they are more representative of others outside of the Black community. So a lot of Black Congress people are like, yo, I might lose my job, right? And so the Democrats are all up in arms about that. Well, I saw this sign and I said, oh, okay, what's going on here? Now, I did, for whatever reason, I saw her press conference when it happened, or her victory speech, and I don't know why I was watching it, but this is the sign that I'm going to show y'all first. So it says, FYI, New Orleans is 60% Black, and the Democrats elected a Mexican born in Mexico as their mayor. And I said, hey, you know what? They sure did. So this was, I don't know, March somewhere, but I saw this sign trending around. Okay, so again, New Orleans is 60% Black, and the Democrats elected a Mexican born in Mexico as their mayor. Okay, so
what is her point? The Blacks elected
What's your
a Mexican
point?
mayor. I'm sorry, what?
What's your point?
Well, I haven't made one yet.
You usually don't.
Yeah, okay. So apparently Demetra is the people elected who they wanted to be mayor. Seems kind of simple. Huh. You got comments on New Orleans' new mayor?
Why you run off all them people?
They have things
I thought
to
you
do.
said something about.
Whoa.
I thought you said something about.
Can I answer your question, please?
You can do what you want to do.
Let me answer your question without interruption, please.
So you want to ask too much,
bitch. I really don't enjoy being interrupted,
and that's a problem for you.
It can be.
What you gonna do about it?
Oh, you know what I'll do.
I will use your switch.
I will use you are the master.
She wants to switch.
God damn, how much have you had to drink? I'm kind of tipsy and you don't make sense.
That makes sense. 4 chords, light.
I think the only people you're making sense to right now are you.
That's the most
And
important
you
person.
and
to
you
make.
are people. You're not one
That's
person
the
right
person
now.
to make the most sense too. Oh
Yeah,
my goodness.
dead air does
Yeah,
not bother me.
yeah.
So let's see what else Demetra has to say.
The statistics are basically that 30% of the Black voters actually voted for her. Okay. And 70% of white and everybody else, majority white, voted for her. And only 40% of the voters actually voted at all. And it is true that she was born in Mexico, came over to Houston, and then went to New Orleans, right? And now she is the mayor. And as y'all can see from the thumbnail, and I'm going to show y'all a video of her. She is more like a white Latina. And you'll also see her husband behind her. Her name is Chris. His name is Chris, and he is white. So here you go. This is just a snippet of what she said.
Before, this campaign has really been about moving our city in a new direction, because we can't keep doing things the same way and expect to have different results. That's why my administration will work with urgency, coordination, and collaboration to deliver for the people of New Orleans, to deliver Super Bowl services for the people of New Orleans year round, that's right, because it shouldn't take guests coming in town for the city to finally get itself together. Let's face it, we really are at a pivotal point right now. We are losing population fast because of lack of opportunity, lack of affordability, and because it is just too hard to live here. So bottom line, we cannot afford to fail, and I will not fail you. New Orleans, we are such an amazing city. We are one of the most amazing cities in the world. It is our culture and our
God
people
damn,
that
she's
actually
a
makes
cutie
us so
pie.
special. We are a diverse
I'd
city
vote
that gives
for
and
it, too.
offers so much, but sometimes
course
it
you
feels
would.
we are left with very little. It is my
She
responsibility
doesn't
as mayor
sound
to
Mexican.
now grow opportunity in our city.
You sound like Sharon
And
Stone.
let me be very clear, I'll stop at nothing to create high-paying jobs, amplify
Kinda
our
looks like
small
Sharon
businesses
Stone.
and our Black-owned businesses, support our culture bearers, and provide a dedicated team at City Hall to ensure underserved areas like New Orleans finally get the attention
He
they
actually
deserve.
sounds like Hillary Clinton.
I don't know about y'all, but she reminds me of Hillary Clinton for some reason, right? She sounded
Oh, you
like
watched this
her
already,
face
huh?
kind of looked like
Nope.
young Hillary Clinton. But anyway, I'm going to give y'all the specs, if you will, on all of the Democrats who were running in that race there in New Orleans to be the mayor. Again, she won. So
Demetra and I
basically,
are
the 2025
simpatico.
New Orleans.
She
believe you are.
she obviously sounds like Hillary Clinton.
Hillary,
I rarely pre-watch videos. Usually, my shtick is
So you
I like
actually react live?
Okay, I don't know why I can't finish the sentence.
Because you sound like a bitch.
I actually like reacting to videos with the chat, so I rarely pre-watch things.
Okay, that's cool. That's the best way to do it, I think. Maybe watch a couple of minutes to see where it's going, and then like live react. Yeah, that's a good thing.
Well, I tend to watch the same people over and over, mainly because I know, that I won't get strikes or, that sort of thing. So, folks, hit the like button. Shit, I've gone over 6 hours. I will have to go manually clip, and I probably won't do that. So the worm has turned on that clip stuff, but I have clips from a couple other shows, so I'll be able try and do like 1 or 2 or 3 clips a day. If you are new to the show, please subscribe, check us out, kick the tires. You might like us. It happens. Support the show by supporting the host. And here are our executive producers of CKJ and Lupin. Very kind, very generous in supporting the show. The newspaper and the newspaper subscriptions and pretty much everything is covered by these two gentlemen. So I'm only left with the StreamYard bill. So help me cover the StreamYard bill. Saturday show still up in the air. I thought I had an idea, but I've kind of rethought it. So still have a couple days to come up. I might just do another Black History Day. I've been collecting some Black History videos. So, but it's not set in stone. So, what's been happening today there, Nightish? Anything interesting? Did you stream today?
You've been here 7. No, I did not.
Huh. Well, I did an all-nighter last night. It was actually interesting. Over 3 shows. I stopped the first show at just before 6 hours, and then I did an hour after that. Then I went up to NPC's channel and had a whale of a time, like talking political philosophy and stuff. And then, he needed to go, so I just fired up a new stream. And Dennison and I actually, he came up and we had a good old time. And he and I, sometimes you agree on a point and you just reawaken a friendship. So I had a good old time with Dennison.
So y'all reawoke a friendship. Okay.
Well, I've known him since the John Galt days.
Galt and Dennison. All right.
Well, no, he and Galt and Dennison, were kind of fast friends. And I used to do that overnight thing. And Dennison, well, yeah, I used to do like a 12.
Yeah.
Later and
later. Talking about the late show. Yeah.
Well, what else would I be talking about?
I have no idea. I'm trying to remember. I'm slow on the uptake.
Okay. Well, now you know. So that's how Dennison, he used to.
I know what kind of circle.
He's kind of a night owl as well. So
he would stay up late with you.
Not with me. He'd call into the show.
Oh, he wasn't on the show. He just would be in the chat.
Kind of like overnight radio. Sometimes night owls kind of hang out in the wee hours of the morning.
Interesting.
You're probably not old enough to remember like overnight old timey radio.
Yeah, I used to listen to radio with my great grandmother.
Like Art Bell.
She didn't really look at TV. She only listened to the radio.
Wise woman.
She had a potbelly stove. She used to make flapjacks in a cast iron skillet.
Yep.
She washed clothes in a bucket with a scrub board.
I've seen that happen too. Washboard. Yep.
Washboard. So yes, I do know about those people that listen to radio only.
Well, good for you. So let's see.
Mayoral race was one of the most watched local, which is probably how I ended up seeing her whole thing there. Most watched local election in the country because of outgoing Mayor LaToya Cantrell was term limited and facing major controversy tied to federal corruption charges. The race was officially nonpartisan under Louisiana law, but the leading candidates were all Democrats. The 3 major candidates were Helena Moreno, Royce Duplessis, and Oliver Thomas. Now, Helena won outright in the first round, avoiding a runoff by getting more than 50% of the vote. Now, she got 55%, Royce got 22%, and Oliver got 19%. Okay, now the race was about, it says the campaign focused heavily on crime and public safety, city infrastructure, corruption and trust in government, economic development, drainage and water system failures, housing affordability. A major issue in the background was dissatisfaction with the Cantrell administration, especially over ethics controversies and city services. Moreno positioned herself as a candidate of competence and reform, while Duplessis emphasized policy and criminal justice reform, and Thomas leaned on his deep ties to working class Black neighborhoods. Now, Helena, she is a former television journalist who later served in the Louisiana House and then on the New Orleans City Council. She built a broad coalition that included Black voters, white liberals, business leaders, and reform-minded Democrats. Now, Moreno has focused much of her public work on improving city services in predominantly Black neighborhoods, infrastructure repairs, public safety reforms, domestic violence protections, housing, and neighborhood investment.
I actually find this kind of intriguing.
Why? Wait. Before I ask that question, have you been paying attention to the pattern of 2026 when it comes to Black politicians?
No. What
I
pattern?
believe we've been, for the last 3 years, it's been a heightened conversation about their so it would be Cantrell, the one from Dalton. Her name is because she's trying to run for some. Yeah. What's her name?
Wait, Dalton. What?
I'm trying to think. Give me a second.
California?
No, not California. It's a retirement town.
Dalton, Georgia.
Yeah, but she was heavily in the news when she went to one of her meetings dressed like Nino Brown, all dressed in black with a black beret. She was sleeping with one of her top security, just like Cantrell was. They talked about
Cantrell.
That's the one that was in New Orleans. The one that just got lost to this white lady or Latina lady. She was sleeping with her top security also.
Okay, so the pattern is Black females sleeping with their...
No, not Black females sleeping with anybody, but Black politicians fumbling the bag, extortion, stealing money, messing up the city.
Okay, well, that's been. I mean, I can remember as a little boy in Savannah, Black politicians being corrupt. That's not unusual.
Okay, so thank you. Her name is Tiffany.
But I mean, white politicians being corrupt, that's not
they just don't
really
put
not a race thing.
No, they really don't put a lot of emphasis on white politicians though, like they have the Black.
No, actually they do.
Who does?
Everyone from there was a famous case of a white congressman in the Chicago area. Who went to jail for years. He was kind of famous for his weird hair. White politicians and corruption.
No, I think
it's not a Black thing. It's a politician.
I didn't say that, and I know you think that I'm slow on the uptake, but that's not.
Okay,
what
I don't really care about any of that.
I think
I'm trying. What pattern are you talking about? Can you be specific? Don't explain it. Just tell me what the pattern is, and then give me examples.
They're all corrupt.
What's the pattern? Give me examples of the pattern.
I'm saying it now. If you shut the fuck up and let me finish my sentence. All of them are corrupt, but they put emphasis on the Black ones. And the woman name is Tiffany Henyard.
What's the corruption?
The woman's name is Tiffany Henyard.
No. So the corruption is like taking bribes. What type of corruption? Because there's more than one type.
So you so concerned with being right that you can't
hear just motherfucking answer the question.
I'm asking you a question. Are you so concerned with being right that you can't hear what I'm saying?
Son, you bring up
Latoya Cantrell is in New Orleans. The woman in Dalton name was Tiffany Henyard.
Dalton, what state?
What difference does it make? I told you her whole name. City? So you need me to go look up Tiffany Henyard to tell you what exactly what Dalton is?
Well, okay, I know you, Tiffany Henyard. Yeah, but she's not a typical Black politician.
Right. She was in a place where it was mostly senior citizens, and she was abusing the money.
Somewhere in Illinois, not too far from Chicago. I know who Tiffany Henyard is. And now she's in Georgia. She's not in Dalton, Georgia. She's not in Dalton, Georgia.
She left Dalton. That's where she was when she was still in the money.
Okay, that's not the name of the city she was mayor of.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, dude, look it up.
I don't need to look it up. I talked about the
She
story.
was not mayor of Dalton. I know
I
that
didn't
for
say
sure,
she was a mayor
but
of
I
Dalton.
can't
I
remember
said
the
people that was
name. She's in Georgia now, somewhere, some city right outside of Atlanta.
Give me one
I know who
second.
you're talking
Give me
about.
1 second. I'll pull it up. It's a
Good.
shame.
It was a village or something.
Who gives a fuck about that goofy shit you saying right now? Wait 1 second, pussy.
Okay, son, I know the politics.
You don't know shit. You just babbling.
I think I kind of have a clue.
How many
You
beers
couldn't
in?
lead. You couldn't lead with the
beers
name of the
in?
politician.
How many beers in?
Okay, son, you could not even recall the lady's name. Just look it up.
I just
That's
said her
what I
name,
request.
pussy.
All I need you to do is
I
request.
just said her name, pussy.
What city was she mayor of in Illinois? You know, Lupin, it is so funny that you say that. My father used to say something that is rather odd, but he's probably right. He literally used to say, me specifically, you're just not a liar. You're not good at it and all that stuff. I don't think black politicians, they do get away with
Tiffany here
corruption.
is the mayor of Dalton. She has
Dalton what? Illinois?
Wait, motherfucker.
Okay, god damn it. Do I have to fucking Google it myself?
You do, bitch.
Dude, just stop. Let me look it up for you. Apparently Google doesn't work at your house.
Yeah, that dude work at your house.
So let's do
You somehow keep the boys coming to the yard.
Yeah, here we go. Mayor of Dalton, not Dalton, dummy. Dalton, Dolton. There is a Dalton. Okay, son, don't make me put you in the back.
You gonna have to do that, pussy, because you can't.
Dalton, not Dalton. There's a difference. And as supervisor, okay, son, you're over talking. You're over talking. Dalton, not Dalton.
Okay, Dalton.
So there she is. So good. She,
a suburb of South.
We know. Up.
She became mayor in 2021.
She is
and later also became supervisor of Thornton Township. Thornton Township is where all those senior citizens live that she was taking their money. He said he don't mind silence. He doesn't know his mic isn't working, guys. Give him a moment. He's a little old. Thank you, No Chaser. That's the way we work. We work with each other. We don't try to be islands like Mr. Stanley. I don't want to mess up his pronouns.
Sorry, I was talking to my son.
Nobody asked. Nobody asked. Nobody asked.
Mm-hmm. So as I was saying,
congratulations, son.
As I was saying,
nobody cares.
Dalton, not Dalton. So now we got that cleared up.
Dalton. And you said you knew better, so why couldn't you correct it instead of looking it up?
Dolton. Dalton.
Okay. Sounds similar.
Not Dalton.
Sounds
Dalton.
similar. Sounds similar.
Yeah, well, to your ear,
Yeah. Well, you're a
to
smart
your
one.
ear, it
You
sounds
slow on the uptake and
similar.
go ahead to the
But
research.
anyway,
In 2021.
Lupin, as I was saying, I think all politicians are. Why be corrupt if you don't have to be?
Well, yeah. So the point I was making was they don't put a lot of emphasis on all. They put a lot of emphasis on specific people, and now those specific.
So maybe the reason they put specific emphasis on black politicians is they just assume white politicians are corrupt. It's rare when black politicians are corrupt.
That's an ass.
Could that be it?
Ass assumption.
I'm sorry, that's what?
An ass assumption.
Yeah, I'm sure that means something on wherever it is you hang out. I think my point stands.
It means something where you hang out. The guys,
which is on my channel.
Guys used to hang out with me late night.
Are you just gonna be as disrespectful as you want to be?
I'm not trying at all to be disrespectful to you.
Well, you obviously don't have to
Why do
try
you
to be
create that?
disrespectful. It must be second nature.
No. Why do you want to create that damn narrative?
Because I can.
But see, that's the thing. You ask people to do things that you don't want to do, and that's not good.
Okay, what have I asked you to do that I don't want to do?
You said when I'm supposedly wine drunk, be a little bit more compassionate because I go left. You're beer drunk and you calling everybody bitches.
Well, it's okay to call someone a bitch when they're acting like one.
They're not acting like women, though.
I think you are.
Oh, you think I'm acting like a woman? Okay.
No. Not like a woman. I said a bitch.
You know what you meant when you said it.
Is a bitch always a woman?
You tell me.
Hey, dude, look, do you need to Google what a bitch is?
Female dog, snooty snotty.
Okay, there you go. So, was I calling you a woman?
I think you are.
I might be calling you a
You let
female
your hair
dog.
grow out.
I might be calling you a female dog.
And you talk about all the boys around you.
Was I calling you?
That sound like some bitch
calling
shit.
you a female dog or a
Let
woman?
your hair grow out.
Pick one.
Talk about the boys that hang around you late at night.
Was I calling you a female dog or a woman? Would you rather be a woman or a female dog?
Late at night, they can't sleep.
Pick one.
They can't sleep.
Would you rather be a female dog or a woman?
Hair out, getting tipsy, and the boys are hanging around you in the wee hours of the morning.
Literally cannot answer a simple question.
Did you literally say that?
Would you like to be a female dog?
Did you literally say
a female or a woman?
Did you literally
a woman or a bitch? Which is it?
I don't never talk about growing my hair out and all the boys that stay up late with me.
I literally never talk about my hair.
Just did it moments
I don't
ago.
need to because you talk about my hair. Would you like to? Hey, all I have to say,
the guys
I never talk about my hair, but you do.
She said I was on a panel that said it's all girls, no boys. But they let him up.
Yes, and
yeah, you a stan she.
No, I think they just wanted to talk.
They knew
to
another bitch was in the house, and they didn't want to go against your pronouns.
They let me up.
They didn't want to go against your pronouns.
They let me up because I'm a man.
You talk like a bitch,
I think women like to be around men. Women like to be around men, and they didn't invite you up.
What? No, what they said to me is they don't want to be flirted with this aggression.
Yeah, you weren't being a man.
They did not.
You were being a brute.
Me
you were being a brute, not a man. You were being a brute, not a man.
They wanted me to come up as well, but since they said
no, I don't think they did. What was the qualifier? What did she say you shouldn't do if you come up? Do you recall?
Mm-hmm.
What was the requirement? You don't remember all of a sudden.
pull my dick out in the back so she could see.
No, I don't think that was the requirement.
Show her the head.
Yeah. I think you are being purposefully forgetful.
Not at all. I know them women. They like me. I don't know where you get this from that women don't like me, Stanley. And they don't deny me. Well, I'm confused what you're saying right now. Chocolate deny me? Chocolate talked about ripping my pants off of me. That's why I said I'm scared of her. But see, you don't know that because you're Stanley. You're one of the girls. Do I have to go back and get the clip?
Let me tell you. Can I tell you what? Can I tell you what I do know?
About violating me?
Can I tell you? Can I tell you?
How can you stop,
sir? Can I tell you what I do know?
No, I don't give a shit.
I bet you don't.
But I mean, if you want to talk, go ahead and talk, Queen. No, I do not deny the ladies.
Let me tell you what I do know.
I do not deny the ladies to speak.
Let me tell you what I do know. You're fantasizing about
not at all.
Earth.
Not
You're
at all.
Fantasizing. You're
not at all.
No,
not at all.
She was probably flirting with you. She's not going to rip off those fucking pants.
I'm never going to leave this house, so of course that's never going to happen. That's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, well then stop talking about shit that's not going to happen.
We're talking about what was said. It wasn't said to you, Stan.
Stop talking about what
she never said it to you, Stan.
Dude, this interruption thing that you keep wanting to do.
I'm not wanting to do nothing.
We're not going to be able to have a productive conversation if it's
productive. They don't want to fuck you, so they talk to you like one of the girls.
And see, I never thought they did. You did. You thought Chocolate Earth was going to rip.
Rip my clothes from me. Okay, that don't mean she wanted to do anything. She just said it.
Okay, enough. Chocolate Earth. You thought Chocolate Earth was going to rip off your pants. I never thought they were going to do anything like that. You need to calm down, Nightish. You're making a fool of yourself.
What was said was said.
Yes.
And this whole thing about being calm,
you thought what was said could actually, you thought what she said could actually happen.
You're slow, right? You're the actual slow one, right? So if I thought that, why didn't I act on it?
I do not like.
You do understand that. You do,
son. You thought something could happen. You're telling me about what Chocolate Earth said about 5 times. You know, I know, she knows. Shit wasn't going to happen. It was just a joke. Stop taking what women say as a joke. Just a simple little flirt, motherfucker. Like an old YN, you want to act like that was a possibility. Stop it.
Slow bitch. I have her IG.
So
when you're up here saying, if that meant something to me when I've acted on it, you goof. I mean, listening to
you. Dude, did you just hear what you said?
Multiple women have said things to me.
Literally, you're bragging. You and several thousand other swinging dicks have her IG, you dummy.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Did you not mention? Did you not say you have her IG? I thought I heard you say that. Like that. That's important.
So the point of that is that
I have her IG. Me and about 1,000 other people.
That is why
you are weak.
Of that,
you are sounding weak. The best thing you could possibly do is take another sip. You need to take another sip and shut the fuck up. You sound like
I'm weak. That's hilarious,
son. You sound desperate.
I was on the panel with them, and we just
sound desperate.
And we drank.
I did not bring up that panel. You did, son. You brought up the panel. Why would you bring it up?
No,
at all.
Because you were
wasn't bragging. Motherfucker, you sound jealous. You wanted to be where I was. You wanted to be where I was, and they did not bring you up because you sound pervy.
You are
you failed the test. They let me up, and you have been jealous ever since. You have been jealous ever since. You sound pervy to chocolate.
Are you serious?
Yes.
You can't be. Because you don't remember what was heard that night.
Dude, do you really think I give a fuck?
Do you remember what was said?
Okay, I know. I don't remember because it's not important to me. Okay, son, I do not like being overtalked.
It doesn't matter.
Put you in the back.
Come on up.
I am going to say what I'm going to say. Why are you talking at the same time I'm talking? One mic, bitch.
It's only one of us growing our hair. I told my men stand up late with them.
I have hair to grow. Do you?
Why are you concerned about my hair?
I have hair.
You put emphasis on
Who brought up hair? Who brought up hair? You did.
You did.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Nidish.
You say I want to look like Frederick Douglass.
I see.
I want to look like Frederick Douglass.
You are on some YN bullshit. You think you're on Izzy Bands? You think you're on Izzy Bands?
That I'm trying to look like.
Literally not worth.
There isn't a man I'm trying to look like.
This is not a hamp channel.
There isn't a. Why
this is not a hamp.
Why
channel.
are you scoring straight,
dude? I don't know why you're so frustrated. But I am not Sharon. I am not Izzy Bands. I am not Fatty. I am not. What's the dude's name? I am not Truth Teller, motherfucker. I'm not a YN. Go hang out with the YNs,
bitch. I go.
They will entertain your silliness.
I go where I want to go.
They will entertain and engage with your silliness.
I go where I want to go.
Run along.
Right. That's just what you want to feel.
Dude, I don't care.
I feel the women told you
do your best.
No, you didn't.
Why are you up here thinking I care about all this? Son,
that's what
I'm
was
about
said.
to start the video.
Maybe end it.
Start the video.
Maybe go to sleep.
Video is more interesting.
Maybe then four chords whooping your
YN sloppiness.
Maybe then 4 chords lights is whooping your ass. Maybe you need a nap.
YN.
Maybe an old man like you need a little nap.
I'm gonna have to, dude. Your YN sloppiness is uninteresting. Come up with something interesting. Or I can start the video. Stop the YN sloppiness.
Or you could end the video and take a nappy.
Or not.
4 beers in, you said you was feeling some kind of way. You don't know what to do with yourself.
Well, the problem is I'm not feeling some sort of way about you.
I'm not into that. So what the fuck are you trying to say right now?
Do you need my attention?
Not at all, bitch.
Well, then shut the fuck up and let me play the video.
You don't want to keep talking to me. I'd rather hear the sister.
Ooh, boy.
Man.
Mella? Where is Mella?
A man.
Opposition to federal troop deployment in New Orleans. Now, I was there not too long ago, and I saw the troops there. Okay, they were, on Canal and all of that, right? The Bourbon Street. She also campaigned on improving basic services in neighborhoods that have long complained about neglect, especially Black neighborhoods affected by flooding and blight. Now, I asked about reparations regarding all of them, okay? Now, there does not appear to be a widely documented public position from Moreno specifically supporting direct cash reparations payments to Black Americans. She has generally aligned with progressive racial equity policies, but no major campaign platform centered on cash reparations was identified in public reporting. Now let's talk about Royce. Royce is a Louisiana state senator and attorney from New Orleans. He became known statewide for criminal justice reform legislation and policies aimed at reducing systemic inequities. Duplessis's legislative work has heavily focused on issues that disproportionately affect Black Louisianans, including juvenile justice reform, reducing court debt and fees, violence prevention, police accountability data collection, parole reform, ending solitary confinement for youth, making expungements easier. Many of these reforms were promoted as attempts to address racial disparities in Louisiana's justice system. He was often viewed as the most policy-oriented progressive in the race and had support from younger Black professionals and reform activists. Now, reparations, okay? There is no major public record showing Duplessis campaigning for direct cash payment reparations. However, he has supported racial equity and criminal justice reforms that some supporters describe as addressing historical harms. No formal cash reparation proposal from his.
Nidus, do you happen to know where Demetria K lives? For some reason, I thought she lived in Detroit, but I'm not sure about that.
The lady that's speaking right now, no.
Huh. Because I'm trying to figure out why she's so concerned about this. I mean,
I think it's about
New
Black
Orleans.
people, right?
New Orleans voted for this lady. They literally have to live with their choice.
Exactly. That's how it works.
Yeah, I'm looking at what you addressed to Lupin. Hey, Lupin, by the way, I don't know, you probably know this, but I'm going to drop this link in the chat. This is a Du Bois documentary that just came out, and I was actually going to watch it. Probably have to wait till tomorrow now. Or anyone else in the chat who...
Shout out to that light-skinned brother.
What light-skinned brother?
W.E.B.
He's your brother?
What are you considering?
Well, not my brother.
Bourgeoisie, sellout, coon. What you consider him to be? Let's hear all your thoughts. What do you think about?
Whoa!
What do you think about about Malcolm X?
Okay. I don't get to give you an answer. I consider him a genius, a master, someone who every Black person should read. Every American should read, to be honest.
He is an American. He did great things. Why not? He's a pillar of our society.
Wouldn't go that far.
He was one who was disappointed in his talented 10th, not understanding where he wanted them to do.
I think the talented 10th at the time was probably a good idea, but it's pretty much an archaic notion.
Yeah, because we have motherfuckers like you now that don't give a fuck about nothing but yourself. You'll let everybody else rot. Everybody ain't gonna go as your mentality.
Not quite true either. Those who can will. Those who can't won't.
That kind of supports my point.
It is actually kind of Darwinian.
That kind of supports my point.
Not only does it support it, it proves it. Those who
proves
can
my
will.
point. Yeah, thank you.
And
you give a fuck about you and what you can do.
Now, hold on before you get all wordy and mouthy. You're getting all mouthy. You're getting all.
No, I'm just speaking. You keep talking about
you're speaking too much. Can you not speak so much?
I'm not your bitch, even though you want to call me that name.
Dude,
I'm just speaking as a man.
I don't think you're speaking as a man.
Who gives a fuck what you think?
No
You
one does.
Just
Certainly
you.
not
Just
you.
you.
Certainly
Just
not
you.
you. But
Just you.
the point I am trying to make is that what have you read by Du Bois, just out of curiosity?
What have I read by Du Bois out of curiosity?
No.
I'm supposed to.
It's my curiosity.
Yeah,
You're
that's
being
what I'm saying.
all mouthy.
Right. So your point is,
see.
so your
This is what
point is that
happens.
we're supposed
This
to
is
give
what
a fuck about
happens.
your curiosity, right?
What have you read by W.E.B.
We're supposed to be
Du Bois?
concerned about your curiosity.
Really?
I'm asking.
Is this some YN trick?
No, it's
To
no
not
trick at
answer the
all.
question?
You made
are
it a point to
avoiding the
let it be
question.
known that you're an individual.
Yeah, I
and you
thought
believe
so.
in individualism.
I thought
And now
so.
that you
I
are
thought
into your individualism, you want to tell me, after telling me what I have to say is irrelevant, you are concerned about
getting
what
all
I think.
upset?
How can
Why
it
are
be
you getting all
irrelevant and you want to know about it? Make it make sense.
I literally, where does irrelevant come in?
You say I'm slow on the
Are you
uptake.
making shit up as you go
No,
along?
you said I'm slow on the uptake.
Are you trying to impress me? Because that's what it sounds like.
Is that me trying to impress you, saying that you don't give a fuck about what
Sounds like it.
asking me about it?
Sounds like it.
Okay, so yeah, I guess you're the genius.
So
You got me-
again,
you
let
got
me
figured out.
re-ask the question,
You got me
because
figured out.
we have gotten so far away.
We haven't gotten
What
far
is-
away from shit.
Okay, yep. This is what happens. Dude, you must motherfucking think I'm Izzy Bands. You can't.
Why
you
do you
can't
keep name
see.
dropping?
This is literally.
Why do you
This is
keep name
literally.
dropping?
You know, Shenard.
I didn't know you
does get some
disliked
things
all these
right.
people like this.
Shenard does get some things right. Motherfucker, I ask you a direct question and you're
I don't give a fuck what you asked.
Okay. You're tap dancing away.
No,
from
bitch.
answering
You
the
think I
question.
give a fuck about what you think?
You don't give a fuck
about my
but
what
I
I
asked the
think.
question.
So
It's
since you
obvious.
don't give a fuck,
It's
I'm confused about the
obvious.
question.
See, you're thinking this is like
No, I'm not
truth-
thinking
What is it?
anything.
Pray the truth teller? Motherfucker, this isn't
Now you
his
keep
channel.
name dropping.
This is goddamn
Anything to you.
Stanley versus this is goddamn Stanley
Those
versus the
people didn't do
world. Don't be the
anything
world,
to
bitch.
you.
You're being the
They
world.
didn't do anything
You are
to you. So
being
why
the
are you name
world.
dropping? Why are
The
you
world does
like
not
John
answer
Gawk?
questions. The world
Why
does
are you
not
acting
answer
like John
questions.
Gawk?
Why? Yeah, well, could he have been wrong? Again.
Oh, so you agree with John? Okay.
What work of Du Bois have you read?
Okay, cool. You agree with John? Then shit, I really don't give a fuck about.
No. The original
You're a
question, sir.
fucking John
The
Flunky.
original question, sir.
The original statement was,
What
I'm
have
slow.
you
Let me
read
see here.
by the
original statement
venerable
was I was
W.E.B?
slow.
Yeah.
statement
All
was I
that
was slow.
old
So let's stay
YN
right there,
bullshit.
bitch.
Dude, this is a YN clown show right now.
Well, take off your makeup, pussy.
What work?
Take off your
What
little red
writings?
nose and the white shit on your face.
What writings by W.E.B. Du Bois?
You're
have you
up here
read?
bragging about being a clown. Take the makeup off and the little red nose.
Is this how it works on
Send
these,
in the clowns.
these old YN panels?
Send in
You
the
move the
clowns.
goalpost, you
thing that you're
insert
trying
a
to do is
word,
say that you
you
better than
try
me,
to
and you're
change
not,
the
sir.
narrative.
You're not
See,
in no form of
this is what
fashion.
happens.
You do your
Dude,
best.
this is
Keep
what
trying.
happens. You can't
This is what
stand the
happens when people
goddamn
don't
heat,
understand. Listen, he's
bitch. You cannot
anti-community.
stand the heat. Stanley versus the world
What
is too
heat
tough
is
a
there?
panel for you.
There's
Simple
12
question.
people watching.
What
is the
have
heat?
you read by W.E.B.
You read
Du Bois?
everything. You got 12 people watching. What is the heat?
Yeah, motherfucker. Hey, not only do I have 12 people working,
How smart you are.
12 people watching, I have one watcher on the panel who can't answer a question.
And he's not going to answer because you don't give a fuck about what you think, pussy. You think you're
Yes,
important.
but you give a fuck about staying here.
You are the brilliant
You
one.
come up to
that
my
has 12
panel.
people.
You
Have you
come
came
up.
up to
You
mine?
gave a fuck
Have you
enough
came
to
up
come
to
up to this
mine?
panel.
Have you
You're
came
on
up
the
to
panel,
mine?
so you must give a
You
bit of a
came up
fuck.
to mine.
Nightish.
Good. You don't want to answer either.
What W.E.B. Du Bois
Have you ever
writings
came
you
up to
read.
my panel?
Have I come up? Last time I remember coming up to your panel, Pappy Whitey got his ass spanked.
Did you come up to my panel?
Why do you support people on your panel like Pappy
Did you
Blanco?
come up to
Why
my
do you?
panel?
I said yes, and I
Okay,
told you
so
what I
why did you
when
do that
I
when you
came
think
up.
I'm slow?
When I came up
So
to your
why did
panel,
you
what
do
did I
that?
do?
So why
I
did you do
spanked
that?
some dumb
So
black
why?
asses.
So why? Oh, so
I
you only came up
spanked
to. So
some
you
dumb black asses.
go
Why
ahead.
do you support that kind of dreck?
Go ahead. So you came up to my panel just to disrespect the people that contribute to my show?
No. They came up to disrespect me, and then I was the bigger disrespecter.
No, sir.
See,
Those are
bitch,
people that support my channel.
I'm gonna put your lying
Those
ass
are
in the
people
back.
that support my channel.
Okay. Let me help you out. I was on the panel and dumbass Pappy Whitey came up. It was me, you, and Ruthless. Pappy Blanco came up. I was already on the panel. So did OG Do Dirty, but OG Do Dirty's fine. Pappy Blanco came up acting like he knew some shit, and I stomped a mud hole in his dumb ass. Now, replay it. Maybe you need to go back and refresh your memory, but that's how it happened. I was there and they came up to disrespect me, and I showed them what fucking happens if they come up with this black man. I whipped their asses. That's how it happened, sir.
You asked me why I deal with them, right?
I don't give a fuck at this point. I told
Why
you
did
what
you
I
ask
did.
that?
I
Then why did
told
you
you I had to remind you.
You didn't
what
remind me
happened
of
on your-
shit. What you did was
Okay.
you.
Son, I told you what happened on your own panel. You were too busy working, making art, or whatever the fuck it was you were doing. Bottom line, Pappy Blanco won't engage with me, and if he does, he better know his shit or I'll whip his ass again. I eat dumb fucks like Blanco for dinner.
And I make money.
Who gives a fuck?
You do.
Do I?
Well, why were you there? You said whatever I was doing, I was making money live in front of your face. You was busy trying to.
And I do. Hey, go make your money.
Yeah, I'm going to keep on that. I know how to make money.
Dude. Why would I care if you're making money? Can you tell me why I would care?
So that's
okay.
that's the
Am I
bigger
gonna have to put you in the
conversation.
back again because you keep.
No, you're
wanting
going to have to
talk.
keep doing that because.
Okay. When I'm talking, you listen. When you're talking, I'll listen. Make your money. Why would I care? All I cared about was whipping the little Papa Blanco. I whipped his fucking ass, and there was nothing he could goddamn do about it. And OG Do Dirty had sense enough to stay out of it. Your little pussy friend, Pappy Blanco, he's a dumb motherfucker. And I showed him what a smart motherfucker sounds like. Whipped his ass and had fun doing it. Good for you. You made some money. That wasn't, I don't give a fuck if you were making money. What I cared about was showing an ignorant Pappy Blanco what I made of.
So let me ask you this. Do you know what a funnel is?
Yeah, I do.
Do you know what autoresponders are?
Nope.
Do you understand YouTube channels being lead generators?
I know what a lead generator is.
Yeah.
It's not, it is not rocket science.
Yeah, so what you do is these people that come and support your channel.
What you want to do is walk away from my point.
No. Your point is
we covered the lead generators yesterday.
Have a conversation.
Why do we need to?
Because I want to have a conversation about what I do versus you telling me about.
I do not want to have a lead generator conversation.
Information about W.E.B. Bois is free.
Have it on your panel, and maybe I'll come up.
No,
this
I'm not.
is not a lead generator panel.
What I'm talking to you is this.
I don't care what you're talking about. Which part of this can't you accept?
That's the confusing part. That's the confusing part.
Okay,
because I think that
I do not want to talk about lead generators.
So then you're a narcissist.
Go back to your panel. We can talk about it there. This panel is not your panel.
So you're a narcissist?
I'm literally. Your topic is uninteresting at this point. Are you always this uninteresting on other people's panels? I think so.
You believe I'm uninteresting and I'm slow?
I think you are uninteresting on other people's panels.
That's interesting because those people literally asked me to come back.
Good.
They asked me to be a part of their channels.
Well, maybe they're uninteresting too.
Let's go. So
okay, let me help you out. I don't watch, dude. I watch your show because I don't subscribe to Hamp. I don't subscribe to Trey the Truth Teller.
Why are you talking about them? Why
God damn it, let me finish what I'm saying, sir.
You're saying stupid shit.
I literally don't subscribe to their panels. The only reason I even know what a Trey the Truth Teller is with his fucking weird Raggedy Andy or Raggedy Ann hairdo, he looks like a silly black man with that fucking fake hair he's got. But the only reason I know he has a show is because I watch your show. So shout out to you. Shout out to the shout out to the Nightish.
So let me understand, because I did listen to you and I did wait till you finish. So you think I'm a fucking moron and all I look at is
I said you are uninteresting on other people.
And talk
I
about
didn't use the word moron, but I can. Would you like me to use it in a sentence?
So what are you saying about them and me?
I'm literally saying that you are uninteresting on some of these panels, and you want to brag that you get asked to come back. And my response is maybe they're uninteresting too. And the only reason that I know who say, as an example, Trey the Truth Teller is because you've been on his panel and you showed him on your show to react to it. I literally, Trey the Truth Teller has never showed up in my algorithm. And I'm glad, because everything that I've heard on your show is uninteresting when it comes to his panel. It's just a typical bash black woman panel and say I'm as a man panel. It's typical old YN trash.
But you watch it because
I explain that part. I watch your show because I know who Trey the Truth Teller is.
Right. So
I have not subscribed to his show when I can watch it on your show.
So now
you are a one-stop shop. You are a one-stop shop.
I've been making
all the old YN shows
so that I can speak, but you say that you would give me the same respect.
You are literally a funnel. You asked me if I knew what a funnel is. Nightish, your show is a funnel for all the old YN channels. I can watch them all on your show.
Right.
And by the way, that's not a
criticism.
Whoa. That's not a criticism.
I'm just trying to understand when it's my turn.
You are doing a service.
I'll be quiet again and let you go ahead.
Good. Be quiet.
You're a fucking contradiction.
You are doing me a favor. You are doing people like me a favor. You are the old YN show funnel. It all comes down to you reviewing that old YN stuff. I don't need to subscribe. I subscribe to your show.
Right.
And it's a compliment, by the way.
Right. It's not a fucking compliment. So I'm a dumb fuck who reacts to a bunch of dumb fucks so you can make fun of them.
Your words, not mine.
I'm trying to understand exactly what the point is that you're making. You don't subscribe to none of these channels because they're old YNs that's talking shit about black women. That's the point I heard you just say. And you watch me because
they're fucked up. Whoa. And let me add a bit. Let me add. And they're fucked up relationships with their baby mamas.
Right. So,
and occasionally their baby mamas, can come in and be treated.
Cutting me off.
Okay. And occasionally
you don't like being
the baby mamas will come up and talk about their trash relationships with their baby daddies, and they get treated like shit by the men on the panels.
So you don't like being cut off, but you'll keep cutting me off?
Sorry.
You're not sorry. You a fucking contradiction.
Apparently my way of communicating
is like a bitch. Is like a bitch. If you a powerful
man, like a bitch,
you wouldn't have to silence me.
I think it
you
is like
so-called intelligent, powerful man. You wouldn't have to silence me.
I never said I was powerful.
That's exact. You're saying you're better.
I didn't say I was better.
You're literally saying you're
you
better.
might be proving that point, though.
I'm having a conversation with somebody that asked me to do something because they said I'd be wine drunk.
I never have
they see something
conversations,
in me
and I never
that is boring, nothing to watch, worthy, and all the other shit, but they come to my channel. And now they're finally coming out of their shell because they don't have to fake like they my friend no more. They can be in a true self. I didn't cut you off. I made it a point to shut the fuck up while you was running your
this isn't a democracy on this goddamn panel.
I shut my mouth when you asked me to, because I'm okay with that. But the hole in you won't let you shut your dick
my thoughts
while I'm talking, pussy.
It's not a democracy.
Something about the hole in you won't let you
not
shut
a
your dick.
democracy. It does not work like that.
Something about the hole in you won't let you stop your dick suckers from moving while I talk.
Bitch, this isn't a democracy.
Then why did you make it seem like it was?
I think you got the wrong impression.
So what did you mean by you don't like to be cut off?
You don't cut me off.
Cool. So if you don't,
let me make it.
Because you don't like it, why don't you give the same courtesy to your fellow man?
You literally,
if you don't like, I'm asking you something. I know you can't hear me when you're talking at the same time.
Let me answer your question. You asked me. Let me. Okay. I can cut you off. You shouldn't cut me off. That's how it's going to work. It is not a democracy. There's no reciprocation. I can cut you off, Nidish. Nidish cannot cut Stanley off. That's how this is going to work.
Yeah, that's hoe shit. Use a hoe.
Oh, well.
I know you like being that. That's why you let your hair grow out and talk about the niggas that stay up with you at night.
I never use the N-word on my panel.
I don't give a fuck what you use. You expose yourself tonight. I want to be with the bitches and talk like them and think like them and respond like them.
You know what? Only a bitch would think that.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Gotcha.
His mayoral platform was found in major reporting. Now, Oliver Thomas is one of the best known political figures in New Orleans politics. He represented District E, including New Orleans East and the Lower Ninth Ward, historically Black communities that have long struggled with disinvestment after Hurricane Katrina. Now, Thomas built much of his reputation around redevelopment in New Orleans East, grocery access in underserved Black neighborhoods, housing and economic development, infrastructure investment, neighborhood revitalization, advocating for lead pipes replacement, and environmental justice concerns. Now, he remained personally popular in Black working class communities despite his past federal bribery conviction, partly because many residents believed he remained responsive to neighborhood concerns. Now, this is his stance on reparations. No major public proposal from Thomas supporting direct cash reparations payment was found in campaign coverage. He has spoken broadly about economic inequity and historic injustice, but there does not appear to be formal reparation platform centered on cash payment reparations, or payments rather. Okay, now I wanted to know basically why didn't Black New Orleans residents really support her that much, although y'all saw a whole bunch of Black people around her, right? So she had a large, I guess, multicultural campaign, if you will, okay? Now, one interesting aspect of the race was that all three leading candidates were Democrats, but they represented different wings of the New Orleans politics. Moreno represented reform-oriented establishment Democrats, right? Duplessis represented progressive policy reform Democrats, and Thomas represented older Black-based neighborhood networks. Now, here we go. There were several reasons why many Black voters in Louisiana, particularly in New Orleans, were more divided on Helena Moreno than political analysts expected. It was not that Moreno performed poorly overall. She still won a significant share of Black voters, but she did not dominate heavily in Black precincts the way some past Black candidates or neighborhood-rooted politicians have. Now, basically, long-standing neighborhood political relationships. A major reason was the deep local ties to candidates like Oliver Thomas and Royce Duplessis, right? The churches, neighborhood associations, the second line culture, y'all know what that is, when they're dancing and all that in the streets, local civic organizations, long family political ties. Now, many older Black residents viewed some of the other ones who had consistently showed up in their communities even after his legal trouble. So that's Oliver Thomas, right? Now, there were questions about economic equity and displacement, so they didn't really feel that she would be the one to do that. She did again get 30%. Different views on crime and policing. Many felt like maybe she would be too heavy-handed on the policing, as it typically is in Black communities. Also, cultural and political identity. She is, as y'all can see, a white Latina. So many were kind of like, well, is she really going to have a pulse on?
All right, folks. Well, I am going to wrap this up. I'll wrap this up and run over to CM's and then just to torment him. And then I am getting no reading done. I did not get reading done last night. I did not get reading done. Apparently won't happen today either, but it's worth it just to terrorize some folks. So salute to Nidish. He did the best he could, and I must compliment everyone for sticking around. And let's salute Lupin. And Lupin's supporting the Saturday show, and he and CKJ3 executive producers, they have been so generous in helping me out with the newspaper subscriptions and some extra. The YouTube subscription will be dealt with because of their generous contributions. Lupin, it was so good to see you in the chat, by the way. You are literally a VOR, voice of reason. You tend to level set me. You always make me think. So thank you, sir. And with that, I bid everyone a good night. I am going over to CM's. I guess I'll drop that goddamn link. Well, he'll probably get pissed off or something, but I enjoy tormenting him. So this is the link for CM's show. See you over there. And the better suggestion is get some sleep. So, see y'all later. Enjoyed it, folks.
Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of it. And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States boosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain.
Well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. They will. And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I know.